Chapter 1 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Rollins in Augusta, Georgia. Robert Kimberly, Chapter 1. The dancing pavilion, separated from the casino itself by an arched passageway and affording another pretty view of the lake in the moonlight, was filled with young people when Alice entered. "It'll be cool here, I think," suggested Dolly de Castro, leading the way for her guest. "The Hickories is by no means a gay place," she continued, seating herself beside Alice, where they could see the dancers moving in and out of the long room. "And it isn't a club. There's just this casino and the fields for golf and polo. It's a neighborhood affair, and really the quietest place of the kind in the Lake Country. Too bad you could not have been here 3 weeks ago for the kermesse." "So Miss Venable said. They're great fun. We revive one occasionally to preserve the Dutch traditions of the family," continued Dolly. "Mrs. Charles Kimberly, Imogen, gave it this year. Last year I gave it. You would have seen everybody, especially the Sea Ridge people. Fritzie, dear." Dolly paused to stay a slender young woman who was passing. "Miss Venable," she explained, still speaking to Alice, "is our favorite cousin and will make you acquainted with everyone." Fritzie Venable, whose lively brown eyes escaped beauty only through a certain keenness of expression, stopped with a smile and waited on Dolly's word. "I want Mrs. McBurney to go over to the Nelsons after a while. This dance is really a young people's affair," Dolly went on, turning to Alice. "These friends of Grace's and Laura's and I don't know half of them. Take care of Mrs. McBurney a moment, Fritzie, will you, while I find Arthur?" asked Dolly, rising and leaving the two together. Alice looked after Dolly as she walked away. Dolly had the Kimberly height and preserved it with the care that gave dignity to her carriage. Her dignity, indeed, showed in her words as well as in her manner, but in both it battled with a mental intensity that fought for immediate expression. Dolly persuaded and dictated unblushingly, though it could not be said unpleasingly. "I know you're enjoying Mrs. de Castro and her lovely home," said Fritzie to Alice. "Of course," she added as Alice assented, "the Towers is on a much grander scale. But I think Black Rock is the homiest place on Second Lake. I suppose since I saw you yesterday you've been all around." "Not quite, but I've met many lovely people." "You can't help liking Second Lake people. They are a kind-hearted, generous set, notably so for people of means." "Aren't such people usually generous?" Fritzie looked doubtful. "People of large means, perhaps, yes. Indeed, the only trouble here is there are too many of that sort. Everybody is prosperous, and everybody, with, I think, 2 exceptions, contented." "I," laughed Fritzie, "am one of the exceptions. There being no possibility of preeminence in the line of means, I believe I have in my role of discontent a certain distinction, and as far as I can see, as much fun as anybody. In fact, I've often thought the only place where I should care to be rich would be among the poor. Where everyone overflows with luxury, distinctions are necessarily lost, and I like distinctions. Isn't this pretty for dancing?" "Everything over here is pretty," said Alice. "The place takes its name, the Hickories, from the grove back of it. You see, there's nothing about the lake itself to serve the purpose of a country club. No golf course, no polo field. All this stretch of the eastern shore is a part of the Towers estate, but Mr. Kimberly was good enough to set it apart for the rest of us. You've met Mr. Robert Kimberly?" "Neither of the Mr. Kimberlys as yet." "There's Charles now." Fritzie indicated a smooth-faced, youthful-looking man coming in through one of the veranda openings. "That's he speaking to Dolly. They call him the handsome Kimberly." Alice smiled. "For a man, that's rather a severe handicap, isn't it? To be called handsome? It suggests in a way that good looks are exceptional in the family, and they are not, for his sister, Mrs. de Castro, is very handsome, I think." "Which brother is this?" "The married brother. The other is Robert. They call him the homely Kimberly. He isn't really homely, but his face in repose is heavy. He's the bachelor. Mr. McBurney tells me he's completely wrapped up in business." "Rather, yes, of late years." "That, I presume, is why he's never married," assented Fritzie with a prudent pause. "Some men," she went on somewhat vaguely, "get interested when they're young, in women in general, and afterward never settle down to any one woman, you know." "I should think that kind of a man would be tiresome." Fritzie looked at young Mrs. McBurney somewhat in surprise, but there was nothing in Alice's frank eyes to provoke criticism. They met Fritzie's with an assurance of good nature that forestalled hostility. Then, too, Fritzie remembered Mrs. McBurney was from the West, where people speak freely. "Robert is deliberate, but not a bit tiresome," was all Fritzie said in answer. "Indeed, he's not communicative." "I didn't mean it in that way," exclaimed Alice. "I should only be afraid a man like that would take himself so seriously." Fritzie laughed. "He wouldn't know what that meant." "You had music at your dinner tonight." "Lovely music. The Hawaiian singers. I was sorry I couldn't be there. They always come out to sing for Robert when they are in the States, and they're always in dreadful financial straits when they get as far from home as this, and he's always making up their deficits. They used to sing at the Towers from barges on the lake, but the Towers is hardly ever open nowadays for a function. The music over the water, with the house illuminated, was simply superb. And the evening winding up with fireworks," sighed Fritzie in pleasing retrospect. "There's Robert now," she continued. "Do you see him? With Mrs. Charles Kimberly. They're devoted. Isn't she a slip? And the daintiest little thing. Robert calls her his little Quakeress. Her people were Quakers." She seemed lost among the Kimberleys, though Robert isn't quite so tall as his brother, only more muscular and slower. Robert Kimberly, with Imogene on his arm, entered from the opposite side of the room and walked across the floor to take her to her husband. His face was darker than that of Charles, and heavier eyebrows rendered his expression less alert. Fritzie waved a hand at Imogene, who answered with her fan and greeted Alice. "And there comes Mrs. Nelson, the pale brunette. Heroic woman, I call her. She's been fighting her advancing weight for 10 years. Isn't she trim? Heavens, she ought to be. She lives in Paris half the time and does nothing but dress and flirt." "And who is it with her?" "The stately creature with her is Dora Morgan. She's a divorcee. She likewise lives in Paris and is quite a singer. I haven't heard her lately, but she used to sing a little off the key. She dresses a little off the key yet, to say nothing of the way she acts sometimes. They're going to dance." A small orchestra with stringed instruments, with a French horn, hidden somewhere in a balcony, began the faint strains of a German waltz. The night was warm. Young people in white, strolling through dim veranda openings into the softly lighted room, moved at once out upon the floor to the rhythm of the music. Others, following, paused within the doorways to spin out ends of small talk or persist in negligible disputes. The dancers wore the pretty Hawaiian leis in honor of the island singers. "There were some interesting men at the dinner tonight," said Alice. "You mean the German refiners?" "Yes, they're Charles Kimberly's guests," remarked Fritzie as the floor filled. "There they are now in that group in the archway with Mr. Nelson." "But the smaller man was not at the dinner." "No, that's Guyot, the French representative of the Kimberleys. He and George Doane, the bald, good-looking man next to him, have the party in charge." You met the immense man, Herr Gustav Bowman, at dinner. He's a great refiner and a Hawaiian planter. They're on their way to Honolulu now and leave within an hour or two in Robert Kimberly's car for San Francisco. The Bowmans have known the Kimberlys for generations. Should you ever think Herr Bowman could dance? He's as light as a cat on his feet, but he waltzes in the dreadful European round and round way. The black-haired man with the big nose is Lambert, a friend of his, a promoter and a particularly famous chemist whom Robert Kimberly, by the way, hates. He's a Belgian. I can't bear him either. And heavens, Guyot is bringing him over here now to ask me to dance. Fitz's fear proved true. However, she accepted graciously as Lambert was brought forward and bowed in making his request. She did not fail to observe that though he bowed low, Lambert's bold eyes were glued on Alice even while he was begging Fritzie for the dance. Something in Alice's slender face, the white hardly touched enough with pink except under animation, held Lambert's glance. Alice, already prejudiced, directed her eyes as far away as possible under the inspection and was glad that Fritzie rose at once. Robert Kimberly joined Bowman and Edward Nelson. "You've not told me yet, Robert," Bowman began, "how you put in your time here in the country." "I have a good secretary and do a great deal of my work here, Gustav." "But one does not always work. What else?" "I remember," he continued, turning to Nelson, "the stories my father used to tell about the Kimberlys. Your father, Robert, and especially your Uncle John." Bowman radiated interest in everything American. "Those men were busy men, not alone sugar refining, but horses, steamboats, opera houses, women. Always, always some excitement." "Other times, other manners, Bowman," suggested Nelson. "In those days, a fine horse had a national interest. Today, everybody's horse does his mile in 2 minutes. The railroads long ago killed the steamboats. Newsboys build the opera houses now. Sugar refines itself. Mere money-making, Bowman, has become so absorbing that a Kimberly of this generation doesn't have time to look at a woman." "Nelson," protested the good-natured and perspiring German. "No time to look at a woman? That at least cannot be true, can it, Robert?" "Not quite, but I imagine the interest has waned," said Kimberly. "When a man took his life in his hand on such a venture, the excitement gave it a double zest. The reflection that you were an outlaw, but prepared, if necessary, to pay the price with your life. Nowadays, the husband has fallen lower than the libertine. If you break up his home, he sues you. There's nothing hair-raising in that. Will you dance, Gustav?" "I want very much to dance. Your women dance better than ours." "Why, your women dance beautifully." "Nelson will find you a partner," suggested Kimberly. "I must hunt up Mrs. Nelson. I have a dance with her myself." Alice sat for a moment alone. Among the dancers, Robert Kimberly moved past her with Lottie Nelson on his arm. Alice noticed how handsome and well-poised Lottie was on her feet. Kimberly she thought too cold to be an attractive partner. Within a moment, Dolly came back. "I can't find Arthur anywhere." "He isn't on the floor, Mrs. de Castro." "No matter, I will let him find me. Isn't it a pretty company? I do love those fresh faces," remarked Dolly, sitting down. "The young people complain of our being exclusive. That is absurd. We have to keep quiet. Otherwise, why live in the country? Besides, what would be gained by opening the doors?" Dolly had a pleasing way of appealing in difficulties, or what seemed such, even to a stranger. "We don't want ambitious people," she went on. "They're killing, you know. And we certainly don't want any more like ourselves. As Arthur says," Dolly laughed a little rippling laugh, "we have social liabilities enough of our own." Arthur de Castro came up just in time to hear his name. "What's that Arthur says, Dolly?" "Oh, here you are!" exclaimed his wife. "No matter, dear, what it was." "It's certain Arthur never said anything of the kind, Mrs. McBurney," interposed de Castro. "If anyone said it, it must have been you, Dolly." Alice laughed at the two. "No matter who said it," remarked Dolly, dismissing the controversy. "Somebody said it. It really sounds more like Robert than anybody else." "You'll be aware very soon, Mrs. McBurney," continued de Castro, "that the Kimberlys say all manner of absurd things, and they're not always considerate enough to father them on someone else, either." Alice turned to her hostess with amused interest. "You, of course, are included because you're a Kimberly." "She's more Kimberly than the Kimberlys," asserted her husband. "I'm not a Kimberly." Arthur de Castro, in apologizing, bowed with so real a deprecation that both women laughed. "Of course the young people rebel," persisted Dolly, pursuing her topic, and her dark hair, touched with gray, somehow gave an authority to her pronouncements. "Young people always want a circle enlarged, but a circle never should be. What is it you want, Arthur?" "I'm merely listening." "Don't pretend that you leave the men just to listen to me. You want Mrs. McBurney to dance." "She's always like that," declared de Castro to Alice, whom he found pleasing because her graciousness seemed to invite its like. "Just such bursts of divination. At times they're overwhelming. I remember how stunned I was when she cried, quite before I could get my breath, 'You want to marry me?'" "Was she right?" laughed Alice, looking from one to the other. "Absolutely." "Is she right now?" "Dolly is always right." "Then I suppose I must dance." "Not, of course, unless you want to." Alice appealed to Dolly. "What did you do?" "I said I wouldn't marry him." "But you did," objected her companion. "He was so persistent." Alice laughingly rose. "Then it would be better to consent at once." Dolly rose with her. Two of the dancers stopped before them, a tall, slender girl and a ruddy-faced, boyish young man. "Grace," said Dolly to the blue-eyed girl, "I want you to meet Mrs. McBurney. This is my niece, Grace de Castro." The young girl looked with pretty expectancy into Alice's face and frankly held out her hand. "Oh, what a bloom!" exclaimed Alice, looking at the delicate features and transparent skin. Grace laughed happily. Alice kept her hand a moment. "You're like a bit of morning come to life, Grace." "And this is my cousin, Mrs. McBurney, Mr. Morgan," said Grace shyly. Larry Morgan, a bit self-conscious, stood for an instant aloof. Alice said nothing, but her eyes in the interval worked their spell. He suddenly smiled. "I'm mightily pleased to meet you, Mrs. McBurney," he explained with heartiness. "We've all heard about you. Isn't Mr. McBurney here?" he continued, tendering the biggest compliment he could think of. "He's somewhere about, I think." "We shall lose our waltz, Mrs. McBurney," urged Arthur de Castro. "Oh, we mustn't do that. Let's run," whispered Alice, taking his arm. "Who is Mrs. McBurney?" asked Grace of Larry with an appealing look as Alice moved away. "Why, don't you know? Her husband owns some beet plants." "What lovely manners she has," Grace spoke under her breath, "and so quiet. Where are their refineries, Larry?" "In the West." "Where in the West?" "Somewhere out toward the Rocky Mountains," hazarded Larry. "Denver?" suggested Grace doubtfully. "I fancy that's it. Anyway," exclaimed Larry coldly, "we're buying them." "Are you?" asked Grace, lifting her soft eyes timidly. To her, Larry was the entire Kimberly sugar interest, and at the moment of making the McBurney purchase he looked, to Grace, the part. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 2. Edward Nelson, the counsel, in some measure the political adviser and, as to the public, the buffer of the Kimberly sugar interest, was fond of entertaining. Being naturally an amiable gourmet, his interest suited his tastes. Moreover, his wife, Lottie Nelson, pleasing of face, with a figure well proportioned and with distinction in her bright, indolent eyes, loved to entertain. And she loved to entertain without working hard to do so. Morningside, her country home at Second Lake, though both attractive and spacious and designed with a view to entertaining, was already being replaced with a new home, more attractive and more spacious, and meant to be filled with still more guests. Observation and experience had convinced Lottie that the easiest way to keep people in hand is to feed them well, and she quite understood that a vital part of feeding in such a philosophy is the drinking. There were difficulties, it is true, but which of us has not difficulties? People, provided there were people of consequence, diverted Lottie. She had no children. Children had no place in her view of life, nor was she vitally interested in her husband. The companionship of those whom she called her friends thus became a necessity, the annoyance being that not always would the particular friends whom she wanted, men chiefly, gather to her. On the evening of the De Castro dinner and dance, Lottie was in better than her usual spirits. She had brought home Charles Kimberly, who as a yachtsman bore the title of Commodore, and his wife Imogene. Imogene, the little Quakeress, did not like her, as Lottie was aware, but Charles Kimberly was always in sorts and always tractable, different in that respect from Robert. Charles and his wife took McBurney and Fritzie Venable to the Nelsons with them, and Alice was to follow with the De Castros. When Lottie reached home, Dora Morgan had already come over with George Doane, one of the Kimberly stockbrokers. These two assured the evening. In the dining room only a few, of the right sort, were needed for good company. But more was in prospect for this evening. Robert Kimberly was expected. Nelson came down from the library with McBurney and left him with Imogene while he followed Charles to a smoking room. Fritzie and Mrs. Nelson joined Doane and Dora Morgan in the music room. Cards were proposed, but no one had the energy to get at them. A servant passed in the hall to answer the door, and Lottie Nelson at once left the room. When she reached the vestibule, the footman was taking Robert Kimberly's coat. She walked well up to Robert before she spoke. "At last!" "I went back to the towers for a moment," said Kimberly in explanation. "Are Charles and Nelson here?" "And is that all after a month? Are Charles and Nelson here?" echoed Lottie patiently and with a touch of intimate reproach. "We have a conference tonight, you know, Lottie. How are you?" She put back her abundant hair. "Why didn't you call up last week when you were home to find out?" "I was home only overnight, and I came late and left before you were awake. You know I've been at the new refinery for a week. We began melting yesterday." "At the big one?" "At the big one." She took hold of the lei that he had worn over from the dance, and in a leisurely way made a pretense of braiding the stem of a loose rose back into it. "This is the prettiest I've seen," said Lottie. "Who gave it to you?" "Grace. What's the matter with it?" he asked, looking down at her white fingers. "You're losing your decoration," she murmured with leisurely good nature. "Nobody's to do anything. Nobody's to do anything for you." Kimberly looked at the parting lei with some annoyance, but if he entertained doubts as to its needing attention, he expressed none. "These things are a nuisance anyway," he declared at length, lifting the lei impatiently over his head and depositing it without more ado on a console. We'll leave it there." "Where else have you been all this time?" demanded Lottie with an indolent interest. "All over the country, even across the Rockies." "Across the Rockies? And a whole big car to yourself? You must love solitude. And now you're buying a lot of refineries." "Not I. The companies are." "Oh, it's all the same." "Not precisely. This McBurney purchase is not by my advice or with my approval." "He's in there now. Imogene is talking with him." "The trip was extremely tedious," said Kimberly, casting his eyes slowly around for means of escape. "How could it be anything else with no friends along?" "With McCrae and 2 secretaries and a stenographer, I hadn't time to take any friends." "What is time for?" "I should say in the West it's valuable for getting home with." "And when you do get home?" "To build more, borrow more, control more, sell more, spend more. I'm speaking for all the rest of you, not for myself. I'm just a centrifugal to throw the money out." "Never by any chance to live more, I suppose." "You mean to eat and drink more? How could we?" "I don't mean to eat and drink more. I mean just what I say, to live more." They were at the threshold of the music room. He laughed good-naturedly, but Lottie declined to be appeased. "Lord, but I'm sick of it all," she exclaimed petulantly. Kimberly used care not to offend, yet he always interposed a screen between himself and her, and however delicate the barrier, Lottie Nelson had never been able to penetrate it. "No sicker of it than I am," he returned. "But I'm a part of a machine. I can't get out. I suppose you are, and you can't get out. But you're too young to talk like that. Wait till the new home is finished. Then you will shine." She uttered a contemptuous exclamation, not quite loud enough for the others to hear, as she re-entered the room. The others, in fact, scarcely would have heard. Fritzie, Doan, and Dora Morgan were laughing immoderately. Imogene at the piano was playing softly. Kimberly stopped to speak to her. "I forgot, by the way, to ask you when you sail, Imogene," he said. She answered with one hand running over the keys. "That depends on you, doesn't it, Robert? I do hope you'll get through soon." "Anxious to get away, are you?" "You know I always am." "Where are you going this time?" "To the Mediterranean, I suppose." "You're fond of the Mediterranean." "Every place else seems so savage after it." "Lottie says you've been talking with McBurney." "Just a few minutes." "How do you like him?" asked her brother-in-law. Imogene laughed a little. "He's very intelligent. He confuses me a little, though. He's so brisk." "Is he entertaining?" Imogene shrugged her shoulders. "Yes, only he rather makes you feel as if he were selling you something, don't you know? I suppose it's hardly fair to judge of one from the first interview. His views are broad," smiled Imogene in retrospect. "I cannot understand," he said, "why our American men should so unceasingly pursue money. What can more than $1 million or two possibly be good for, unless to give away?" Imogene looked with a droll smile into Kimberly's stolid face. "When he said $1 million or two, I thought of my wretched brother-in-law, struggling along with 30 or 40 that he hasn't yet managed to get rid of." "You don't think, then, that he would accept a few of them?" suggested Kimberly. "Suppose you try him sometime," smiled Imogene as she walked with Kimberly to the card table where Fritzie and Dora Morgan sat with Doan. "Traveling agrees with you, Robert," observed Doan. "The country agrees with you," returned Kimberly. "Good company, I suppose, George, is the secret." "How's the consolidation getting along?" "There isn't any consolidation." "Combination, then." "Slowly. How's the market?" "Our end of it is waiting on you. When shall you have some news for us?" "You don't need news to make a market," returned Kimberly indifferently as he sat down. He looked at those around the table. "What are you doing?" "Tell your story again, Dora," suggested Doan. Dora Morgan looked at Kimberly defiantly. "No," she said briefly. "Shaw, tell it," urged Doan. "It's about the Virgin Mary, Robert." Dora was firm. "It's not a bachelor's story," she insisted. "Most of your stories are bachelor's stories, Dora," said Kimberly. Dora threw away her cigarette. "Listen to that. Didn't I tell you?" she asked, appealing to Doan. "Robert is getting to be a real nice man." In an effort to appease both sides, Doan laughed, but somewhat carefully. "I got into trouble only the other day in telling that story," continued Dora with the same undercurrent of defiance. Effectively dressed, though with a tendency to color and with dark, regular features, flushed a little at night, Dora Morgan had a promise of manner that contrasted particularly with her freedom of tongue. "Tell us about it, Dora," said Lottie Nelson. "It was over at the Towers. I was telling the story to Uncle John. His blood is red yet," she added without looking at Robert Kimberly to emphasize her implication. "Uncle John," echoed Fritzie at fault. Did Uncle John object? "Oh, no, you misunderstand. It wasn't Uncle John." Everyone but Kimberly laughed. "I was telling Uncle John the story, and his nurse, your protégé, what's his name? I never can remember. Lazarus? The queer little Italian," she said, appealing to Kimberly. "Brother Francis," he answered. "He's not so awfully little," interposed Fritzie. "Well, he was in the room," continued Dora, "and he got perfectly furious the moment he heard it." "Furious, Dora? Why, how funny!" exclaimed Lottie Nelson languidly. "He turned on me like a thundercloud. Poor Uncle John was still laughing. He laughs on one side of his face since his stroke, and looks so fiendish, you know, when Lazarus began to glower at me. He was really insulting in his manner. 'Oh, I didn't know you were here,' I said to hush him up. 'What difference should it make?' he asked, and his eyes were flashing, I can tell you. 'The Virgin Mary is no relation of yours, is she?' I demanded frigidly. You ought to have seen the man. You know how sallow he is. He flushed to the roots of his hair, and his lips snapped like a trap. Then he became ashamed of himself, I dare say, and his eyes fell. He put his hand on his breast and bowed to me as if I had been a queen. They certainly have the prettiest manners, these poor Italians, haven't they, Imogene?" "But what did he say?" asked Fritzie. "Madam," he exclaimed, as if I had stabbed him to the heart, "the Blessed Virgin is my mother. You really would have thought I had insulted his own mother. They have such queer ideas, these foreigners. My, but he was mad. Then what do you think? The next day I passed him walking up from the lake, and he came over with such apologies. He prayed I would overlook his anger. He professed to have been so shocked that he had forgotten himself. No doubt he was afraid he would lose his job." "George, you look sleepy," Lottie Nelson complained, looking at Doan. "You need something to wake you up. Suppose we adjourn to the dining room." Imogene returned to the piano. Kimberly walked to the door of the dining room with the others. "I will go upstairs," he said to Lottie Nelson. "Don't stay all night," she returned peremptorily, "and come have something before you go up." "Perhaps when I come down." Fritzie caught his arm and walked with him into the hall. They talked for a moment. "You must meet her," declared Fritzie at length. "She's perfectly lovely and will be over after a while with Dolly." Then she looked at him suddenly. "I declare, I don't believe you've heard a word of what I've been saying." "I'm afraid not, Fritzie, but no matter. Listen to what I say. Don't go in there and drink with that bunch." "I won't. Whiskey makes a fool of you." Fritzie put up her hand. "Now don't scold." Upstairs, Nelson and Charles Kimberly, facing each other, were seated at a big table on which lay a number of typewritten sheets, beautifully clear and distinct. These they were examining. "What are you going over?" asked Robert, taking the chair Nelson drew up for him. "The Colorado plants." "Our own or the McBurney?" "Both." Charles Kimberly, with one hand in his pocket and supporting his head with the other as his elbow rested on the table, turned to Robert with a question. "You've seen the McBurney figures. What do you think of them?" "They're high, but I expected that." "Do you really need the McBurney plants to control the Western market?" asked Charles Kimberly. With eyes half closed behind his glasses, he studied his brother's face, quite as occupied with his thoughts as with his words. Robert did not answer at once. "I should hate to say so personally," he remarked at length. "McCrae," continued Charles, "contends that we do need them to forestall competition. That is, he thinks with the McBurney crowd out of the field, we can have peace for 10 years out there." Nelson asked a question. "What kind of factories have they got?" "Old-fashioned," answered Robert Kimberly. "What kind of influence?" "In public affairs, I don't know. In trade, they're not dangerous, though McBurney is ambitious and full of energy. The father-in-law was a fine old fellow, but he died just before the reorganization. I don't know how much money they've got now." "They haven't much," remarked Nelson. "We bother them a good deal from San Francisco," continued Robert Kimberly, reflecting. "But that is expensive. Ultimately, we must own more factories in Colorado. Of course, as far as that goes, I would rather build new plants than remodel rat hospitals." Charles Kimberly straightened up and turned himself in his chair. 10 years of peace is worth a good deal to us, and if McBurney can ensure that, we ought to have it. All of this," he appealed to Robert as he spoke, "is supposing that you're willing to assent. I do not assent chiefly because I distrust McBurney. If the rest of you are satisfied to take him in, go ahead." "The others seem to be, Robert." "Then there's nothing more to be said. Let's get at the depreciation charges and the estimates for next year's betterments so we can go over the new capitalization." While the conference went on, the muffled hum of gathering motor cars came through the open windows. Robert Kimberly, leaving the two men, walked downstairs again. The rooms were filling with the overflow from the dance. They who had come were chiefly of the married set, though boys and girls were among them. After the manner of those quite at home, the dancers, still wearing their flower leis, were scattered in familiar fashion about small tables where refreshment was being served. At one end of the music room, a group applauded a clever young man who, with his coat cuffs rolled back, was entertaining with amateur sleight of hand. At the other end of the room, surrounded by a second group, Fritzie Venable played smashing ragtime. About the tables, pretty, overfed married women of the plump, childless type with little feet, fattening hands, and rounding shoulders, carried on a running chatter with men younger than their husbands. A young girl, attended at her table by married men, was trying to tell a story and to overcome unobserved her physical repugnance to the whiskey she was drinking. In the dining room, Lottie Nelson was the center of a lively company, and her familiar pallor, which indulgence seemed to leave untouched, contrasted with the heightened color in Dora Morgan's face. Robert Kimberly had paused to speak to someone when Fritzie Venable came up to ask a question. At that moment Arthur and Dolly de Castro, with Alice on Dolly's left, entered from the other end of the room. Kimberly saw again the attractive face of a woman he had noticed dancing with Arthur at the casino. The three passed on and into the hall. Kimberly, listening to Fritzie's question, looked after them. "Fritzie, who is that with Dolly?" he asked suddenly. "That's Mrs. McBurney." "Mrs. McBurney?" he echoed. "Who is Mrs. McBurney?" "Why, Mr. McBurney's wife, of course. How stupid of you. I told you all about her before you went upstairs. He's brought his wife on with him. Dolly knew her mother and has been entertaining Alice for a week." "Alice? Oh, yes, I've been away, you know. McBurney's wife. Of course. I was thinking of something else. Well, I suppose I ought to meet her. Come, Fritzie." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 3. They found Alice with the De Castros in the hall. Dolly looked pleased as her brother came forward. Alice collected herself. She felt a momentary trepidation at meeting this man, from whom she was already aware. Much of what she had seen, and most of the people whom she had met at Second Lake, in some degree derived. She had heard for years, since girlhood indeed, of the house of Kimberly. Her own father's struggle through life had been in the line of their business, and the name of the Kimberlys could not but be haloed wherever refiners discussed their affairs. Moreover, at the moment her own husband was seeking, and with prospects of success, an alliance with them. Yet in a moment she found it all very easy. Kimberly's manner as he met her was simplicity itself. His words were few and did not confuse her, yet they were sufficient to relieve the necessity of any effort on her part to avoid embarrassing pauses. She only noticed that the others rather waited for Kimberly to speak, giving him a chance to say without interruption whatever he pleased to say. Beyond this, that the conversation was now reserved for herself and Kimberly, she was at ease and wondered why she had been a little afraid of him. The surprise was that he was younger than she had supposed. She began to wonder that his name should at times command so much of the public interest. Nor could any but those who knew him have realized that under his restraint Alice was experiencing his most gracious manner. But those who did know him saw instantly how interested he was in her youth and inexperience. Her cheeks were already flooded with pink, as if she realized she must do her best to please, and was conscious that she was not wholly failing. Timidity reflected itself in her answers, yet this was no more than an involuntary compliment, pleasing in itself. And whenever possible, Alice took refuge from the brother's more direct questions by appealing to his sister Dolly. Kimberly was diverted to see her seek escape in this fashion from his directness. She expressed presently her admiration for the decorations at the casino, and the talk turned upon the Hawaiian singers, from them to Hawaii and Honolulu. Word at that moment came from the music room that the singing was beginning. Kimberly, without any sign of giving up Alice, followed Dolly and her husband down the hall to where the guests were gathering. The group paused near the foot of the stairs. Alice asked an explanation of the chant that they had heard at the casino, and Kimberly interrupted the rhythm for her. "But I should have thought," he added, "you would be familiar with it." "Why so?" "Because you've been at the islands." "Pray, how did you know that?" "By your pronunciations." "Ah, I see. But I was there only once when I was quite young with my father." "And yet you have no lay tonight? That is hardly loyal, is it?" "We came late, and they had all been given out, I suppose." "I have one in reserve. You must show your good will to the musicians. Permit me." He turned with dignity to the console where he had so unceremoniously discarded his own lay, and picked the garland up to lay it upon Alice's shoulders. "But, Robert," Fritzie cried, "you mustn't. That's a rose lay." "What's the difference?" asked Kimberly. "There's a superstition, you know, about a rose lay." "Mercy, what is it?" demanded Alice, pink and smiling. "If a man gives a rose lay, you must marry him, or you will die." "Fortunately," remarked Kimberly, lifting the decoration quickly above Alice's head and placing it without hesitation on her shoulders, "neither Mrs. McBurney nor I are superstitious. And the roses harmonize perfectly with your gown, Mrs. McBurney. Don't you love the islands?" "I've always wanted to go back to them to stay. I don't think if I had my choice I should ever leave them." "Neither should I. We must get up a party and have a yacht meet us in San Francisco for the trip. This fall would be a good time to get away." His decisive manner was almost startling. The trip seemed already under way, and his mannerisms were interesting. A certain halting confidence asserted itself under the affected indifference of his utterance. Whatever he proposed seemed as easy as if done. He carried his chin somewhat low, and it gave a dogmatism to his words. While he seemed to avoid using them obtrusively, his eyes, penetrating and set under the straight, heavy brows which contracted easily, were a barometer from which it was possible to read his intent. "You have to be frequently at the islands?" returned Alice. "Years ago I knew them very well." "Father and I," Alice went on, "spent a month at Honolulu." And again the softness of her long vowels fell agreeably on Kimberly's ear. Her voice, he thought, certainly was pretty. "It is like a paradise. But they have their sorrows, do they not? I remember one evening," Alice turned toward Fritzie to recount the incident, "just at the sunset of a rarely perfect day. We were walking along the street when we heard the most piercing cries from a little weeping company of women and children who were coming down the esplanade. In front of them walked a man all alone. He was a leper. They were taking him away from his family to be sent to Malakaya. It was the most distressing thing I ever saw." She turned to Kimberly. "Have you ever been to Malakaya?" "I've cruised more or less around it. Do you remember the windward cliffs just above the leper settlement? They're superb from the sea. We put in once at Calawio for a night, and I called on the priest in charge of the mission. It must have been very, very dreadful. Though, like all dreadful places, disappointing at first. Nothing, apparently, to inspire horror. But after we had breakfasted with the priest in the morning, we went around with him to see his people." Kimberly's chin sank and his eyes closed an instant as he moved his head. "I remember," he added slowly, "a freezing up around the heart before we had gone very far." Then he dismissed the recollection. "The attendant at home who takes care of my uncle, Francis," he continued, "had a brother in the leper missions. He died at Malakaya. Francis has always wanted to go there." The conversation waited a few moments on the singing. "Miss Venable tells me," said Alice presently, "these singers always come out to sing for you when they visit this country." "I've met most of them at one time or another in Hawaii. You know, they're the gentlest, most grateful people in the world. Shan't we have some refreshment, Mrs. McBurney?" End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 4. "I'm hoping it will all be settled satisfactorily soon," said Dolly de Castro to Alice one afternoon a few weeks afterward. She had invited Alice out of town for a fortnight at Black Rock, while McBurney, with McCrae and the active partners of the Kimberly interest, were working on the negotiations for the purchase of the McBurney factories. "And when it is settled, I can congratulate you, I think, my dear, most sincerely on any issue that associates your husband and his interest with those of my brothers." "Indeed, I realize it would be a matter for congratulation, Mrs. de Castro. I hope if they do come to terms, your brothers will find Mr. McBurney's Western acquaintance and experience of some value. I'm sorry you haven't seen more of my husband. I understand perfectly how engaged he's been. He is an unceasing worker. I told him yesterday when he was leaving home that Mrs. de Castro would think I had no husband." "Then," continued Dolly, pursuing her topic, "if you can secure the little Cedar Lodge estate on the west shore, and I think it can be arranged, you will be very comfortable." Dolly had suggested a drive around the lake, and as she made an admirable guide, Alice looked forward with interest to the trip. If it should be objected that Dolly was not a good conversationalist, it could be maintained that she was a fascinating talker. It is true that people who talk well must, as a penalty, say things. They can have no continued mental reserves. They must unburden their inner selves. They let you at once into the heart of affairs about them. It is a price that the brilliant talker must pay. Such a one gives you for the moment her plenary confidence, and before Alice had known Dolly a month, she felt as if she had known her for years. On their drive, the orders were to follow the private roads, and as the villas around the entire lake connected with one another, they were obliged to use the high roads but little. Each of the places had a story, and none of these lost anything in Dolly's dramatic rendering. From the lower end of the lake they drove to Sunbury, the village, commonplace but colonial, Dolly explained, and through it. Taking the ridge road back of the hills, they approached another group of the country places. The houses of these estates belonged to an older day than those of the lake itself. Their type indicated the descent from the earlier simplicities of the colonial and afforded a melancholy reminder of the architectural experiments following the period of the Civil War. "Our families have been coming out here for 100 years," observed Dolly. "These dreadful French roofs we've been passing give you the latest dates on this side of the ridge." As she spoke, they approached a house of brown sandstone set in an ellipse of heavy spruces. This was the Roger Morgan place. "Mrs. Morgan, Bertha, was our half-sister, dear, the only child of my father's first marriage. She died 7 years ago. This villa belongs to Fritzie Venable. She was Roger Morgan's niece, but she hasn't opened it for years. She just keeps a caretaker here and makes her home with Imogene. To me, spruces are depressing." "And what is that?" asked Alice, indicating an ivy-covered pile of stone in the midst of a cluster of elms at some distance to the left of the house and on a hill above it. "How odd and pretty." "That's the Morgan Chapel." "Oh, may we see it?" "Of course," assented Dolly less enthusiastically. "Do you really want to see it?" It was Alice's turn to be interested. "Why, yes, if we may. How quaint-looking," she pursued, scrutinizing the façade. "It is, in fact, a medieval style," said Dolly. The car was turned into the driveway leading up to the chapel. When the two women had alighted and walked up the steps to the porch, Alice found the building larger than it had appeared from below the Morgan house. Dolly led the way within. "It really is a beautiful thing," she sighed as they entered. "A reproduction in part, this interior, of a little church in Rome that Mrs. Morgan was crazy about, Santa Maria in, dear me, I never can remember, Santa Maria in something or other. But I want you to look at this balustrade and to walk up into one of these ambones. Can't you see some dark-faced Savonarola preaching from one on the sins of society?" Dolly ascended the steps of one ambone as she spoke, while Alice walked up into the other. "You look as if you might do very well there yourself on that topic," suggested Alice. "But I don't have to get into an ambone to preach. I do well anywhere as long as I have an audience," continued Dolly as she swept the modest nave with a confident glance. They walked back toward the door. "Here's a perfect light on the chancel window," said Dolly, pausing. "Superb coloring, I think." Alice, held by the soft, rich flame of the glass, halted a moment and saw in a niche removed from casual sight the bronze figure of a knight standing above a pavement tomb. "Is this a memorial?" "Poor Bertha," continued Dolly, "ordered most of these windows herself. But this bronze, Mrs. de Castro, what is it?" "A memorial of a son of Bertha's, dear." The shield of the belted figure bore the Morgan arms. An inscription set in the tomb at his feet took Alice's attention, and Dolly, without joining her, waited upon her interest. "And in whose memory do you say this is?" persisted Alice. In memory of one of Bertha's sons, dear. Is he buried here? No, he lies in Kimberly Acre, the family burial ground on the Towers estate, where we shall all with our troubles one day lie. This poor boy committed suicide. How dreadful. It's too sad a story to tell, of course. And I am morbidly sensitive about suicide. These Morgans, then, were relatives of the Mrs. Morgan I met last night? Relatives, yes. But in this instance that signifies nothing. These, as I told you, were Fritz's people and are very different. They re-entered the car and drove rapidly down the ridge. In the distance, to the south and east, the red gables of a cluster of buildings showed far away among green wooded hills. "That is a school, isn't it?" asked Alice. "No, it's a Catholic institution. It's a school in a way, too, but not of the kind you mean. Something of a charitable and training school. The Catholic church of the village stands just beyond there. There are a number of Catholics over toward the seashore, delightful people. We have none in our set." The ridge led them far into the country, and they drove rapidly along rib-boned highways until a great hill confronted them, and they began to wind around its base toward the lake and home. Halfway up, they left the main road, turned into an open gateway, and passing a lodge, entered the heavy woods of the Towers villa. "The Towers is really our only showplace," explained Dolly, "though Robert, I think, neglects it. Of course, it is a place that stands hard treatment. But think of the opportunities on these beautiful slopes for landscape gardening. It is very large, about 2,000 acres. Robert, I fancy, cares for the trees more than anything else. And he lives here alone? With Uncle John Kimberly. Uncle John is all alone in the world, and a paralytic. How unfortunate. Yes, it is unfortunate in some ways, in others not so much so. Don't be shocked. Ours is so big a family we have many kinds. Uncle John, mercy, he led his poor Lydia a life, and she was a saint if ever a wife was one. I hope she's gone to her reward. She never saw through all the weary years, never knew outwardly anything of his wickedness." Dolly looked ahead. "There's the house. See, up through the trees. We shall get a fine view in a minute. I don't know why it has to be, but each generation of our family has had a brainy Kimberly and a wicked Kimberly. The legend is that when they meet in one, the Kimberleys will end." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 5. To afford Alice the effect of the main approach to the Towers itself, Dolly ordered a roundabout drive which gave her guest an idea of the beauties of the villa grounds. They passed glades of unusual size, bordered by natural forests. They drove among pleasing successions of hills, followed up valleys with occasional brooks, and emerged at length on wide open stretches of a plateau commanding the lake. A further drive along the bluffs that rose high above the water showed the bolder features of an American landscape unspoiled by overtreatment. The car finally brought them to the lower end of a long, formal avenue of elms that made a setting for the ample house of gray stone, placed on an elevation that commanded the whole of Second Lake in the southern country for many miles. Its advantage of position was obvious, and the castellated effect from which its name derived implied a strength of uncompromising pride commonly associated with the Kimberleys themselves. At Dolly's suggestion, they walked around through the south garden, which lay toward the lake. At the garden entrance stood a sundial, and Alice paused to read the inscription. Per ogni ora che passa un ricordo, per ogni ora che batta una felicità, per ogni ora che viene una speranza. It is a duplicate of a dial that Robert fancied in the garden of the Kimberly villa on Lago Maggiore, Dolly explained. Come this way. I want you to see the lake and the terrace. From the terrace they looked back again at the house. Well-placed windows and ample verandas afforded views in every direction of the surrounding country. Retracing their way to the main entrance, they ascended a broad flight of stone steps and entered the house itself. Following Dolly into the hall, Alice saw a chamber almost severe in spaciousness and still somewhat untamed in its oak ruggedness. But glimpses into the apartments opening off it were delightfully satisfying. They peeped into the dining room as they passed. It was an old day room, heavingly beamed in gloomy oak, with a massive round table and high chairs. The room filled the whole southern exposure of its wing, and at one end Alice saw a fireplace above which hung a great Dutch mirror framed in heavy 17th-century style. Dolly pointed to it. It is our sole heirloom, and Robert won't change it from the fireplace. The Kimberly mirror, we call it, from Holland, with our first Kimberly. The oak in this room is good. Taken as a whole, however, Dolly frankly considered the towers too evidently suggestive of the old-fashioned. This she satisfactorily accounted for by the fact that the house lacked the magic of a woman's presence. Alice, walking with her slowly and critically, found nowhere any discordant notes. The carpets offered the delicate restraints of Eastern fancy, and the wall pictures seen in passing invited more leisurely inspection. There was here something in marble, something there Oriental, but nowhere were effects confused, and they had been subdued until consciousness of their art was not aroused. Alice, sensitive to indefinable impressions, had never seen anything comparable to what she now saw, and an interior so restful should have put her at ease. Yet the first pleasing breath in this atmosphere brought with it something, she could not have told what, of uneasiness, and it was of this that she was vaguely conscious as Dolly questioned the servant that met them. "Is Mr. de Castro here yet?" she asked. "Yes, Mrs. de Castro. He's with Mr. Kimberly. I think they're in the garden. Tell them we're here. We'll go up and speak to Uncle John." They were at the foot of the stairs. "Shan't I wait for you?" suggested Alice. "By no means. Come with me. He's really the head of the family, you know," Dolly added in an undertone, "and mustn't be slighted." Alice, amused at the importance placed upon the situation, smiled at Dolly's earnestness. As she ascended the stairs with her hostess, a little wave of self-consciousness swept over her. On the second floor was a long gallery opening at the farther end upon a western belvedere, lighted just then by the sun. The effect of the room, confusing at first in its arrangement, was, in fact, that of a wide and irregular reception hall for the apartments opening on the second floor. At the moment the two women reached the archway, a man walked in at the farther end from the terrace. "There's Robert now," Dolly exclaimed. He was opening the door of a room near at hand when he saw his sister with Alice, and came forward to meet them. As he did so, a door midway down the hall opened, and a man clad in a black habit crossed between Kimberly and Alice. "That is Francis, who takes care of Uncle John," said Dolly. Francis walked toward the balcony without seeing the visitors, but his ear caught the tones of Dolly's voice, and she waved a hand at him as he turned his head. He paused to bow and continued his way through the balcony door. As Kimberly came forward, his face was so nearly without a smile that Alice for a moment was chilled. "I brought Mrs. McBurney in to see Uncle John a moment, Robert. How are you?" Dolly asked. "Thank you, very well. And it is a pleasure to see Mrs. McBurney, Dolly." He looked into Alice's eyes as he spoke. She thanked him simply. Dolly made a remark, but Alice did not catch it. In some confusion of thought she was absurdly conscious that Kimberly was looking at her and that his eyes were gray, that he wore a suit of gray, and that she now, exchanging compliments with him, was clad in lavender. The three talked together for some moments. Yet something formal remained in Kimberly's manner, and Alice was already the least bit on the defensive. She was, at any rate, glad to feel that her motoring rig would bear inspection, for it seemed as if his eyes, without offensively appearing to do so, took in the slightest detail of her appearance. His words were of a piece with his manner. They were agreeable, but either what he said lacked enthusiasm or preoccupation clouded his efforts to be cordial. "They told us," said Dolly at length, "you were in the garden." "Arthur's down there somewhere," returned Kimberly. "We'll go this way for Uncle John," he added. "Francis is giving him an airing." They walked out to the belvedere. Facing the sunset, Alice saw in an invalid chair an old man with a wrinkled white face. Dolly, hastening forward, greeted him in elevated tones. Kimberly turned to Alice with a suggestion of humor as they waited a little while for Dolly's hand. "My sister, curiously enough," said he, "always forgets that Uncle John is not deaf, and he doesn't like it a bit." "Many people instinctively speak louder to invalids," said Alice. Uncle John's eyes turned slowly toward Alice as he heard her voice. Dolly evidently was referring to her, and beckoned her to come nearer. Alice saw the old man looking at her with the slow care of the paralytic, of one who has learned to distrust his physical faculties. Alice disliked his eyes. He tried to rise, but Dolly frowned at his attempt. It looked like a failure, anyway, and he greeted Alice from his chair. "You're getting altogether too spry, Uncle John," cried Dolly. His eyes turned slowly from Alice's face to Dolly's, and he looked at his talkative niece quizzically. "Am I?" Then, with a mildly suspicious smile on his face, his eyes returned to Alice. Kimberly watched his uncle. "They say you want to ride horseback," continued Dolly jocularly. He looked at her again. "Do they?" Then he looked back at Alice. Kimberly, his hands halfway in the pockets of his sack coat, turned in protest. "I think you two go through this every time you come over, Dolly." Dolly waved her hand with a laugh. Uncle John this time did not even take the trouble to look around. He continued to smile at Alice, even while he returned to Robert his non-committal, "Do we?" Alice felt desirous of edging away from Uncle John's kind of Kimberly eyes. "You ought to get better here very fast, Mr. Kimberly," she said to him briskly. "This lovely prospect," she exclaimed, looking about her, "and in every direction." "It's pretty toward the lake," Robert volunteered, knowing that Uncle John would merely look at Alice without response. He led the way as he spoke toward the mirrored sheet of water, and, as Alice came to his side, pointed out the features of the landscape. Dolly sat a moment with Uncle John and joined Kimberly and Alice as they walked on. They encountered the attendant, Brother Francis, who had retreated as far as he could from the visitors. Dolly, greeting him warmly, turned to Alice. "Mrs. McBurney, this is Brother Francis, who takes care, and such excellent care, of Uncle John." Brother Francis's features were spare. His slender nose emphasized the strength of his face, but if his expression at the moment was sober, and his dark eyes looked as if his thoughts might be away. They were kindly. His eyes, too, fell almost at the instant Dolly spoke, and he only bowed his greeting to Alice. But with Francis a bow was everything. Whether he welcomed, tolerated, or disapproved, his bow clearly and sufficiently signified. His greeting of Alice expressed deference and sincerity, but there was even more in it, something of the sensible attitude of a gentleman who, in meeting a lady in passing and being himself an attendant, desires to be so considered and seeks with his greeting to dismiss himself from the situation. To this end, however, Francis's efforts were unsuccessful. "He's the most modest man in the world," murmured Dolly in concluding a eulogium delivered to Alice almost in the poor brother's face. "Then why not spare his feelings?" suggested Kimberly. "Because I don't believe in hiding a light under a bushel," returned Dolly vigorously. "There's so little modesty left nowadays." "That you want to be rid of what there is," suggested Kimberly. "That when I find it, I think it is a duty to recognize it," Dolly persisted. Brother Francis maintained his composure as well as he could. Indeed, self-consciousness seemed quite lacking in him. "Surely," he smiled, bowing again, "Madame de Castro has a good heart. That," he added to Alice, italicizing his words with an expressive forefinger, "is the real secret. But I see danger even if one should possess a gift so precious as modesty," he continued, raising his finger this time in mild admonition. "When you, how do you say in English, trot out the modesty and set it up to look at." Francis's large eyes grew luminous in pantomime. "The first thing you know, poof! Where is it? You search." Brother Francis beat the skirt of his black gown with his hands and shook it as if to dislodge the missing virtue. Then, holding his empty palms upward and outward, and adding the dismay of his shoulders to the fancied situation, he asked, "Where is it?" "It is gone." "Which means we shouldn't tempt Brother Francis's modesty," interposed Alice. Francis looked at Alice inquiringly. "You are Catholic?" he said. "Your husband not?" Alice laughed. "How did you know?" Francis waved his hand toward his informant. "Mr. Kimberly." The answer surprised Alice. She looked at Kimberly. There was an instant of embarrassment. "Francis feels our pagan atmosphere so keenly," Kimberly said slowly, "that I gave him the news about you as a bracer, just to let him know that we had a friend in court, even if we were shut out ourselves." "He told me," continued Francis with humor, "that a Catholic lady was coming this afternoon, and to put on my new habit." "Which, of course, he did not do," interposed Kimberly, regaining the situation. Brother Francis looked deprecatingly at his shiny serge. Dolly and Alice laughed. "Mr. Kimberly didn't understand that you kept on your old one out of humility," said Alice. "But how did you know anything about my religion?" she asked, turning to Kimberly. Francis took this chance to slip away to his charge. "Arthur de Castro is the culprit," answered Kimberly. "He told me some time ago." "You have a good memory." "For some things. Won't you pour tea for Mrs. McBurney, Dolly? Let us go downstairs, anyway." He walked with Alice into the house, talking as they went. Dolly bent over Uncle John's chair. "Isn't she nice?" she whispered, nodding toward Alice as Alice disappeared with Kimberly. "You know Madame de Castro went to school in Paris with her mother, who is a de Gallion, and her father, Alice's grandfather, was the last man in Louisville to wear a queue." Uncle John seemed not greatly moved at this information, but did look reminiscent. "What was her father's name?" "Alice's father was named Marshall. He and her mother both are dead. She has no near relatives. I remember Marshall. He was a refiner. Precisely. He met with reverses a few years ago. Uncle John looked after Alice with his feeble, questioning grin. Fine looking, he muttered, still looking after her, much as the toothless giant looked after Christian as he passed his cave. Fine looking. Dolly was annoyed. Oh, you're always thinking about fine looks. She is nice. Uncle John smiled undismayed. Is she? End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 6. Alice had been married 5 years. It seemed a long time. The first 5 years of married life are likely to be long enough to chart pretty accurately the currents of the future, however insufficient to predict just where those currents will carry one. Much disillusioning comes in the first 5 years. When they have passed, we know less of ourselves and more of our consort. Undoubtedly, the complement of this is true, and our consort knows more of us. But this thought, not always reassuring, comes only when we reflect concerning ourselves, which unfortunately, perhaps, is not often. Married people, if we may judge from what they say, tend to reflect more concerning their mates. Alice, it is certain, knew less of herself. Much of the confidence of 5 years earlier she had parted with, some of it cruelly. Yet coming at 25 into the Kimberly circle, and with the probability of remaining in it, of its being to her a new picture of life, Alice gradually renewed her youth. Some current flowing from this joy of living seemed to revive in her the illusions of girlhood. All that she now questioned was whether it really was for her. Her husband enjoyed her promise of success in their new surroundings without realizing in the least how clearly those about them discriminated between his wife and himself. She brought one quality that was priceless among those with whom she now mingled: freshness. Among such people, her wares of mental aptness, intelligence, amiability, not to discuss a charm of person that gave her a place among women, were rated higher than they could have been elsewhere. She breathed in her new atmosphere with a renewed confidence, for nothing is more gratifying than to be judged by what we believe to be the best in us, and nothing more reassuring after being neglected by stupid people than to find ourselves approved by the best. Walter McBurney, her husband, representing himself and his Western associates, and now looked on by them as a man who had forced recognition from the Kimberly interest, made on his side, too, a favorable impression among the men with whom his affairs brought him for the first time in contact. If there was an exception to such an impression, it was with Robert Kimberly. But even with him, McBurney maintained easily the reputation accorded to Western men for general capacity and a certain driving ability for putting things through. He was described as self-made, and examined with the quiet curiosity of those less fortunate Eastern men who were unwilling or unable to ascribe their authorship to themselves. He made a satisfactory showing. In the Kimberly coterie of men, which consisted in truth more of the staff associates in the Kimberly activities than of the Kimberlys themselves, the appearance of McBurney on the scene at Second Lake was a matter of interest to every one of the fledgling magnates who, under the larger wing of the Kimberlys, directed the commercial end of their interests. McCrae, known as Robert Kimberly's right-hand man, Creddy Hamilton, one of the Kimberly's bankers, and brother of Dr. Hamilton, Robert's closest friend, Nelson, the Kimberly counsel, all took a hand in going over McBurney, so to say, and grading him up. They found for one thing that he could talk without saying anything, which in conducting negotiations was an excellent trait. And if not always a successful storyteller, he was a shrewd listener. In everything his native energy gave him a show of interest which, even when factitious, told in his favor. Soon after the call on Uncle John, Dolly arranged a dinner for the McBurneys, at which Charles Kimberly and his wife and Robert Kimberly were to be the guests. It followed a second evening spent at the Nelsons, whence Robert Kimberly had come home with the De Castros and McBurneys. Alice had sung for them. After accepting for the De Castro dinner, Robert at the last moment sent excuses. Dolly masked her feelings. Imogene and Charles complained a little, but Arthur De Castro was so good a host that he alone would have made a dinner go. McBurney, after he and Alice had gone to their rooms for the night, spoke of Robert's absence. "I don't quite understand that man," he mused. "What do you make of him, Alice?" Alice was braiding her hair. She turned from her table. "I've met him very little, you know, when we called at his house and twice at the Nelsons. And I saw very little of him last night. He was with that drinking set most of the evening." McBurney started. "Don't say 'that drinking set.'" "Really, that describes them, Walter. I don't see that they excel in anything else. I hate drinking women." "When you're in Rome, do as the Romans do," suggested McBurney curtly. Alice's tone hardened a trifle. "Or at least let the Romans do as they please without comment." "Exactly," snapped her husband. "I don't know just what to make of Kimberly," he went on. "Charles or the brother?" Robert. He's the one they all play to here." McBurney, sitting in a lounging chair, emphasized the last words, as he could do when impatient, and shut his teeth and lips as he did when perplexed. "I wonder why he didn't come tonight." Alice had no explanation to offer. "Charles," she suggested, tying her hair ribbon, "is very nice." "Why, yes, you and Charles are chummy already. I wish we could get better acquainted with Robert," he continued, knitting his brows. "I thought you were a little short with him last night, Alice." "Short? Oh, Walter, we didn't exchange a dozen words." "That's just the way it struck me." "But we had no chance to. I'm sure I didn't mean to be short. I sang, didn't I? And more on his account for what Dolly had said to me than anybody else's. He didn't like my singing, but I couldn't help that. He didn't say a single word." "Why, he did say something." "Just some stiff remark when he thanked me." Alice, rising, left her table. McBurney laughed. "Oh, I see. That's what's the matter. Well, you're quite mistaken, my dear." Catching Alice in his arms as she passed, in a way he did when he wished to seem affectionate, McBurney drew his wife to him. "He did like it. He remarked to me just as he said good night that you had a fine voice." "That does not sound like him. Possibly he was ironical." "And when I thanked him," continued McBurney, "he took the trouble to repeat, 'That song was beautifully sung.' Those were his exact words." In spite of painful experiences, it rarely occurred to Alice that her husband might be deceiving her, nor did she learn till long afterward that he had lied to her that night. With her feelings in some degree appeased, she only made an incredulous little exclamation. "He didn't ask me to sing again," she added quietly. McBurney shrugged his shoulders. "He is peculiar." "I try, Walter," she went on, lifting her eyes to his with an effort, "to be as pleasant as I can to all of these people, for your sake." "I know it, Alice." He kissed her. "I know it. Let us see now what we can do to cultivate Robert Kimberly. He's the third rail in this combination. and he's the only one on the board of directors who voted finally against taking us in. Is that true? So Doan told Lambert in confidence, and Lambert told me. Oh, Lambert, that detestable fellow. I wouldn't believe anything he said anyway. McBurney bared his teeth pleasantly. Shaw, you hate him because he makes fun of your church. No, I despise him because he is a Catholic and ridicules his own. Her husband knew controversy was not the way to get a favor. I guess you're right about that, Allie. Anyway, try being pleasant to Kimberly. The way you know how to be, Allie. The way you caught me, eh? He drew her to him with breezy enthusiasm. Alice showed some distress. Don't say such things, please. That was only a joke. I hate such jokes. Very well. I mean, just be natural, persisted McBurney amiably. You're fascinating enough any old way. Alice manifested little spirit. Does it make so much difference to you, Walter, whether we pay attention to him? McBurney raised his eyebrows with a laughing start. What an innocent you are, he cried in a subdued tone, and his ways of speech, if ever attractive, were now too familiar. Difference? He exclaimed cheerily. When they buy, he will name the figure. But I thought they had decided to buy. The executive committee has authorized the purchase, but he, as president, has been given the power to fix the price. Don't you see? We can afford to smile a little, eh? It would kill me to smile if I had to do it for money. Oh, you are a baby in arms, Allie, exclaimed her husband impatiently. Just like your father. You'd starve to death if it weren't for me. No doubt. McBurney was still laughing at the idea when he left his wife's room and, entering his own, closed the door. Alice in her room lay in the darkness for a long time with open eyes. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 7. The test of Alice's willingness to smile came within a brief fortnight, when with the De Castros she was the guest of Imogene Kimberly at the Cliffs, Imogene's home. This is most informal, said Imogene as she went downstairs arm in arm with Alice. As you see, only one half the house is open. The open half is so lovely, returned Alice, that I'm glad to take the other half on faith. It was my only chance this week, and as Dolly says, I jumped at it. I'm sorry your husband has disappointed us. He was called to town quite unexpectedly, but Providence has provided a substitute. Robert Kimberly is coming. Alice almost caught her breath. He's another of those men, continued Imogene, whom you never can get when you want them. Fortunately, he telephoned a moment ago saying he must see Charles. I answered that the only possible way to see him was to come over now, for he's going fishing and leaves at midnight. The guides wired this morning that the ice is out. And when the ice goes out, Imogene raised her hands, neither fire nor earthquake can stop Charles. Here's Robert now. Oh, and he has Dr. Hamilton with him. All the better. If we can get both, we shall have no lack of men. Robert Kimberly and Dr. Hamilton were coming down the hall. How delightful, cried Imogene, advancing. And I'm so glad you've come, Doctor. Kimberly paused. He saw Alice lingering behind her hostess and the De Castros with Fritzie Venable coming downstairs. You have a dinner on, he said to Imogene. Only a small one. But you didn't tell me. Just to give you a chance to show your indifference to surprises, Robert. She introduced Dr. Hamilton to Alice. These two are always together. she explained to Alice, lifting her fan toward the doctor and her brother-in-law. "But any hostess is fortunate to capture them like this. Just the right moment." Hamilton, greeting Alice, turned to Imogene. "What's this about your husband's going to Labrador tomorrow?" "He's going tonight. The salmon are doing something or other." "Deserted Gaspé, has he?" "Temporarily," said Imogene, pausing to give an order to a butler. Robert waited a moment for her attention. "I brought the doctor," he explained, "because I couldn't leave him to dine alone. And now—" "And now," echoed Imogene, "you see how beautifully it turns out. The Nelsons declined. Mr. McBurney disappoints me. Charles goes fishing and can't get home tonight in time to dine. But there are still 7 of us. What could be better? Mrs. de Castro will claim the doctor. Arthur won't desert me, and Robert, you may give an arm to Fritzie and one to Mrs. McBurney." There was now no escape from a smile, and Alice resolved to be loyal to her hostess. The party moved into the drawing-room. Fritzie Venable tried to engage Kimberly in answering her questions about a saddle horse that one of his grooms had recommended. Kimberly professed to know nothing about it. When it became apparent that he really did know nothing of the horse, Fritzie insisted on explaining. Her spirited talk, whether concerning her own troubles or those of other people, was not uninteresting. Soon she talked more especially to Alice. Kimberly listened not inattentively, but somewhat perfunctorily, and the manner, noticeable at their second meeting, again impressed Alice. Whether it was a constraint or an unpleasing reserve was not clear, and it might have been the abstraction of a busied man, one of that type familiar in American life who are inherently interesting, but whose business affairs never wholly release their thought. Whatever the cause, Fritzie was sufficiently interested in her own stories to ignore it, and in a degree to overcome the effect of it. She was sure of her ground because she knew her distinguished connection had a considerate spot in his heart for her. She finally attacked him directly, and at first he did not go to the trouble of a defense. When she at length accused him, rather sharply, of letting business swallow him up, Kimberly, with Alice listening, showed a trace of impatience. "The old sugar business," Fritzie exclaimed reproachfully, "is taking the spirituality completely out of the Kimberly family." Robert looked at her in genuine surprise and burst into a laugh. "What's that?" he demanded, bending incredulously forward. Fritzie tossed her head. "I don't care." "Spirituality," echoed Kimberly with a quiet malice. His laugh annoyed Fritzie, but she stuck to her guns. "Spirits, then, or gaiety, or life," she cried. "I don't care what you call it. Anything besides everlasting piling up money. Oh, those almighty dollars!" "You tire of them so quickly, is it, Fritzie? Or is it that they don't feel on familiar terms enough to stay long with you?" he asked, while Alice was smiling at the encounter. Fritzie summoned her dignity and pointed every word with a nod. "I simply don't want to see all my friends ossified." "Should you?" she demanded, turning to Alice for approval. "Certainly not," responded Alice. "Bone black is very useful in our business," observed Kimberly. Fritzie's eyes snapped. "Then buy it. Don't attempt to supply the demand out of your own bones." It would have been churlish to refuse her laugh. Kimberly and Alice for the first time laughed together and found it pleasant. Fritzie, following up her advantage, asked Dr. Hamilton whether he had heard Dora Morgan's latest joke. "She had a dispute," continued Fritzie, "with George Doane last night about Unitarians and Universalists." "Heavens, have those two got to talking religion?" demanded Kimberly wearily. "George happened to say to Creedy Hamilton that Unitarians and Universalists believe just about the same doctrine. When Dora insisted it was not so, George told her she couldn't name a difference." "Why, nonsense, George," said Dora. "Unitarians deny the divinity of Christ, but Universalists don't believe in a damn thing." And the funny part of it was George got furious at her, concluded Fritzie with merriment. "I suppose you, too, fish," ventured Alice to Kimberly as the party started for the dining room. "My fishing is something of a bluff," he confessed. "That is, I fish, but I don't get anything. My brother really does get the fish," he said as he seated her. "He campaigns for them. One has to nowadays, even for fish. I can't scrape up interest enough in it for that. I whip one pool after another and drag myself wearily over portages and chase about in boats, and my guides fable wisely, but I get next to nothing." Alice laughed. Even though he assumed incompetence, it seemed assumed. And in saying that he got no fish, one felt that he did get them. Arthur was talking of Uncle John's nurse, whom the circle had nicknamed Lazarus. He referred to the sacrifices made sometimes by men. "It won't do to say," De Castro maintained, "that these men are mere clods, that they have no nerves, no sensitiveness. The first one you meet may be such a one, the next educated or of gentle blood. Lazarus," he continued, "is by no means a common man. He's a gentleman, the product of centuries of culture. This is evident from 5 minutes' talk with him. Yet he's abandoned everything, family, surroundings, luxuries, for a work that none of us would dream of undertaking." "And what about women, my dear?" demanded Dolly. "I don't say take a class of women, take any woman. A woman's life is nothing but sacrifice. The trouble is that women bear their burdens uncomplainingly. That is where all women make a mistake. My life has been a whole series of sacrifices, and I propose people shall know it." "No matter, Dolly," suggested Imogene. "Your wrongs shall be righted in the next world." "I should just like the chance to tell my story up there," continued Dolly fervently. Kimberly turned to Alice. "All that Dolly fears," said he in an aside, "is that heaven will prove a disappointment. But to change the subject from heaven abruptly, are you from the West, Mrs. McBurney?" "Do you find the change so abrupt? And must I confess again to the West?" "Not if you feel it incriminates you." "But I don't," protested Alice with spirit. "Has your home always been there?" "Yes, in St. Louis, and it is a very dear old place. Some of my early married life was spent much farther west." "How much farther?" "So much that I can hardly make anybody comprehend it. Colorado." "How so?" "They ask me such wild questions about buffaloes and Indians. I've found one woman since coming here who has been as far west as Chicago, once." "And what part of Colorado were you?" "South of Denver." "You had beautiful surroundings?" "Oh, do you know that country?" "Not nearly as well as I should like to. It is beautiful." Alice laughed repentantly as she answered, "More beautiful to me now, I'm afraid, than it was then." "Any town is quiet for a city girl, of course. Was it a small town?" "Quite small, and odd in many ways." "I see. Where the people have best clothes, don't make fun, and wear them on Sunday, and there's usually one 3-story building in the town. I was marooned over Sunday, once in a little western town with an uncle. I saw a sign on a big building, Odd Fellows Hall. 'Who are the Odd Fellows, Uncle?' I asked. He was a crusty old fellow. 'Optimists, my son, optimists,' he growled. 'They build 3-story buildings in 2-story towns.'" "What was your town, by the way?" "Piedmont." "Piedmont?" Kimberly paused a moment. "I ought to know something of that town." Alice looked surprised. "You?" "The uncle I spoke of built a railroad through there to the Gulf. Isn't there a town below Piedmont named Kimberly?" "To be sure there is. How stupid! I never thought it was named after your uncle." "No, that uncle was a Morgan," interposed Imogene, listening. "The town was named after your next neighbor." "How interesting! And how could you make such fun of me, having me tell you a country you knew all about, and a whole town named after you?" "That's a modest distinction," remarked Kimberly. "As a boy, I was out there with an engineering party and hunted a little. My uncle gave me the town as a Christmas present." "A town for a Christmas present?" "I suspected, after I began paying taxes on my present, that my uncle had got tired of it. They used to sit up nights out there to figure out new taxes. In the matter of devising taxes, it is the most industrious, progressive, tireless community I've ever known. And their pleas were so ingenious. They made you feel that if you opposed them, you were an enemy to mankind." "Then they beguiled Robert every once in a while," interposed Fritzie, "into a town hall or public library or a park or electric lighting plant. Once they asked him for a drinking fountain." Fritzie laughed immoderately at the recollection. "He put in the fountain and afterward learned there was no water within 15 miles. They then urged him to put in a waterworks system to get water to it." "I suggested a brewery to supply the fountain," said Arthur, looking over, "and that he might work out even by selling the surplus beer. There were difficulties, of course. If he supplied the fountain with beer, nobody would buy it in bottles. Then it was proposed to sell the surplus beer to the neighboring towns. But with the fountain playing in Kimberly, these would pretty certainly be depopulated. Per contra, it was figured that this might operate to raise the price of his Kimberly lots. But while we were working the thing out for him, what do you think happened?" "I haven't an idea," laughed Alice. "The town voted for prohibition." "Fancy," murmured Imogene, "and named Kimberly." "And what became of the fountain?" "Oh, it's running. He put in the waterworks." "Generous man." "Generous," echoed Hamilton. "Don't be deceived, Mrs. McBurney. You should see what he charges them for water. I should think it would be on his conscience, if he had one. He's a Jupiter with the frogs. Whatever they ask, he gives them. And when they get it, how they do get it." "Don't believe Dr. Hamilton, Mrs. McBurney," said Robert Kimberly. "I stand better with my Western friends than I do with these cynical Easterners. And if my town will only drink up the maintenance charges, I'm satisfied." "The percentage of lime in the water he supplies is something fierce," persisted the doctor. "It is enough to kill off the population every 10 years. I suggested a hospital." "But didn't Mr. McBurney tell me they have a sugar factory there?" asked Alice. "They have," said De Castro. "One of Robert's chemists was out there once trying to analyze the taxes. Incidentally, he brought back some of the soil, thinking there might be something in it to account for the tax mania. And behold, he found it to be fine for sugar beets. Irrigation ditches and a factory were put in. You should see how swell they are out there now." "Robert has had all kinds of resolutions from the town," said Fritzie. Kimberly turned to Alice to supplement the remark. "Quite true. I have had all kinds. They're strong on resolutions, but lately these have been less sulphurous." "Well, isn't it odd? My father's ranch once extended nearly all the way from Piedmont to the very town you're speaking of," exclaimed Alice. Kimberly looked at her with interest. "Was that really yours, the big ranch north of Kimberly?" "I spent almost every summer there until I was 15. "That must have been until very lately." Alice returned his look with the utmost simplicity. "No, indeed. It is 10 years ago." Kimberly threw back his head, and it fell forward a little on his chest. "How curious," he said reflectively. "I knew the ranch very well." When they were saying good night, Imogene whispered to Alice, "I congratulate you." Alice, flushed with the pleasure of the evening, stood in her wraps. She raised her brows in pleased surprise. "Pray, what for?" "Your success. The evening, you know, was in your honor, and you were decidedly the feature of it. I really didn't suspect it, and you made a perfect success with your unexpected neighbor. But I didn't do anything at all. It isn't every woman that succeeds without trying. We've been working for a long time to pull Robert out of the dumps." Imogene laughed softly. "I noticed tonight while you were talking to him that he tossed back his head once or twice. When he does that, he's waking up. Here's your car, Dolly," she added as the De Castros came into the vestibule. "Arthur's going to take Dr. Hamilton and Fritzie in our car, Imogene," explained Dolly. "Robert has asked Mrs. McBurney and me to drive home around the South Shore with him." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 8. Charles Kimberly was at the Towers the morning after the return from his fishing trip to confer with Uncle John and his brother upon the negotiations for the McBurney properties. In the consideration of any question, each of the three Kimberleys began with a viewpoint quite distinct from those of the others. John Kimberly, even in old age and stricken physically to an appalling degree, swerved not a hair's breadth from his constant philosophy of life. He believed first and last in force, and that feeble remnant of vitality which disease, or what Dolly would have termed God's vengeance, had left him, was set on the use of force. To the extent that fraud is an element of force, he employed fraud. But it was only because fraud is a part of force, and whoever sets store by the one will not always shrink from the other. Any disposition of a question that lacked something of this complexion seemed to Uncle John a dangerous one. Charles had so long seen bludgeoning succeed that it had become an accepted part of his business philosophy. But in the day he now faced, new forces had arisen. Public sentiment had become a factor in industrial problems. John was blind to its dangerous power. Charles was quite alive to it. New views of the problem of competition had been advanced, and in advocating them, one of the Kimberleys, Robert, was known to be a leader. This school sought to draw the sting of competition loss through understandings, cooperation, and peace, instead of suspicion, random effort, and war. Charles saw this tendency with satisfaction. Uncle John saw it skeptically. But Charles, influenced by the mastery of his uncle, became unsettled in his conclusions and stood liable to veer in his judgment to one side or the other of the question, as he might be swayed by apprehensions concerning the new condition or rested in confidence in the policies of the old. Between these two Kimberly make-ups, the one great in attack, the other in compromise, stood Robert. "Say what you please," Nelson often repeated to McCrae. "John may be all right, but his day is past. Charlie forgets every day more than the opposition know, all told. But I call Robert the devil of the family. How does he know when to be bold? Can you tell? How does he know when to be prudent? I know men, if I do anything, McCrae, but I never can measure that fellow." Whatever Robert liked at least enlisted all of his activities, and his temperament turned these into steam cylinders. John Kimberly influenced Robert in no way at all, and after some years of profanity and rage, perceived that he never should. This discovery was so astounding that after a certain great family crisis, he silently and secretly handed the scepter of family infallibility over to his nephew. Left thus to himself, Robert continued to think for himself. The same faculties that had served John a generation earlier now served Robert. John had forgotten that when he was a young man he had never let anybody think for him, and the energy that had once made John also made his younger nephew. The shrewdness that had once overcome competition by war now united with competitors to overcome the public by peace. The real object of industrial endeavor being to make money, a white-winged and benevolent peace, as Nelson termed it, should be the policy of all interests concerned. And after many hard words, peace with 80% of the business was usually achieved by the united Kimberlys. It had cost something to reach this situation, and now that the West had come into the sugar world, it became a Kimberly problem to determine how the new interests should be taken care of. On the morning that Charles called, he found Uncle John in his chair. They sent for Robert, and pending his appearance, opened the conference. At the end of a quarter of an hour, Robert had not appeared. Charles looked impatiently at his watch and dispatched a second servant to summon his brother. After 25 minutes, a third call was sent. During this time, in the sunniest corner of the south garden, sheltered by a high stone wall crested with English ivy and overgrown with climbing roses, sat Robert Kimberly, indolently watching Brother Francis and a diminutive Skye terrier named Sugar. Sugar was one of Kimberly's dogs, but Francis had nursed Sugar through an attack after the kennel keepers had given him up, and the little dog, although very sick and frowsy, had finally pulled through. The intimacy thus established between Sugar and Francis was never afterward broken but by death. In this sunny corner, Kimberly, in a loose brown suit of tweed, his eyes shaded by a straw hat, sat in a hickory chair near a table. It was the corner of the garden in which Francis, when off duty, could oftenest be found. A sheltered walk led to the pergola along which he paced for exercise. Near the corner of the wall stood an oak, and a bench, some chairs, and a table made the spot attractive. Sugar loved the bench, and curled up on it, usually kept watch while Francis walked. On cold days the dog lay with one hair-curtained eye on the coming and going black habit. On warm days, cocking one ear for the measured step, he dozed. Francis, when Sugar had got quite well, expressed himself as scandalized that the poor dog had never been taught anything. He possessed, his new master declared, neither manners nor accomplishments, and Francis, amid other duties, had undertaken, in his own words, to make a man of the little fellow. Robert, sitting lazily by instead of attending the conference call, and apparently thinking of nothing, though no one could divine just what might be going on under his black-banded hat, was watching Francis put Sugar through some of the hard paces he had laid out for him. "That dog is naturally stupid, Francis. All my dogs are." "They continually cheat me on dogs," said Kimberly presently. "You don't think so? Very well. I will bet you this banknote," he took one from his waistcoat as he spoke, "that you cannot stop him this time on 2. I have no money to bet you, Robert. I'll give you odds. You well know I do not bet. Is it not so? You're always wanting money. Now I will bet you the banknote against $1, Francis, that you cannot stop him on 2. Francis threw an eye at the money in Kimberly's hand. "How much is the banknote, Robert?" $100. Francis put the temptation behind him. "You would lose your money. Sugar knows how to stop. In any case, I have no dollar." "I will bet you the money against 10 cents. I have not even 10 cents. I'm sorry, Francis, to see a man receiving as large a salary as you do, wasted in dissipation and luxury. However, if you have no money, I'll bet against your habit." "If I should lose my habit, what would I do?" "You could wear a shawl," argued Kimberly. "All would laugh at me. In any case, to bet the clothes off my back would be a sin." "I'm so sure I'm right, I will bet the money against your snuff box, Francis," persisted Kimberly. "My snuff box I cannot bet, since Cardinal Santapolo gave it to me." "Francis, think of what you could do for your good-for-nothing boys with $100. Francis lifted his dark eyes and shook his head. "I'll bet this," continued the tempter, "against the snuff in your box, that you can't stop him this time on 2. "Sugar will stop on 2, declared Francis, now wrought up. "Dare you bet?" "Enough. I bet. It is the snuff against the money. May my poor boys win." The sunny corner became active. Kimberly straightened up, and Francis began to talk to Sugar. "Now tell me again," said Kimberly, "what this verse is." "I say to him," explained Francis, "that the good soldier goes to war." "I understand. Then you say 1, 2, 3. "Exactly. When you say 3, he gets the lump." "Yes." "But the first time you say the verse, you stop at 2. Then you repeat the verse. If the dog takes the lump before you reach the end of the second time and say 3, you get the snuff." Francis laid the box on the table beside Kimberly's banknote. "Sugar, guarda!" The Skye Terrier sat upright on his haunches and lifted his paws. Francis gave him a preliminary admonition, took from a mysterious pocket a lump of sugar, laid it on the tip of the dog's nose, and, holding up his finger, began in a slow and clearly measured tone. "Bono soldato va alla guerra, mangia male, dorme in terra. Uno, due, bono soldado va." But here Sugar, to Francis's horror, snapped the lump into his mouth and swallowed it. "You lose," announced Kimberly. Francis threw up his hands. "My poor boys!" "This is the time, Francis. Your poor boys don't get my money. I get your snuff." "Ah, Sugar, Sugar, you ruin us." The little Skye, sitting fast, looked innocently and affectionately up at his distressed master. "Why?" demanded the crestfallen Francis. "Could you not wait for the lump one little instant?" "Sugar's like me," suggested Kimberly lazily. "He wants what he wants when he wants it." Alice this morning had been deeply in his thoughts. From the moment he woke, he had been toying indolently with her image, setting it up before his imagination as a picture, then putting it away, then tempting his lethargy again with the pleasure of recalling it. He drew a cigar case from his pocket and carefully emptied the snuff out of the box into it. "When do you get more snuff, Francis?" "On Saturday. This is Tuesday. The box is nearly full. It looks like good stuff." He paused between each sentence. "But you would bet." Francis, without looking, busied himself with his little pupil. "I've emptied the box," announced Kimberly. There was no answer. "Do you want any of it back?" Francis waved the offer aside. "A few pinches, Francis?" "Nothing." "That dog," continued Kimberly, wrapping the box to get every grain out and perceiving the impossibility of harrying Francis in any other way, "is good for nothing anyway. He wasn't worth saving." "That dog," returned Francis earnestly, "is a marvel of intelligence and patience. He has so sweet a temper, and he is so quick, Robert, to comprehend." "I fail to see it." "You will see it. The fault is in me." "I don't see that either." Francis looked at Kimberly appealingly, and pointed benevolently at Sugar. "I ask too much of that little dog. He will learn. 'Patience, Francis,' he says to me, 'patience. I will learn.'" Summoning his philosophy to bridge over the disappointment, Francis, as he stood up absent-mindedly, felt in his deep pocket for his snuff-box. It was in difficulties such as this that recourse to a frugal pinch steadied him. He recollected instantly that the snuff was gone, and with some haste and stepping about, he drew out his handkerchief instead, glancing toward Kimberly as he rubbed his nose vigorously to see if his slip had been detected. Needless to say, it had been. Less than that would not have escaped Kimberly, and he was already enjoying the momentary discomfiture. Sugar at that moment saw a squirrel running down the walk and tore after him. Francis, with simple dignity, took the empty snuff-box from the table and put it back in his pocket. His composure was restored, and the incident to him was closed. Kimberly understood him so well that it was not hard to turn the talk to a congenial subject. "I drove past the college the other day. I see your people are doing some building." Francis shrugged his shoulders. "A laundry, Robert." "Not a big building, is it?" "We must go slow." "It's over toward where you said the academy ought to go." "My poor academy. They do not think it will ever come." "You have more buildings now than you have students. What do you want with more buildings?" No, we have 300 students, 300 now." Francis looked at his questioner with eyes fiercely eager. "That is the college, Robert. The academy is something else, for what I told you." "What did you tell me?" Kimberly lighted a cigar, and Francis began again to explain. "This is it. Our sisters in the city take now 1,600 boys from 7 to 8 years old. These boys they pick up from the orphan courts, from the streets, and the poor parents. When these boys are 12, the sisters cannot keep them longer. They must let them go and take in others. Here we have our college, and these boys are ready for it when they are 16. But between are 4 fatal years, from 12 to 16. If we had a school for such boys, think what we could do. They would be always in hand. Now they drift away. They must go to work in the city filth and wickedness. Ah, they need the protection we could give them in those terrible 4 years, Robert. They need the training in those years to make of them mechanics and artisans, to give them a chance, to help them do more than drift without compass or rudder. Do you not see? Those boys that are bright, that we find ready to go further, they are ready at 16 for our college. We keep and educate them. But the others, the greater part, at 16 would leave us, but trained to earn, and strengthened during those 4 critical years against evil. Ah!" Francis paused. He spoke fast and with an intensity that absorbed him. Kimberly, leaning comfortably back, sat with one foot resting on his knee. He knocked the ash of his cigar upon the heel of his shoe as he listened, sometimes hearing Francis's words, sometimes not. He had heard all of them before at one time or another. The plea was not new to him, but he liked the fervor of it. "Ah, it is not for myself that I beg." Brother Francis's hands fell resignedly on his knees. "It is for those poor boys, to keep them, Robert, from going to hell, from hell in this world and in the next. To think of it makes me always sorrowful. It makes a beggar of me, a willing beggar." Kimberly moved his cigar between his lips. "But where shall I get so much money?" exclaimed Francis helplessly. "It will take $1 million to do what we ought to do. You are a great man, Robert. Tell me, how shall I find it?" "I can't tell you how to find it. I can tell you how to make it." "How?" "Go into the sugar business." "Then I must leave God's business." "Francis, if you pardon me, I think for a clever man you are in some respects a great fool. I'm not joking. What I've often said about your going into the sugar business, I repeat, you would be worth $10,000 a year to me, and I will pay you that much any day." Francis looked at Kimberly as if he were a madman, but contented himself with moving his head slowly from side to side in protest. "I cannot leave God's business, Robert. I must work for Him and pray to Him for the money. Sometime it will come." "Then tell Uncle John to raise your wages," suggested Kimberly, relapsing into indifference. "Robert, will you not sometime give me a letter to introduce me to the great banker who comes here, Hamilton? He will not give you anything. He has so much money. How can he possibly need it all?" "You forget, Francis, that nobody needs money as much as those that have it." "Ah, Hamilton may have no more money than I have, and you don't ask me for $1,000,000. "It is not necessary to ask you. You know I need it. If you could give it to me, you would." "If I gave you $1,000,000, how should I ever get it back?" Francis spoke with all seriousness. "God will pay you back." "Yes, but when? That's a good deal of money to lend to God." "It is a good deal. When do I get it back, and how?" "He will surely pay you, Robert. God pays over there." "That won't do, over there. It isn't honest." Francis started. "Not honest?" "You are offering deferred dividends, Francis. What would my stockholders say if I tried that kind of business? Gad, they would drag me into court." "Ah, yes, but Robert, you pay for today. He pays for eternity." Kimberly smoked a moment. "In a proposition of that kind, Francis, it seems to me the question of guarantees is exceedingly important. You good men are safe enough, but where would the bad men come in on your eternal dividends?" "You are not with the bad men, Robert. Your heart is not bad. You are, perhaps, cruel." "What?" "But generous. Sometime God will give you a chance." "You mean sometime I will give God a chance?" "No, Robert. What I say I mean. Sometime God will give you a chance." Charles Kimberly's impatient voice was heard from the pergola. "Robert, we've been waiting 30 minutes," he stormed. "I'm just coming." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 9. That afternoon, McBurney played golf with Charles Kimberly. Toward 5 o'clock, Alice, in one of the De Castro cars, drove around the hickories after him. When he came in, she was sitting on the porch with a group of women, among them Fritzie Venable and Lottie Nelson. "I must be very displeasing to Mrs. Nelson," Alice said to her husband as they drove away. "It upsets me completely to meet that woman." "Why, what's the matter with her?" asked McBurney, in a tone which, professing friendly surprise, really implied that the grievance might, after all, be one of imagination. "I haven't an idea," declared Alice a little resentfully. "I'm not conscious of having done a thing to offend her." "You're oversensitive." "But, Walter, I can tell when people mean to be rude." "What did Mrs. Nelson do that was rude?" asked her husband in his customary vein of skepticism. "She never does anything beyond ignoring me," returned Alice. "It must be, I think, that she and I instinctively detest each other." They were talking about a dinner and musicale Thursday night that Mr. Robert Kimberly is giving at the Towers. Mrs. Venable said she supposed we were going, and I had to say I really didn't know. "We haven't been asked, have we?" "Not that I know of." Mrs. Nelson looked at me when Fritzie spoke. I think it is the first time that she has ever looked at me, except when she had to say good morning or good evening. I was confused a little when I answered, I suppose. At any rate, she enjoyed it. Mr. Kimberly would not leave us out, would he? I don't think so. He was playing golf this afternoon with Creedy Hamilton, and he stopped to offer me his yacht for the week of the cup races. Why, how delightful! How came he ever to do that? And I think he has made up his mind about what he's going to do about placing me on the board," continued McBurney, resuming his hard, thin manner and his eager tone of business. "I wish I knew just what is coming." Alice had scarcely reached her room when she found the dinner invitation. She felt a little thrill of triumph as she read it. Her maid explained that the note had been laid in the morning with Mrs. de Castro's letters. Late in the evening Kimberly came over with his sister-in-law, Imogene. The de Castros were at the seashore overnight, and the visitors' cards were sent up to the McBurneys. It was warm, and the party sat on the south veranda. Kimberly talked with Alice, and she told him they hoped to be present at his dinner. "You are sure to be, aren't you?" he asked. "The evening is given for you." "For us?" "No, not for us, but for you," he said distinctly. "Mr. McBurney has said he's fond of the water, you like music, and I'm trying something for each of you. I should have asked you about your engagements before the cards went out. If there's any conflict, the date can easily be recalled." "Oh, no, that would be a pity." "Not at all. I change my arrangements when necessary every 10 minutes. But there isn't any conflict, and I shall be delighted to come. Pray, how do you know I like music?" "I heard you say so once to Arthur de Castro. Tell me what you're amused about." "Have I betrayed any amusement?" "For just about 100th part of a second in your eyes." They were looking at each other, and his gaze, though within restraint, was undeniably alive. Alice knew not whether she could quite ignore it or whether her eyes would drop in an annoying admission of self-consciousness. She avoided the latter by confessing, "I'm sure I don't know at all what you're talking about." "I'm sure you do, but you're privileged not to tell if you don't want to." "Then our dinner card was mislaid, and until tonight we didn't know whether there was going to be any dinner?" "Oh, I knew that. I was at the casino this afternoon. I saw you. And when I was asked whether I was going to the dinner at the Towers, I couldn't, of course, say." "Who asked you, Mrs. Nelson?" "No, indeed. What made you think it was she?" "Because she asked me if you were to be there. When I said you were, she laughed in such a way I grew suspicious. I thought perhaps for some reason you could not come, and now I am confessing I ran over tonight expressly to find out." "How ridiculous!" "Rather ridiculous of me not to know beforehand." "I don't mean that. Just queer little complications." "A mislaid dinner card might be answerable for more than that." "It was Miss Venable who asked, quite innocently, and had I known all I know now, I could have taken a chance, perhaps, and said yes." "You would have been taking no chance where my hospitality is concerned." "Thank you, Mr. Kimberly, for my husband and myself." "And you might have added in this instance that if you did not go there would be no dinner." Alice concealed an embarrassment under a little laugh. "My husband told me your kindness in placing your yacht at our disposal for the races." "At his disposal." "Oh, wasn't I included in that?" "Certainly, if you would like to be. But tastes differ, and you and Mr. McBurney being two—" "Oh, no, Mr. Kimberly. My husband and I are one." "And possibly of different tastes," continued Kimberly. "I thought only of him. I hope it wasn't ungracious, but some women, you know, hate the water, and I had no means of knowing whether you liked it. If you do—" "And you're not going to the races yourself?" "If you do, I shall know better the next time how to arrange." "And you're not going to the races?" "Probably not. Do you like the water?" "To be quite frank, I don't know." "How so?" "I like the ocean immensely, but I don't know how good a sailor I should be on a yacht." Imogene was ready to go home. Kimberly rose. "I understand," he said. in the frank and reassuring manner that was convincing because quite natural. "We will try you sometime up the coast," he suggested, extending his hand. "Good night, Mrs. McBurney." "I believe Kimberly is coming to our side," declared McBurney after he had gone upstairs with Alice. Annie had been dismissed, and Alice was braiding her hair. "I hope so. I begin to feel like a conspirator." McBurney was in high spirits. "You don't look like one. You look just now like Marguerite." He put his hands around her shoulders, and, bending over her chair, kissed her. The caress left her cold. "Poor Marguerite," she said softly. "When is the dinner to be?" "A week from Thursday. Mr. Kimberly says the yacht is for you, but the dinner is for me," continued Alice as she lifted her eyes toward her husband. "Good for you." "He is the oddest combination," she mused with a smile, and lingering for an instant on the adjective, "blunt and seemingly kind-hearted." "Not kind-hearted," McBurney echoed incredulously. "Why, even Nelson, and he's supposed to think the world and all of him, calls him as cold as the grave when he wants anything." Alice stuck to her verdict. "I can't help what Nelson says, and I don't pretend to know how Mr. Kimberly would act when he wants anything. A kind-hearted man is kind to those he likes, and a cold-blooded man is just the same to those he likes and those he doesn't like. There's always something that stands between a cold-blooded man and real consideration for those he likes, and that something is himself." Alice was quite willing her husband should apply her words as he pleased. She thought he had given her ample reason for her reflection on the subject. But McBurney was too self-satisfied to perceive what her words meant and too pleased with the situation to argue. "Whatever he is," he responded, "he's the wheel horse in this combination. Everybody agrees on that, and the friendship of these people is an asset the world over. If we can get it and keep it, we're the gainers." "Whatever we do," returned Alice, "don't let us trade on it. I shrink from the very thought of being a gainer by his or any other friendship. If we're to be friends, do let us be so through mutual likes and interest. Mr. Kimberly would know instantly if we designed it in any other way, I'm sure. I never saw such penetrating eyes. Really, he takes thoughts right out of my head." McBurney laughed in a hard way. "He might take them out of a woman's head. I don't think he would take many out of a man's." "He wouldn't need to, dear. A man's thoughts, you know, are clearly written on the end of his nose. I wish I knew what to wear to Mr. Kimberly's dinner." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 10. One morning, shortly after the McBurneys had been entertained at the Towers, John Kimberly was wheeled into his library, where Charles and Robert were waiting for him. Charles leaned against the mantel, and his brother stood at a window looking across the lake toward Cedar Point. As Francis left the room, Uncle John's eyes followed him. Presently they wandered back with cheerful suspicion toward his nephews, and he laid his good arm on the table as they took chairs near him. "Well," he said, lifting his eyebrows and looking blandly from one to the other. "Well," echoed Charles good-naturedly, looking from Uncle John to Robert. "Well," repeated Robert with mildly assumed idiocy, looking from Charles back again to Uncle John. But Uncle John was not to be committed by any resort to his own tactics, and he came back at Charles on the flank. "Get any fish?" he asked, as if assured that Charles would make an effort to deceive him in answering. "We sat around a while without doing a thing, Uncle John. Then they began to strike, and I had 8 days of the best sport I ever saw on the river." Uncle John buried his disappointment under a smile. "Good fishing, eh?" Excellent. There was evidently no opening on this subject, and Uncle John tried another tender spot. Yacht go any better? McAdams had done wonders with it, Uncle John. She never steamed so well since she was launched. Cost a pretty penny, eh, Charlie? That's what pretty pennies are for, isn't it? Unable to disturb his nephew's peace of mind, Uncle John launched straight into the business. What are you going to do with those fellows? You mean the McBurney syndicate? Robert tells me he's concluded to be liberal with them. He's given too much, Charlie. He knows better what the stuff is worth than we do. Uncle John smiled skeptically. He will give them more than they're worth, I'm afraid. Robert said nothing. Perhaps there's a reason for that, suggested Charles. They waited for Robert to speak. He shifted in his chair presently and spoke with some decision. His intonation might have been unpleasant, but that the depth and fullness of his voice redeemed it. The best note in his utterance was its open frankness. Uncle John understands this matter just as well as I do, he began, somewhat in protest. We've been over the ground often. These people have been an annoyance to us. This is undeniable. McCrae has complained of them for 2 years. Through a shift in the cards, this money squeeze, we have them today in our hands. Uncle John's eyes shone, and he clasped the fingers of one hand tightly in the other. That's what I say. Trim them, he whispered eagerly. Robert went on unmoved. Let us look at that, too. He wants me to trim them. I have steadily opposed buying them at all. But the rest of you have overruled me. Very good. They know now that they are in our power. They are, one and all, bushwhackers and guerrillas. To my mind, there isn't a trustworthy man in the crowd, not even McBurney. They've made selling agreements with McCrae again and again and left him to hold the sack. We can't do business in that way. When we give our word, it must be good. They give their word to break it. Whenever we make a selling agreement with such people, we get beaten, invariably. They've cut into us on the Missouri River, at St. Paul, even at Chicago, from their Kansas plants. They make poor sugar, but it sells, and even when it won't sell, it demoralizes the trade. Now they're on their knees. They want us to buy to save what they've got invested. At a receiver's sale, they would get nothing. But on the other hand, Lambert might get the plants. If we tried to bid them in, there would be a howl from the legislature, perhaps. Uncle John was growing moody, for the prey was slipping through his fingers. It might be better to stand pat, he muttered. Robert paid no attention. What I propose, and God knows I've explained it before, is this. These people can be trimmed, or they can be satisfied. I say give them 11 millions, 6 millions cash, 3 millions preferred, and 2 millions in our common for 50% of their stock instead of 16 millions for all of their stock. Uncle John looked horror-stricken. It's nothing to us, exclaimed Robert impatiently. I can make the whole capital back in 12 months, with McCrae to help McBurney reorganize and run the plants. It's a fortune for them, and we keep McBurney and the rest of them, for 10 years at least, from scheming to start new plants. Nelson says there are legal difficulties about buying more than half their stock, but the voting control of all of it can be safely trusteed. Uncle John could barely articulate. Too much! It's too much! Bosh! This is a case where generosity is plainly indicated, as Hamilton says. Too much! Robert is right, asserted Charles curtly. Uncle John threw his hand up as if to say, if you're resolved to ruin us, go on. You will be surprised at the success of it, concluded Robert. McBurney wants to come here to live, though Chicago would be the better place for him. Let him be responsible for the Western Territory. With such an arrangement, we ought to have peace out there for 10 years. If we can, it means just 100 millions more in our pockets than we can make in the face of this continual price cutting." Charles rose. "Then it's settled." Uncle John ventured a last appeal. "Make the cash 5.5 millions." "Very good," assented Robert, who, to meet precisely this objection, had raised the figure well above what he intended to pay. "As you like, Uncle John," he said graciously. "Charles, make the cash 5.5 millions." And Uncle John went back to his loneliness, treasuring in his heart the 500,000 he had saved, and encouraged by his frail triumph in the conference over his never quite wholly understood nephew. At a luncheon the next day, the decision was laid by Charles and Robert before the Kimberly partners, by whom it was discussed and approved. In the evening, Charles, with Robert listening, laid the proposal before McBurney, who had been sent for and whose astonishment at the unexpected liberality overwhelmed him. He was promptly whirled away from the towers in a De Castro car, and from a simple after-dinner conference in which he had set down at 10 o'clock a promoter, he had risen at midnight with his brain reeling, a millionaire. Alice excused herself when her husband appeared at Black Rock and followed him upstairs. She saw how he was wrought up. In their room, with eyes burning with the fires of success, he told her of the stupendous change in their fortunes. With an affection that surprised and moved Alice, who had long believed that never again could anything from him move her, he caught her closely in his arms. Tears filled her eyes. He wiped them away and forced a laugh. "Too good to be true, dearie, isn't it?" She faltered an instant. "If it will only bring us happiness, Walter." "Alice, I'm afraid I have been harsh at times." Her memory swept over bitter months and wasted years, but her heart was touched. "It's all because I worry too much over business. There'll be no more worries now. They're past and gone. And I want you to forget everything, Allie." He embraced her fervently. "I've had a good deal of anxiety, first and last. It is over now. Great God, this is so easy here. Everything is so easy for these people." The telephone bell tinkled. Through a mist of tears, Alice felt her husband's kiss. She rose to answer the bell. Dolly was calling from downstairs. "Come down, both of you," she said. "Charles and Imogene are here with Fritzie and Robert." With Charles and Imogene had come a famous doctor from the city, Hamilton's friend, Dr. Bryson. Alice protested she could not come down. Dolly told her she simply must. The controversy upset Alice, but she had at last to give way. She bathed her face in cold water, and her husband deceived her with assurances that her eyes showed no traces of tears. Very uncertain about them, she followed McBurney down, taking refuge at once in a corner with Imogene. While the two were talking, Grace de Castro and Larry Morgan came in, bringing some young friends. "Aren't they the nicest couple?" exclaimed Alice as they crossed the room. "It is a blessing they are," said Imogene. "You see, Grace will probably succeed to the De Castro fortune, and Larry is likely sometime to have the Kimberly burdens. It crushes me to think that Charles and I have no children." "Are you so fond of children?" Alice asked wistfully. "Why, of course, dear, aren't you?" "Indeed I am, too fond of them. I lost my only child, a baby girl." "And you never have had another?" "No." "If Robert would marry, we should have a family hope there," continued Imogene. "But I'm afraid he never will. How did you enjoy your evening at the Towers?" "We had a delightful time. Isn't Robert a good host? I love to see him preside, and he hasn't given a dinner before for years." "Why is that?" Imogene laid her hand gently on Alice's. "It is a long story, dear. A tragedy came into his life, into all our lives, in fact. It changed him greatly." Soon after the McBurneys came down, the Nelsons arrived on the scene, and the company moved to the south room to get the breeze. Imogene talked with Alice and McBurney, but Kimberly joined them and listened, taking part at intervals in the conversation. When Imogene's attention was taken by McBurney, Robert, asking Alice if she got the air from the cooling windows, moved her chair to where the breeze could be felt more perceptibly. "I hope you haven't had bad news tonight," he said, taking a seat on the divan near her. She understood instantly that her eyes had not escaped his scrutiny, but concealed her annoyance as best she could. "No, indeed. But I had some exciting news tonight." "What was it?" "Oh, I mayn't tell you, may I? I'm not supposed to know anything, am I?" Her little uncertainty and appeal made her charmingly pretty, he thought, as he watched her. The traces in her eyes of tears attracted him more than anything he had seen before. Her first little air of annoyed defiance and her effort to throw him off the track all interested him, and her appeal now, made in a manner that plainly said she was aware the secret of the news was his own, pleased him. He was in the mood of one who had made his plans, put them through generously, and was ready for the enjoyment that might follow. "Certainly, you're supposed to know," said he graciously. "Why not? And you may tell if you like. At any rate, I absolve you as far as I'm concerned. I couldn't conceive you guilty of a very serious indiscretion." "Then I suppose you know that we're very happy. And why, don't you?" "Perhaps, but that should be mere excitement. How about the tears?" She frowned an impatient protest and rose. "Oh, I haven't said anything about tears. They're going out on the porch. Shall we join them?" He got up reluctantly and followed her. Arthur de Castro and Charles Kimberly offered chairs to Alice. They were under a cluster of electric lamps, where she did not wish to sit for inspection. As she hesitated, Robert Kimberly spoke behind her. "Possibly it would be pleasanter over here, Mrs. McBurney." He was in the shadow and had drawn a chair for her near Nelson outside the circle of light, from which she was glad to escape. He took the seat under the light himself. When an ice was served, the small tables were drawn together. Alice, occupied with Nelson, who, inspired by his vis-à-vis, had summoned something of his grand air, lost the conversation of the circle until she heard Dr. Bryson, and turned with Nelson to listen. He was thanking Mrs. de Castro for a compliment. "I'm always glad to hear anything kind of my profession." He spoke simply, and his manner Alice thought engaging. "It is a high calling, and I know of but one higher. We hear the complaint that nowadays medicine is a savagely mercenary profession. If a measure of truth lies in the charge, I think it's due to the fact that doctors are victims of the mercenary spirit about them. It's a part of the very air they breathe. They can't escape it. The doctor, to begin with, must spend one small fortune to get his degree. He must spend another to equip himself for his work. 10 of the best years of his life go practically to getting ready. His expense for instruments, appliances, and new and increasingly elaborate appointments is continuous." "But, Doctor," Fritzie Venable leaned forward with a grave and lengthened face, "think of the fees." The doctor enjoyed the laugh. "Quite true. When you find an ambitious doctor, unless his energy is restrained by a sense of his high responsibility, he may be possessed of greed. If a surgeon be set too fast on fame, he will affect the spectacular and cut too much and too freely. I admit all of this. My plea is for the conscientious doctor, and believe me, there are many such." Nor must you forget that at the best, half our lives we are too young to please, and half our lives too old." "Hamilton said the other night," observed Robert Kimberly, filling in the pause, "that a good doctor must spend his time in killing, not his own patients, but his own business." "No other professional man is called on to do that," observed Bryson. "Indeed, the saddest of all possible proofs of the difficulties of our calling is found in the fact that the suicide rate among doctors is the highest in the learned professions." McBurney expressed surprise. "I had no idea of such a thing. Had you, Mr. Kimberly?" he asked with his sudden energy. "I've known it, but perhaps only because I've been interested in questions of that kind." Dolly's attention was arrested at once by the mention of suicide. "Oh, dear," she exclaimed, "don't let us talk about suicide." But Robert Kimberly could not always be shut off, and this subject he pursued with a certain firmness. Some of the family were disturbed, but no one presumed to interfere. "Suicide," he went on, "has a painful interest for many people. Has your study of it, Doctor, ever led you to believe that it presupposes insanity?" he asked of Bryson. "By no means. You conclude, then, that sane men and women do commit suicide?" "Frequently, Mr. Kimberly." Kimberly drew back in his chair. "I am glad to be supported in my own conviction. The fact is," he went on in a humorous tone, "I am forced either to hold in this way or conclude that I am sprung from a race of lunatics." "Robert," protested Dolly, "can't we talk about something else?" Kimberly, however, persisted, and he now had, for some reason not clear to Alice, a circle of painfully acute listeners. "The insanity theory is in many cases a comfortable one, but I don't find it so. And I must stick to the other and regard suicide as the worst possible solution of any possible difficulty." Dr. Bryson nodded assent. Kimberly spoke on with a certain intensity. "If every act of a man's life had been a brave one," he continued, "his suicide would be all the more the act of a coward. I don't believe that kind of man can commit suicide. Understand, I am considering the act of a man, not that of a youth or of one immature." "Well, I don't care what you are considering, Robert," declared Dolly with unmistakable emphasis. "We will talk about something else." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 11. The conversation split up. Kimberly, unruffled, turned to Alice and went on in an undertone. "I'm going to tell you Francis's views on the subject anyway. He has the most intense way of expressing himself, and the pantomime is so contributing. Suicide, Mr. Kimberly," he said to me one day, "is no good. What would a man look like going back to God carrying his head in his hand? Well, I'm back, and here are the brains you gave me. What did you do with them? I blew them out with a bullet." "That's a poor showing, I think, Mr. Kimberly, for business. Suicide is no good." "But who is this brother Francis," asked Alice, "whom I hear so much of? Tell me about him." "He's one of the fixtures at the Towers, a religious phenomenon whom I personally think a great deal of, an attendant and a nurse. He's an Italian with the courtesy of a gentleman worn under a black gown so shabby that it would be absurd to offer it to a second-hand man." "Does the combination seem so odd?" "To me he is an extraordinary combination." "How did you happen to get him?" "That also is curious. The Kimberleys are cantankerous enough even when well. When ill they are likely to be unsupportable. Not only that, but kindness and faithfulness are some of the things that money cannot buy. They give themselves but never sell themselves. When my uncle fell ill after great mental strain, we hired nurses for him until we were distracted. Men and women, one worse than another. We tried all colors and conditions of humankind without finding one that would suit Uncle John. I began to think of throwing him into the lake, and told him so. He cried like a child that day I had to set to with him. To say the truth, the old gentleman hasn't many friends left anywhere. But early impressions are a great deal to us, you know. And I remember him when he was a figure in the councils of the sugar world. I recall, continued Kimberly, a certain Black Friday in our own little affairs when the wolves got after us. The banks were throwing over our securities by the wagon load, and this old man who sits and swears and shakes there alone upstairs was all that remained between us and destruction. He stood in our downtown office with 50 men fighting to get at him, struggling, yelling, screaming and cursing, and some who couldn't even scream or curse, livid and pawing the air. He stood behind his desk all day like a field marshal, counseling, advising, ordering, buying, steadying, reassuring, juggling millions in his two hands like conjurer's balls. I could never forget that. I'm not answering your question, but do go on. There were no longer tears in Alice's eyes. They were alive with interest. That, she exclaimed, was splendid. He won out, and then he set himself on vengeance. That was the end of our dependence on other people's banks. Most people learn sooner or later that a banking connection is an expensive luxury. He finally drove off the streets the two institutions that tried to save themselves at our expense. The father of Creedy and Frank Hamilton, Richard Hamilton, a rank outsider, helped Uncle John in that crisis, and Uncle John made Richard Hamilton to pillow his head on tens of millions. Since that day, we've been our own bankers. That is, we own our own banks. And, this is curious, never from that day to this has Uncle John completely trusted any man, not even me, except this very man we're talking about. Brother Francis? Brother Francis. You ask how I got him? It is not uninteresting, a sort of sermon on good deeds. Just before this big school in the valley was started, the order to which he belongs had been expelled from France. It was years ago. The reformers over there needed their property. Half a dozen of the brothers landed down here in the village, with hardly a coat on their backs. But they went to work and in a few years had a little school. The industry of these people is astonishing. One day they came to the towers for aid. Old Brother Adrian, the head brother, came himself, as he long afterward told me, with a heavy heart indeed, with fear and trembling. The iron gates and the Krupp eagles frightened him, he said, when he entered the grounds. And when he asked for the mistress of the house, he could hardly find voice to speak. My mother was away, so Aunt Lydia appeared. You've seen her portrait, haven't you? No. You must. It's not unlike you. Aunt Lydia and my mother were two of the loveliest women I've ever known. When she came down that day, Brother Adrian, supposing it was my mother, begged a slight aid for the work they had undertaken in the valley. Aunt Lydia heard him in silence, and without saying a word went upstairs, wrote out a check, and brought it down. He glanced at the figures of it, 50, thanked her, gave it to the young brother with him, and with some little compliment to the beauty of the towers, rose to go. While they were moving toward the door, the young brother, studying the check, grew pale, halted, looked at it again, and handed it to his superior. Brother Adrian looked at the paper and at the young brother and stood speechless. The two stared a moment at each other. Aunt Lydia enjoyed the situation. Brother Adrian had thought the gift had been $50. It was 50,000. He fainted. Servants were hurried in. Even when he recovered, he was dazed. He really, for a year, had not had enough to eat. Aunt Lydia always delighted in telling how the young brother helped him down the avenue after he could walk. This is a tediously long story. Do go on." When he again reached the big iron gates, he turned toward the house and with many strange words and gestures called down the mercies of heaven on that roof and all that should ever sleep under it. How beautiful! He blessed us right and left, up and down, fore and aft. He was a fine old fellow, Adrian. When my mother heard the story, she was naturally embarrassed. It looked something like obtaining blessings under false pretenses. The only thing she could do to ease her conscience was to send over a second check. Princely! It came near killing, Brother Adrian. It seems odd, too, compared with the cut-and-dried ways in which we solemnly endow institutions nowadays, doesn't it? They all three are dead, but we've always stood, in a way, with Adrian's people. The young man that made the exciting call with him is now the superior over there, Brother Edmund. After the troubles we had with Uncle John in finding someone he could stand and who could stand him, I went one day in despair to Brother Edmund. I allowed him to commit himself properly on what they owed to Aunt Lydia's goodness and the rest, and then began to abuse him and told him he ought to supply a nurse for my uncle. He told me theirs was a teaching order and not a nursing order. I redoubled my harshness. "It is all very well when you need anything," I said. "When we need anything, it's different. Did those women," I thundered, "ask what you were when you were starving here?" It wasn't precisely logical, but abuse should be vigorous rather than logical anyway, and I tried to be vigorous. They got very busy, I can tell you. They held a conclave of some sort and decided that Uncle John must be taken care of. If he were a common pauper, they argued, they would not refuse to take care of him. Should they refuse because he was a pauper of means? They concluded that it was a debt they owed to Aunt Lydia, and by heaven, next morning overcame this sallow-faced, dark-eyed Brother Francis. And there he is still with Uncle John. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 12. McBurney's personal efforts in effecting the combination with the Kimberly interests were judged worthy of a substantial recognition at the hands of the company, and he was given charge of the Western Territory together with a place on the big directorate of all the companies, and made one of the 3 voting trustees of the syndicate stock. The 2 other trustees were, as a matter of form, Kimberly men, McRae and Creedy Hamilton. This meant for McBurney a settled Eastern residence, and one befitting a gentleman called to an honor so unusual. He was made to feel that his new circumstances entailed new backgrounds socially, as well as those that had been accorded him in a monetary way. And through the Kimberleys, negotiations were speedily concluded for his acquiring of the Cedar Lodge villa, some miles across the lake from the Towers. At the end of a trying 2 months, the McBurneys were in their new home, and Alice had begun receiving from her intimates congratulations over the telephone. Another month, and a busy one, went to finishing touches. At the end of that period there was apparently more than ever to be done. It seemed that a beginning had hardly been made, but the new servants were at home in their duties, and Alice thought she could set a date for an evening. Her head, night and day, was in more or less of a whirl. The excitement of new fortunes had come very suddenly upon her, and with her husband she walked every day as if borne on the air of waking dreams. Dolly declared that Alice was working too hard, and that her weary conferences with decorators and furnishers was too continual. Occasionally Dolly took matters into her own hands, and was frequently in consultation on domestic perplexities. Sometimes she dragged Alice abruptly from them. Even before it had been generally seen, the new home, once thrown open, secured Alice's reputation among her friends. What was within it reflected her taste and discrimination, and her appointments were not only good, they were distinctive. To be able to drape the vestments of a house so as to make it almost at once a home was not a feat to pass unnoticed among people who studied effects, though they did not invariably secure them. Robert Kimberly declared that Alice, under many disadvantages, had achieved an air of stability and permanence in her home. Dolly told Lottie Nelson that nothing around the lake among the newer homes compared with it. Lottie Nelson naturally hated Alice more cordially than ever for her success. She ventured, when the new house was being discussed at a dinner, to say that Mr. McBurney seemed to have excellent taste, whereupon Charles Kimberly, over a salad, bluntly replied that the time McBurney had shown his taste was when he chose a wife. But, added Charles reflectively, perhaps a man doesn't prove his taste so much in getting a wife as in keeping one. Any man, he continued, may be lucky enough to get a wife. We see that every day. But who, save a man of feeling, could keep, well, say Imogene or Dolly, for instance? Robert agreed that if the McBurney home showed anything, it showed the touch of an agreeable woman. Anyone, he declared, paraphrasing his brother, can buy pretty things, but it takes a clever woman to combine them. One result of the situation was a new cordiality from Lottie Nelson to the McBurneys, and since it had become necessary to pay court to them, Lottie resolved to pay hers to Mr. McBurney. She was resourceful rather than deep, and hoped by this to annoy Alice and possibly to stir Robert Kimberly out of his exasperating indifference. The indifference of a Kimberly could assume in its proportions the repose of a monument. Lottie, too, was a mover in many of the diversions arranged to keep the lake set amused. But as her efforts did not always tend to make things easy for Alice, Dolly became active herself in suggesting things. One Saturday morning a message came from her, directing Alice to forbid her husband's going to town, drop everything, provide a lunch, and join a motoring party for the seashore. McBurney, following the lines of Robert Kimberly's experience with cars, had secured at his suggestion, among others, a foreign car from which things might reasonably be expected. Imogene Kimberly and Charles took Alice with them, and Dolly rode with McBurney, who had Robert Kimberly with him in the new car to see how it behaved. Kimberly's own chauffeur drove for them. Doan took Arthur de Castro and Fritzie Venable. The servants and the lunch followed with a de Castro chauffeur. As the party climbed toward Sea Ridge, a shower drove them into the grounds of a country club. While it rained, the women, their long veils thrown back, walked through the clubhouse, and the men paced about, smoking. Alice, seated at a table on the veranda, was looking at an illustrated paper when Robert Kimberly joined her. He told her what extravagant stories he had heard from Dolly about the success of her new home. She laughed over his sister's enthusiasm, admitted her own, and confessed at length how the effort to get satisfactory effects had tired her. He, in turn, described to her what he had once been through in starting a new refinery, and how during the strain of 6 weeks the hair upon his temples had perceptibly whitened, turning brown again when the mental pressure was relieved. "I never heard of such a thing," exclaimed Alice. "I don't know how unusual it is, but it has happened more than once in our family. I remember my mother's hair once turned in that way, but my mother had much sadness in her life." "Mrs. de Castro often speaks of your mother." "She was a brave woman. You've never seen her portrait? Sometime at the Towers you must. You can see on her temples just what I speak of. But your homemaking will have just the opposite effect on you. If care makes the hair white, happiness ought to make it browner than ever." I suppose happiness is wholly a matter of illusion. I don't see how it makes much difference how we define it. The thing is to be happy. However, if what you say is so, you should cling to your illusions. Get all you can, I should, and keep all you can get. You don't mean to say you practice that? Of course I do, and I think for a man I've kept my illusions very well. For a man? Alice threw her head back. That's a very comfortable assurance. He looked at her with composure. What is it you object to in it? To begin with, demanded Alice, how can a man have any illusions? He knows everything from the very beginning. Oh, by no means. Far from it, I assure you. He has every chance to. It is only the poor women who are constantly disillusionized in life. You mustn't be disillusionized, Mrs. McBurney. Hope unceasingly. She resented the personal application. I'm not speaking of myself. Nor am I speaking of you, only speaking through you to womankind. You poor women should not be discouraged. He raised his head as if he were very confident. If we can hope, you can hope. I hope every day. I hope in a woman. She bore his gaze as she had already borne it once or twice before, steadily, but as one might bear the gaze of a dangerous creature, if strengthened by the certainty of iron bars before its impassive eyes. Kimberly was both too considerate and possessed too much sense of fitness to overdo the moment. With his hand he indicated a woman walking along a covered way in front of them. There, for instance, goes a woman, he continued, following up his point. Look at her. Isn't she pretty? I like her walk. And a woman's walk. It is impossible to say how much depends on the walk. And all women that walk well have good feet. Their heels set right, and there's a pleasure in watching each sure footfall. Notice, for instance, that woman's feet. Her walk is perfect. How closely observant. She's well gowned, but everybody's well gowned, and her figure's good. Let us say I hope in her. Hope she will be all she looks. I followed the dream. In a breath, an instant, a twinkling, the illusion has vanished. She has spoken, or she has looked my way, and I've seen her face. But even then, the face is only the dial of the watch. It may be very fair. Sometime I see her mind, and everything is gone. Would it be impertinent to ask who has put woman up in this way to be inspected and criticized? Retorted Alice. Not in the least. I'm speaking only in illustration, and if you're annoyed with me, I shall miss making my point. Do I give up merely because I've lost an illusion? Not at all. Another springs up at once, and I welcome it. Let us live in our illusions. Every time we part with one and find none to take its place, we are poorer, Mrs. McBurney. Believe me. Just the same, I think you are horridly critical of women. Then you should advise me to cultivate my illusions in their direction. I should if I thought it were necessary. As I have a very high opinion of women, I don't think any illusions concerning them are necessary. Loftily said, and I shan't allow you to think my own opinion any less high. When I was a boy, women were all angels to me. They're not quite that, we know, in spite of illusions. But I don't want to put them very much lower than the angels, and I don't. I keep them up because I like to. Her comment was still keen, not because they deserve it. I won't quarrel with you, because then they do deserve it. It's pleasant to be set right. The shower had passed, and the party was making ready to start. Alice rose. You haven't said what you think of your own kind, as you call them, menkind. Kimberly held her coat for her to slip into. Of course, I try not to think of them. When they reached the summit dividing the lake country from the sea, the sun was shining. To the east, the Sound lay at their feet, In the west stretched the heavy forests and the long chain of lakes. They followed the road to the sea, and after their shore luncheon relaxed for an hour at the yacht club. Driving back by the river road, they put the new car through some paces, and halting at intervals to exchange passengers, they proceeded homeward. Going through Sunbury at 5 o'clock, the cars separated. McBurney, with whom Robert Kimberly was again riding, had taken in Fritzie Venable and Alice. Leaving the village, they chose the hill road around the lake. Bryce, Kimberly's chauffeur, took advantage of the long, straight highway leading to it to let the car out a little. They were running very fast when he noticed the sparker was binding and stopped for a moment. It was just below the Roger Morgan place, and Kimberly, who could never for a moment abide idleness, suggested that they alight while Bryce worked. He stood at the door of the tonneau and gave his hand to Alice as she stepped from the car. In getting out, her foot slipped and she turned her ankle. She would have fallen but that Kimberly caught her. Alice recovered herself immediately, yet not without an instant's dependence on him that she would rather have escaped. Bryce was slow in correcting the mechanical difficulty, and finding it at last in the magneto, announced it would make a delay of 20 minutes. Fritzie suggested they walk through her park and meet the car at the lower end. McBurney started up one of the hill paths with Alice, Kimberly, and Fritzie following. They passed Morgan House, and higher in the hills they reached the chapel. Alice took her husband in to see the beauty of the interior. She told him Dolly's story of the building, and when Fritzie and Kimberly joined them, Alice was regretting that Dolly had failed to recollect the name of the church in Rome it was modeled after. Kimberly came to her aid. Santa Maria in Cosmodine, I think. "Oh, do you remember? Thank you," exclaimed Alice. "Isn't it all beautiful, Walter? And those old pulpits, I'm in love with them." McBurney pronounced everything admirable and prepared to move on. He walked toward the door with Fritzie. Alice, with Kimberly, stood before the chancel looking at the balustrade. She stopped near the north ambone, and turning saw in the soft light of the aisle the face of the boy dreaming in the silence of the bronze. Below it, measured words of Keats were dimly visible. Alice repeated them half aloud. "What a strange inscription," she murmured almost to herself. Kimberly stood at her elbow. "It is strange." She was silent for a moment. "I think it is the most beautiful head of a boy I've ever seen." "Have you seen it before?" "I was here once with Mrs. de Castro." "She told you the story?" "No, we remained only a moment." Alice read aloud the words raised in the bronze. "Robert 10 Breck Morgan, Ested 20." "Should you like to hear it?" "Very much." "His father married my half-sister, Bertha. Charles and I are sons of my father's second marriage. Tenny was Bertha's son, strangely shy and sensitive from his childhood, even morbidly sensitive. I don't mean unbalanced in any way. I understand. A sister of his, Marie, became engaged to a young man of a Southern family who came here after the war. They were married, and their wedding was made the occasion of a great family affair for the Morgans, the Alices, and Laguerres and Kimberlys. Tenny was chosen for groomsman. The house that you've seen below was filled with wedding guests. The hour came, and such a place for a wedding!" exclaimed Alice. But instead of the bridal procession that the guests were looking for, a clergyman came down the stairs with a white face. When he could speak, he announced as well as he could that the wedding would not take place that night, that a terrible accident had occurred, and that Tenny Morgan was lying upstairs dead. Alice could not recall, even afterward, that Kimberly appeared under a strain. But she noticed as she listened that he spoke with a care not quite natural. "You may imagine the scene," he continued, "but the worst was to come." "Oh, you were there?" When you hear the rest, you will think, if there is a God, I should have been, for I might have saved him. I was in Honolulu. I did not even hear of it for 10 days. They found him in his bathroom where he had dressed, thrown himself on a couch, and shot himself. How terrible! In his bedroom they found a letter. It had been sent to him within the hour by a party of blackmailers, pressing a charge, of which he was quite innocent, on the part of a designing woman, and threatening that unless he complied with some impossible demands, his exposure and news of an action for damages would follow in the papers containing the account of his sister's wedding. They found with this his own letter to his mother. He assured her the charge was utterly false, but being a Kimberly, he knew he should not be believed because of the reputation of his uncles, one of whom he named, and after whom he himself was named, and to whom he had always been closest. This, he feared, would condemn him no matter how innocent he might be. He felt he should be unable to lift from his name a disgrace that would always be recalled with his sister's wedding, and that if he gave up his life, he knew the charges would be dropped because he was absolutely innocent. And so he died. For a moment Alice stood in silence. "Poor, poor boy," she said softly. "How I pity him." "Do you so? Then well may I, for I am the uncle whom he named in his letter." Unable or unwilling to speak, she pointed to the tablet as if to say, "You said the uncle he was named after." He understood. "Yes," he answered slowly. "My name is Robert Ten Brock Kimberly." Her eyes fell to the tessellated pavement. "It is frightfully sad," she said haltingly. Then, as if she must add something, "I am very sorry you felt compelled to recall so painful a story." "It isn't exactly that I felt compelled, yet perhaps that expresses it too. I have expected some time to tell it to you." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 13. The showers returned in the night. They kept Alice company during several sleepless hours. In the morning the sun was out. It was Sunday, and when Annie brought her mistress her rolls and chocolate, Alice asked the maid if she had been to church. "Kate and I went to early church," said Annie. "And what time is late church, Annie?" 10:30, Mrs. McBurney. "I'm going myself this morning." "And what will you wear?" "Anything that's cool." Alice was thinking less of what she should wear than of how she should tell her husband that she had resolved upon going to church. Painful experience had taught her what ridicule and resource of conjugal meanness to expect whenever she found courage to say she meant to go to church. Yet hope, consoling phantom, always suggested that her husband the next time might prove more amenable to reason. When at last she managed casually to mention her momentous resolve, McBurney showed that he had lost none of his alertness on the subject. He made use first of surprise to express his annoyance. "To church?" Then he gave vent to a contemptuous exclamation uttered with a semblance of good-natured indifference. "I thought you had got that pretty notion well out of your head, Alice." "You have got it pretty well out for me, Walter. Sometimes it comes back. It came this morning after a wakeful night. I haven't been for a long time." "What church do you want to go to?" His disingenuousness did not stir her. "To my own, of course. There's a little church in the village, you know." "Oh, that frame affair, yes. Awfully cheap-looking, isn't it? And it threatens rain again. Don't mind getting wet?" "Oh, no, I'll take the Victoria." You can't. Peter's going to drive me over to the towers. Then give me one of the cars. I understand they're both out of order. Oh, Walter, can't you have Peters drive you to the towers after he takes me to Sunbury? I have an engagement with Robert Kimberly at 11 o'clock. Could you change it a little, do you think, Walter? An engagement with Robert Kimberly? Or be just a little late for it? McBurney used his opportunity to advantage. Keep him waiting? Alice, when you get an idea into your head about going to church, you lose your common sense. She turned to the window to look at the sky. I can't walk, she said hopelessly. Her husband made no comment. As her eyes turned toward the distant towers, she remembered that Robert Kimberly the evening before had asked, and so insistently that it had been one of the causes of her wakefulness, for permission to bring over in the morning some grapes from his hothouses. He had wanted to come at 11 o'clock, and she had assured him she should not be at home. This because, during some uneasy moments when they were close together in the car, she had resolved that the next morning she should seek, if only for an hour, an influence long neglected but quite removed from his. It was clear to her as she now stood at the window that Kimberly had sought every chance to be in her personal service at 11 o'clock, even though her husband professed an engagement with him. Couldn't Peters, she asked, turning again to McBurney, drive me down an hour earlier before you go? I can wait at the church till he comes back after me. McBurney was reading the stock market reports in the morning paper. All right, he said curtly. She was contained this time. There had been occasions when scenes such as this had brought hot tears, but 5 years of steady battering had fairly subdued Alice. At high mass, an hour later, villagers saw a fine lady, a Second Lake lady, they shrewdly fancied from the carriage that brought her, kneeling among them in the pew close to the altar, and quite oblivious to those about her, kneeling, too, at times when they stood or sat. Kneeling often with her face, which they thought pretty, hidden in her hands as if it somehow had offended. Kneeling from the credo until the stragglers in the vestibule and about the church doors began to slip away from the last gospel. There was an unusual stir about the church because it was a confirmation Sunday, and an archbishop, a white-haired man who had once been in charge of the little Sunbury parish himself, was present. Alice followed the last of the congregation out of the door and into the village sunshine. She looked up and down the country road for her horses, but none were in sight. Below the church, where the farmer's rig stood, a big motor car watched by village boys was waiting. They knew that the car, with its black and olive trimmings, was from the Towers because they were familiar with the livery of the villa grooms. Their curiosity was rewarded when they saw the fine lady come out of the church. The instant she appeared, a great gentleman stepped from the black tonneau and, lifting his hat very high, hastened across the muddy road to greet her. Certainly she made a picture as she stood on the church steps in her tan pongee gown, with her brown hair curling under a rose-wreathed leghorn hat. Her heart gave a frightened jump when she saw who was coming. But when the gentleman spoke, his voice was so quiet that even those loitering near could not hear his words. There was some discussion between the two. His slight gestures as they talked seemed to indicate something of explanation and something of defense. Then a suggestion of urgency appeared in his manner. The fine lady resisted. From under her pongee parasol she looked longingly up the road and down for her horses. But for a while no horses came. At last a carriage, looking like her own, did come down the lake road, and she hoped for a moment. Then as the carriage drove rapidly past, her face fell. The great gentleman indicated his annoyance at the insolent mud that spattered from the carriage wheel by a look. But he kept quite near to the fine lady, and his eyes fell very kindly on her pink cheeks. Her carriage did not come even after they had gone to his car and seated themselves in the tonneau to await it. He was too clever to hurry her. He allowed her to wait until she saw her case was quite hopeless. Then she told him he might drive her home. "I came," he explained, answering an annoyed note in a second question that she asked, "because I understood you were going to church." "But I did not say I was." "I must have dreamed it." Bryce, sitting in the wheel in front of them, smiled, but only within his heart when this came to his ears, because it was Bryce who had been asked during the morning where Mrs. McBurney was, and Bryce who had reported. He was senior to Peters, senior to all the Second Lake coachmen and chauffeurs, and usually found out whatever he wanted to find out. "At any rate," Kimberly laughed good-naturedly, "I've been waiting here half an hour for you." Bryce knew that this was true to the minute, for in that half hour there had been many glances at 2 good watches and a hamper of hothouse grapes. Bryce himself, since a certain missed train involving language that lingered yet in his ears, carried a good watch. But today not even amiable profanity, which Bryce recalled as normal during extended waits, had accompanied the unusual detention. No messenger had been dispatched to sound the young village priest with a view of expediting the Mass, and the fine lady had been in no wise interrupted during her lengthened devotions. Kimberly, in this instance, had truthfully been a model of patience. "These are the grapes," Bryce heard behind him as he let the machine out a bit and fancied the top of the hamper being raised. "Aren't they exceptional? I found the vines in Algeria. They're lilies on this side." An expression of involuntary admiration came from the tonneau. "Assumption lilies. For your sister?" "No, for you. They're to celebrate the feast." "The feast? Why, of course." Then came a categorical question, animated but delivered with keenness. "How did you know that today is the Feast of the Assumption?" A bland evasion followed. "I supposed that everyone knew the 15th of August is the Feast of the Assumption. Taste this grape." "I'm very sure you didn't know." "But I did. Taste the grape." "Who told you?" "Whence have you the faculties of the Inquisition? Why do you rack me with questions?" "I begin to suspect, Mr. Kimberly, that you belong on the rack." "No doubt. At least I've spent most of my life there." "Come, please, who told you?" "Francis, of course. Now will you taste this grape?" End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 14. When McBurney reached home with the Victoria, Alice had not yet taken off her hat, and a maid was bringing vases for the lilies. He had been driving toward Sea Ridge and taken the wrong road and was sorry for his delay in getting to the church. Alice accepted his excuses in good part. He tried to explain his misunderstanding about the engagement with Kimberly. She relieved his endeavors by making everything easy, telling him finally how Kimberly had brought her home and had left the grapes and lilies. When the two sat down at luncheon, McBurney noticed Alice's preoccupation. She admitted she had a slight headache. She was glad, however, to have him ask her to go for a long motor drive in the afternoon, thinking the air would do her good, and they spent 3 hours together. When they got home, it was dusk. The dinner served on the porch was satisfying, and the day which had opened with so little of promise seemed to do better at the close. Indeed, Alice all day had sought quiet because she had something to say which she was resolved to say this day. After dinner she remained with her husband in the moonlight. He was talking over his cigar of an idea for adding a strip of woodland to the lower end of their new estate when she interrupted him. "Should you be greatly shocked, Walter, if I said I wished to go away from here?" She was leaning toward him on the arm of her chair when she spoke, and her hands were clasped. His astonishment was genuine. "What do you mean?" "I don't know, yet I feel as if we ought to go, Walter." "What for?" She was looking earnestly at him, but in the shadow he could not see, though he felt her eyes. "It's hard to explain." She paused a moment. "These people are delightful. You know I like them as much as you do." McBurney took his cigar from his mouth to express his surprise. "I thought you were crazy about the place and the people and everything else," he exclaimed. "I thought this was just what you were looking for. You've said so much about refined luxury and lovely manners." "I am thinking of all that." There was enough in her tone of an intention to be heard to cause him to forget his favorite expedient of drowning the subject in a flood of words. "But with all this, or to enjoy it all, one needs peace of mind, and my peace of mind is becoming disturbed." Quite misunderstanding her, McBurney thought she referred to the question of church-going, and that subject offered so much delicate ground that Alice continued without molestation. "It's very hard to say what I meant to say without saying too little or too much. You know, Walter, you were worried at one time about how Mr. Robert Kimberly would look at your proposals, and you told me you wanted me to be agreeable to him. And without treating him differently from anyone else here, I've tried to pay particular regard to what he had to say and everything of that kind." "It's awfully hard to specify." She hesitated in perplexity. "I'm sure I haven't discriminated him in any way from his brother, or Mr. De Castro, for instance. But I've always shown an interest in things he had to point out, and he seemed to enjoy, perhaps more than the others, pointing things out. And—" "Well?" "He seems to me now as if he's begun to take an interest in everything I do." Her husband became jocular. "Oh, has he?" Alice's words came at last bluntly. "And it completely upsets me, Walter." McBurney laughed again. "Why so?" She took refuge in a shade of annoyance. "Because I don't like to think about it." "Think about what?" "About any man's, if I must say it, paying attention to me except my husband." "Now you're hitting me, aren't you, Alice? You're pretty clever after all," declared McBurney, still laughing. She threw herself back in her chair. "Oh, Walter, you don't understand at all. Nothing could be further from what I'm thinking. I ought not to say he's been attentive enough to speak of. It's not that I dislike Mr. Kimberly, but he does somehow make me uncomfortable. Perhaps I don't understand their way here." "Why, that's all there is to it, Alice. It's merely their way. Give it no thought. He's simply being agreeable. Don't imagine that every man that sends you flowers is interested in you. Is that all, Allie?" "Yes." Her acuteness divined about what he would reply. "And," she added, "I think, however foolish it may sound, it is enough." "Don't worry about bridges you will never have to cross. That's the motto I've followed." "Yes, I know, but—" "Just a moment. All you have to do is treat everybody alike." "But, Walter—" "You would have to do that anywhere, shouldn't you?" "Of course. Suppose we should go somewhere else and find a man that threatened to become an admirer." "Don't use such a word." "Call it what you please. We can't keep moving away from that kind of a possibility, can we?" "Still, Walter, I feel we might get away from here. I've merely told you exactly what I thought." "We can't get away. This is where everything is done in the sugar business. This is the little world where the big moves are decided upon. If you're not here, you're not in it. We're in the swim now. It took long enough to get in it, God knows. Now let us stay. You can take care of yourself, can't you?" "How can you ask me?" He pursued her with a touch of harshness. "How can I ask you? Aren't you talking about running away from a situation? I don't run away from situations. I call the man or woman that runs away from a situation a coward. Face it down, work it out. Don't dodge it." McBurney finished without interruption. In the living room, the telephone bell rang. He went in to answer it, and his wife heard him a moment in conversation. Then on the garage wire he called up the chauffeur and ordered a car. Coming out again on the porch, he explained, "Lottie wants us to come over." "Lottie?" There was a shade of resentment, almost of contempt, in Alice's echo and inquiry. "Lottie Nelson." "Don't call her Lottie, Walter." "She calls me Walter." "She has no business to. What did you tell her? Don't let us go out tonight." "It is a little celebration of some kind, and I told her we would come." "My head has ached all day." "It will do your head good. Come on. I told her we were coming." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 15. They found a lively party at the Nelsons'. Geo was there with Lambert, thick-lipped and voluble. Dora Morgan with Doan, and Creedy Hamilton had come, worn and bedraggled from a New England motoring trip. Dora, still quite hoarse, was singing a music hall song when the McBurneys entered the room. She stopped. "My ears are crazy tonight. I can't sing," she complained, responding to Alice's greeting. "I feel as if there were a motor in my head." "Tired? Oh, no, not a bit. But the dust!" Her smile died and her brows rose till her pretty eyes shone full. She threw her expiring energy into two husky words, "Something fierce." Dolly and her husband, with Imogene and Charles, had responded to Lottie's invitation, and Robert Kimberly came later with Fritzie Venable. Dolly greeted Alice with apologies. "I'm here," she admitted with untroubled contempt, "but not present. I wanted to see what Lambert looks like. We hear so much about his discoveries. Robert doesn't think much of them." Mrs. Nelson, languidly composed, led McBurney to the men who were in an alcove off the music room. Near them sat Robert Kimberly, talking to Imogene. Dora could not be coaxed to sing again, but the hostess meant to force the fighting for a good time. Dora joined the men, and Geo, under Nelson's wing, came over to meet Alice, who had taken refuge with Dolly. At a time when the groups were changing, Nelson brought Lambert over. But neither Alice nor Dolly made objection when his host took him away again. Kimberly came after a while with Fritzie to Alice's divan, and standing behind it, tried by conversation and such attraction of manner as he could offer to interest Alice. He failed to waken any response. She quite understood a woman's refuge from what she wishes to avoid, and persevered in being indifferent to every effort. Kimberly, not slow to perceive, left presently for the party in the dining room. But even as he walked away, Alice's attitude toward him called to her mind a saying of Fritz's, that it is not pleasant to be unpleasant to pleasant people, even if it is unpleasant to be pleasant to unpleasant people. "Were you tired after yesterday's ride?" asked Dolly of Alice. "Not too tired." "Robert told you about Tenny Morgan's death?" Alice looked at her inquiringly. "How did you know?" "You were in the Morgan chapel together, and you looked upset when you came back. I had promised to tell you the story sometime myself. I know how easy it is to get a false impression concerning family skeletons. So I asked Robert about it the minute you left the car. And I was annoyed beyond everything when he said he had told you the whole story. But, dear Mrs. de Castro, why should you be annoyed? Dolly answered with decision. Robert has no business ever to speak of the affair. Alice could not dispute her, and Dolly went on. I know just how he would talk about it. Not that I know what he said to you, but it would be like him to take very much more of the blame on himself than belongs to him. Men, my dear, look at these things differently from women, and usually make less of them than women do. In this case, it is exactly the reverse. Robert has always had an exaggerated idea of his responsibility in the tragedy. That is why it annoys me ever to have him speak about it. I know my brother better, I think, than anybody alive knows him, and I'm perfectly familiar with all the circumstances. I know what I'm talking about. Very much in earnest, Dolly settled back. To begin with, Tenny was an abnormal boy. He was as delicate in his mental texture as cobweb lace. His sensitiveness was something incredible, and 20 things might have happened to upset his mental balance. No one, my dear, likes to talk state secrets. Pray do not, then. It really is not necessary, pleaded Alice. Oh, it is, said Dolly decidedly. I want you to understand. Suicide has been a specter to the Kimberlys for ages. 2 generations ago, Schuyler Kimberly committed suicide at 66. Think of it. Oh, I could tell you stories. There's been no suicide in this generation, but the shadow— Dolly's tones were calm but inflected with a burden of what cannot be helped, may as well be admitted, seems only to have passed it to fall upon the next in poor Tenny. 2 years afterward they found his mother dead one morning in bed. I don't know what the trouble was. It was in Florence. Nobody knows. There was just a little white froth on her lips. The doctor said heart disease. She was a strange woman, Bertha, strong-willed and self-indulgent, like all the rest of us. Don't say that of yourself. You're not self-indulgent. You're generous. I'm both, dear. But I know the Kimberlys, men and women, first and last, and that is why I don't want you to get the wrong impression of them. My brother Robert isn't a saint, neither is Charles. But compare them with the average men of their own family, compare them with the average men of their own situation in life, compare them with the Nelsons and the Doanes, compare them with that old man that Robert is so patient with. Compare them, my dear, to the men everywhere in the world they move in. I don't think the Kimberly men of this generation need apologize particularly. Robert was so completely stunned by Tenny's death that for years I did not know what would happen. Then a great industrial crisis came in our affairs, though afterward it seemed in a way providential. Poor old Uncle John got into his head he could make sugar out of corn, and ended by nearly ruining us all. If things had gone on, we should all have been living in apartments within another year. When we were so deep in the thing that the end was in sight, we went to Robert on our knees and begged him to take hold of the business and save the family. Oh, it had come quite to that. He had been doing absolutely nothing for a year, and I feared all sorts of things about him. But he listened and did take hold and made the business so big. Well, dear heart, you have some idea what it is now when they can take over a lot of factories such as those of your husband and his associates on 1 year's profits. I suppose, of course, these are state secrets. You mustn't repeat them. Certainly not. And for years they've been the largest lenders of ready money in the street. So you can't wonder that we think a great deal of Robert. And he likes you, I can see that. He has been more natural since you came here than for years. Surely your brothers never can say they have not a devoted sister. I can't account for it, persisted Dolly, continuing. It is just that your influence is a good one on him. No one can explain those things. I thought for years he would never be influenced by any woman again. You've seen how this one," Dolly tossed her head in disgust as she indicated Lottie Nelson, then passing, "throws herself at him." With the last words, Dolly rose to say she was going home. Imogene was ready to join her, and Lottie's protests were of no avail. Charles was upstairs conferring with Nelson, and Imogene went up to get him. Alice walked to the dining room. Her husband, in an uncommonly good humor, was drinking with their hostess. In the center of the room, Hamilton, Guyot, Lambert, and Dora Morgan sat at the large table. Guyot offered Alice a chair. She sat down and found him entertaining. He took her after a time into the reception room where Lottie had hung a Degas that Guyot had brought over for her. Alice admired the fascinating swiftness and sureness of touch, but did not agree with Guyot that the charm was due to the merit of color over line. When the two returned to the dining room, Kimberly stood at a cellaret with Fritzie. Lottie and McBurney sat with the group at the big table. "Oh, Robert," Lottie called to Kimberly as Alice appeared in the doorway, "mix me a cocktail." Turning, Kimberly saw Alice. "I'm out of practice, Lottie," he said. "Give me some plain whiskey, then." Kimberly's shortness of manner indicated his annoyance. "You have that at your hand," he said, sitting down. "How rude, Robert," retorted Lottie with assumed impatience. She glanced loftily around. "Walter," she exclaimed, looking across the table at Alice's husband and taking Alice's breath away with the appeal, "give me some whiskey." "Certainly, Mrs. Nelson." "No, stop. Mix me a cocktail." "Is your husband an expert, Mrs. McBurney?" asked Guyot as McBurney rose. "Not to my knowledge," answered Alice frankly. "I hope," she added, with a touch of asperity as her husband stepped to a sideboard, "that Mrs. Nelson is not fastidious." "It is disgusting the way my friends are behaving," complained Lottie, turning to Lambert. "This is my birthday." "Your birthday?" "That is why we're all here. And whoever refuses not to drink my health, I cast off forever." "Is this a regular birthday, or are you springing an extra on us?" demanded Fritzie. "Go on, McBurney, with your mixture," exclaimed Lambert. "I'll serve at the table." "You're going to join us, of course, Mrs. McBurney?" Alice answered in trepidation. "It must be something very light for me." "Try whiskey, Mrs. McBurney," suggested Dora Morgan benevolently. "It is really the easiest of all." Alice grew nervous. Kimberly, without speaking, pushed a half-filled glass toward her. She looked at him in distress. "That will not hurt you," he said curtly. The men were talking Belgian politics. Lambert was explaining the antiquated customs of the reactionaries and the battle of the Liberals for the laicizing of education. He dwelt on the stubbornness of the clericals and the difficulties met with in modernizing their following. Kimberly, either through natural dislike for Lambert or mere stubbornness, objected to the specific instances of medievalism adduced, and soon had the energetic chemist nettled. "What do you know about the subject?" demanded Lambert at length. "Are you a Catholic?" "I'm not a Catholic," returned Kimberly amiably. "I am as far as possible, I suppose, from being one. The doors of the church are wide, but if we can believe even a small part of what is printed of us, they would have to be broadened materially to take in American refiners." "If you're not a Catholic, what are you?" persisted Lambert with heat. "I have one serious religious conviction, that is, that there are just two perfectly managed human institutions. One, the Standard Oil Company, the other, the Catholic Church." There was now a chance to drop the controversy, and the women together tried to effect a diversion. But Lambert's lips parted over his white teeth in a smile. "I have noticed sometimes that what we know least about we talk best about." Kimberly stirred languidly. "I was born of Catholic parents," continued Lambert. Baptized in the Catholic Church, educated in it. I should know something about it, shouldn't I? You, Mr. Kimberly, must admit you know nothing about it." Kimberly snorted a little. "All the same, I take priests' fables for what they are worth," added Lambert. "Such, for example, as the resurrection of Christ." Lambert laughed heartily. Fritzie looked uneasily at Alice as the words fell. Her cheeks were crimsoned. "Can a central fact of Christianity, such as the resurrection, fairly be called a priest's fable?" asked Kimberly. "Why not?" demanded Lambert with contemptuous brevity. "None but fossilized Catholics believe such nonsense." "There's still some Protestants left," suggested Kimberly mildly. "No priest dictates to me," continued the chemist, aroused. "No superstition for me. I want Catholics educated, enlightened, made free. I should know something about the Church, should I not? You admit you know nothing?" "No, I did not admit that," returned Kimberly. "You admitted it for me, and you asked me a moment ago what I was. Lambert, what are you?" "I am a Catholic, not a clerical." Lambert emphasized the words by looking from one to another in the circle. Kimberly spread one of his strong hands on the table. Fritzie, watching him, shrank back a little. "You, a Catholic," Kimberly echoed slowly. "Oh, no. This is a mistake." His hand closed. "You say you were born a Catholic, and you ridicule the very cornerstone of your faith. The last time I met you, you were talking the same sort of stuff. I wonder if you have any idea what it has cost humanity to give you the faith you sneer at, Lambert. To give you Catholic parents, men 1,900 years ago allowed themselves to be nailed to crosses and torn by dogs. Boys hardly 7 years old withstood starvation and scourging, and boys of 15 were burned in pagan amphitheaters that you might be born a Christian. Female slaves were thrown into boiling oil to give you the privilege of faith. Delicate women died in shameful agonies, and Roman maidens suffered their bodies to be torn to pieces with red-hot irons to give you a Christian mother. And you sit here tonight and ridicule the resurrection of Christ? Call yourself liberal, Lambert. Call yourself enlightened. Call yourself modern. But for God's sake, don't call yourself a Catholic." "Stop a moment," cried Lambert at white heat. Lottie put out her arm. "Don't let's be cross," she said with deliberate but unmistakable authority. "I hate a row." She turned her languid eyes on McBurney. "Walter, what are these people drinking that makes them act in this way? Do give Mr. Kimberly something else. He began it." Kimberly made no effort to soothe anyone's feelings, and when Fritzie and Alice found an excuse to leave the room, he rose and walked leisurely into the hall after them. The three talked a few moments. A sound of hilarity came from the music room. Alice looked uneasily down the hall. "I never knew your husband could sing," said Fritzie. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 16. It dawned only gradually on Alice that her husband was developing a surprising tendency. He walked into the life that went on at the Nelson home as if he had been born to it. From an existence absorbed in the pursuit of business, he gave himself for the moment to one absorbed in pursuit of the frivolous. Alice wondered how he could find anything in Lottie Nelson and her following to interest him. But her husband had offered 2 or 3 unpleasant, even distressing, surprises within as few years, and she took this new one with less consternation than if it had been the first. Yet it was impossible not to feel annoyance. Lottie Nelson, in what she would have termed an innocent way, for she cared nothing for McBurney, in effect appropriated him, and Alice began to imagine herself almost third in the situation. Tact served to carry the humiliated wife over some of the more flagrant breaches of manners that Mrs. Nelson did not hesitate at if they served her caprice. McBurney became Walter to her everywhere. She would call him from the city in the morning or from his bed at night. No hour was too early to summon him, and none too late. The invitations to the Nelsons' evenings were extended at first both to Alice and to him. Alice accepted them in the beginning with a hopeless sort of protest, knowing that her husband would go anyway and persuading herself that it was better to go with him. If she went, she could not enjoy herself. Drinking was an essential feature of these occasions, and Alice's efforts to avoid it made her the object of a ridicule on Lottie's part that she took no pains to conceal. It was at these gatherings that Alice began to look with a degree of hope for a presence she would otherwise rather have avoided. Kimberly, when he came, which was not often, brought to her a sense of relief because experience had shown that he would seek to shield her from embarrassment rather than to expose her to it. Lottie liked on every occasion to assume to manage Kimberly, together with the other men of her acquaintance. But from being at first complacent, or at least not unruly, Kimberly developed mulish tendencies. He would not, in fact, be managed. When Lottie attempted to force him, there were outbreaks. One came about over Alice, she being a subject on which both were sensitive. Alice, seeking once at the De Castros to escape both the burden of excusing herself and of drinking with the company, appealed directly to Kimberly. "Mix me something mild, will you please, Mr. Kimberly?" Kimberly made ready. Lottie flushed with irritation. "Oh, Robert!" She leaned backward in her chair and spoke softly over her fan. "Mix me something mild, too, won't you?" He ignored Lottie's first request, but she was foolish enough to repeat it. Kimberly checked the seltzer he was pouring long enough to reply to her. "What do you mean, Lottie? Mix you something mild? You were drinking raw whiskey at dinner tonight. Can you never understand that all women haven't the palates of ostriches?" He pushed a glass toward Alice. "I don't know how it will taste." Lottie turned angrily away. "Now I've made trouble," said Alice. "No," answered Kimberly imperturbably. "Mrs. Nelson made trouble for herself. I'm sorry to be rude, but she seems lately to enjoy baiting me." Kimberly appeared less and less at the Nelsons, and coolness between him and Lottie increased. She was too keen not to notice that he never came to her house unless Alice came, and that served to increase her pique. Such revenge as she could take in making a follower of McBurney, she took. Alice chafed under the situation and made every effort to ignore it. When matters got to a point where they became intolerable, she uttered a protest, and what she dreaded followed, an unpleasant scene with her husband. While she feared that succeeding quarrels of this kind would end in something terrible, they ended, in matter of fact, very much alike. People quarrel as they rejoice or grieve, temperamentally, and a wife placed as Alice was placed must needs in the end submit or do worse. McBurney ridiculed a little, bullied a little, consoled a little, promised a little, and urged his wife to give up silly old-fashioned ideas and broaden out. He told her she must look at manners and customs as other people looked at them. When Alice protested against Lottie Nelson's calling him early and late on the telephone and receiving him in her room in the morning, McBurney had once indiscreetly admitted that she sometimes did this, he declared these were no incidents for grievance. If anyone were to complain, Nelson surely should be the one. Alice maintained that it was indecent. Her husband retorted that it was merely her way, that Lottie often received Robert Kimberly in this way, though this, so far as Robert was concerned, was a fiction, and that nobody looked at the custom as Alice did. However, he promised to amend anything, he pleaded, but an everlasting row. Alice had already begun to hate herself in these futile scenes, to hate the emotion they cost, to hate her heartaches and helplessness. She learned to endure more and more before engaging in them, to care less and less for what her husband said in them, less for what he did after them, less for trying to come to any sort of an understanding with him. In spite of all, however, she was not minded to surrender her husband willingly to another woman. She even convinced herself that as his wife she was not lively enough, and resolved, if he wanted gaiety, he should have it at home. The moment she conceived the notion, she threw the gauge at Lottie's aggressive head. Dolly de Castro, who saw and understood, warmly approved. Consideration and peaceable methods are wasted on that kind of a woman. Humiliate her, my dear, and she will fawn at your feet," said Dolly unreservedly. Alice was no novice in the art of entertaining. It remained only for her to turn her capabilities to account. She made herself mistress now of the telephone appointment, of the motoring lunch, of the dining-room gaiety. Nelson himself complimented her on the success with which she had stocked her liquor cabinets. She conceived an ambition for a wine cellar really worth while, and abandoned it only when Robert Kimberly intimated that in this something more essential than ample means and the desire to achieve were necessary. But while gently discouraging her own idea as being impractical, he begged her at the same time to make use of the Towers cellars, which he complained had fallen wholly in disuse, and was deterred only with the utmost difficulty from sending over with his baskets of flowers from the gardens of the Towers, baskets of wines that Nelson and Doan, with their trained palates, would have stared at if served by Alice. But McBurney, without these aids, was put at the very front of dinner hosts, and his table was given a prestige that surprised him more than anyone else. As a consequence, Cedar Lodge invitations were not declined, unless perhaps at times by Robert Kimberly. He became less and less frequently a guest at Alice's entertainments, and not to be able to count on him as one of her new activities came after a time as a realization not altogether welcome. His declining, which at first relieved her fears of seeing him too often, became more of a vexation than she liked to admit. Steadily refusing herself whenever possible to go to the Nelsons, she could hear only through her husband of those who frequented Lottie's suppers, and of the names McBurney mentioned, none came more oftener than that of Robert Kimberly. Every time she heard it, she resented his preferring another woman's hospitalities, especially those of a woman he professed not to like. Mortifying some of her own pride, she even consented to go at times to the Nelsons with her husband to meet Kimberly there and rebuke him. Then, too, she resolved to humiliate herself enough to the hateful woman who so vexed her to observe just how she made things attractive for her guests, reasoning that Kimberly found some entertainment at Lottie's which he missed at Cedar Lodge. Being in the fight, one must win, and Alice meant to make Lottie Nelson wary of her warfare. But somehow she could not meet Robert Kimberly at the Nelsons. When she went, he was never there. Moreover, at those infrequent intervals in which he came to her own house, he seemed ill entertained. At times she caught his eye when she was in high humor herself, telling a story or following her guests in her own lively vein, regarding her in a curious or critical way. And when in this fashion things were going at their best, Kimberly seemed never quite to enter into the mirth. His indifference annoyed her so that as a guest she would have given him up. Yet this would involve a social loss not pleasant to face. Her invitations continued, and his regrets were frequent. Alice concluded she had in some way displeased him. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 17. One morning she called up the Towers to ask Kimberly for dinner. He answered the telephone himself and wanted to know if he might not be excused from the dinner and come over, if it were possible, in the evening. Alice had almost expected the refusal. "I wish you would tell me," she said, laughing low and pleasantly, "what I have done." He paused. "What have you done?" "What have I done that you avoid coming to Cedar Lodge any more?" "I don't, do I?" He waited for an answer, but Alice remained silent. His tone was amiable and his words simple, yet her heart was beating like a hammer. "You know I haven't gone about much lately," he went on, "but whenever you really want me for a dinner, you have need only to say so." "I never ask a guest for dinner without wanting him." It was his turn to laugh. "Do you really manage that, Mrs. McBurney? I can't, and yet I think myself fairly independent." "Oh, of course we're all tied, more or less, I suppose, but you know what I mean." "Then you do want me to appear?" Alice suddenly found her tongue. "We should never ask anyone to whom Mr. McBurney and I are under so many obligations as we are to Mr. Kimberly, without wanting him, as you express it. And we really want you very much tomorrow night." He laughed, this time with amusement. "You're rather strong now on third persons and plurals. But I think I understand that you really do want me to come." "Haven't I just said so?" she asked with good-humored vexation. "Not quite, but I shall arrive just the same." Alice put up the receiver, agreeably stirred by the little tilt. It was a lift out of the ruck of uncomfortable thought that went to make up her daily portion, and the elation remained with her all day. She decided that some vague and unwilling defined apprehensions concerning Kimberly's feeling toward her were after all foolish. Why make herself miserable with scruples when she was beset with actual perplexities at home? Walter himself was now more of what she wanted him to be. He perceived his wife's success in her active hospitality and applauded it, and Alice began to feel she could, after all, be safe in a nearer acquaintance with Kimberly, and thus lessen a little Lottie Nelson's pretensions. It is pleasant to a woman to dress with the assurance that anticipates success. Alice went to her toilet the following afternoon with an animation that she had not felt for weeks. Every step in it pleased her, and Annie's approbation as she progressed was very gratifying to her mistress. The trifles in finishing were given twice their time, and when Alice walked into her husband's room he kissed her and held her out at arm's length in admiration. She hastened away to look at the table, and the stairs rose to meet her feet as she tripped down the padded treads. Passing the drawing-room, the rustle of her steps caused a man within it to turn from a picture he was studying, and Alice, to her surprise, saw Kimberly standing before a sanguine of herself. She gave a little exclamation. "I asked not to be announced," he explained. "I'm early and did not want to hurry you." He extended his hand. "How are you?" "I couldn't imagine who it was when I looked in," exclaimed Alice cordially. "I'm glad to see you." He held out his hand and waited till she gave him hers. "You look simply stunning," he answered quietly. There's something," he added, without giving her a chance to speak, and turning from the eyes of the portrait back again to her own, "in your eyes very like and yet unlike this. I find now something in them more movingly beautiful. Perhaps 25 years against 18. I don't know. Perhaps a trace of tears. Oh, Mr. Kimberly, spare your extravagances. I hear you've been away. At least I've never seen you quite so beautiful as you are at this moment." "I'm not beautiful at all, and I'm quite aware of it, Mr. Kimberly." "I would not wish you to think anything else. There the beauty of your character begins." Her repugnance was evident, but she bore his eyes without flinching. "You humiliate me exceedingly," was all she attempted to say. "The truth should not humiliate you. Must I run away? Not, I hope, because I tell you you're beautiful, for I shall continue to tell you every time I see you." "Surely you will not take advantage of your hostess, Mr. Kimberly." "In what way?" he asked. "By saying things most unpleasant for her to hear." "I say things awkwardly, perhaps unpleasantly, but always sincerely." Alice looked down at her fan, but spoke with even more firmness. "If we are to be good friends, you must excuse me even from sincerity on topics of this kind. Don't cut me from your friendship. We must be the best of friends. I cannot conceive of you as being other than kind, even patient with me." "Then do not say things I cannot listen to." "I'll never say anything you may not listen to, but concede me the privilege, for it is one, of paying honest tribute to your loveliness when I can't help it." Without raising her eyes, she spoke with decision. "I positively will not listen." With the word, she caught up her gown and started away. He walked with her. "I'm afraid," he said regretfully, "you're sorry you sent for me." She turned with burning eyes. "You should be the last to make me so, Mr. Kimberly." "I wish to be the last, yet I hate to sacrifice sincerity." "There's something I put far above sincerity." He looked mildly surprised. "What can it be?" "Consideration for the feelings of another, particularly if she be somewhat helpless." "Just a moment." They were entering the hall, and he stopped her. "In what way are you helpless?" "Through consideration on my part for my guest tonight, for my husband's friend, for a friend to whom we both owe much." "You owe that friend nothing. If you really think so, disabuse your mind. And I have never professed the slightest friendship for Mr. McBurney. Whatever we do, let us keep the facts clear. If we speak of consideration, what about my feelings? And about helplessness? I'm up against a stone wall all the time and trying to say anything." "You have no right to say anything," exclaimed Alice energetically, and starting on as she spoke. "Perhaps that is true. One that can't say things better than I do shouldn't attempt them. If one of us must be humiliated, let it be me. Where are you taking me?" She stopped. "Nowhere at all, Mr. Kimberly. Won't you—" "Where are you going?" "To look at my table. Mr. McBurney will be right down. Won't you wait for him in the library?" "No." "I should be most grateful." "I want to see the table myself." Alice tossed her head. "This way, then." At the threshold of the dining room Kimberly paused. The table was dressed in yellow with the lowest tones in the fruits of the centerpiece. The pears were russet, the grapes purple, and pomegranates, apples, and golden plums supplied the tints of autumn. The handles of the old silver basket were tied with knots of broad yellow ribbon. Alice, touching the covers here and there, passed behind the chairs. "You get your effects very simply," observed Kimberly. Only people with a sure touch can do that. I thought there were to be no more compliments. He looked at the sconces. Just one for the lighting. Even Dolly and Imogene sin in that way. They overdo it or underdo it, and Mrs. Nelson is impossible. Where have you put me? She pointed with her fan. Next to Mrs. Nelson. Next to Mrs. Nelson, he echoed in surprise. Why not? Did you say humiliation? Do I deserve so much? At dinner one tries, of course, to group congenial people, suggested Alice coldly. But we're not congenial. I supposed you were Mrs. Nelson's most frequent guest. I've not been at Mrs. Nelson's since the evening Guillot and Lambert were there, said Kimberly. You yourself were there that night. Alice betrayed no confusion, but she was shocked a little to realize that she believed him instantly. Kimberly, at least as to truthfulness, had won her confidence. Her own husband had forfeited it. The difficulty now, she felt, would be ever to believe him at all. I remember, she assented with returning cordiality. I was very proud to listen that night. Kimberly stood with his hand on the back of a chair. Lambert is a brilliant fellow. Possibly my sympathies were not with his views. So I sit here, continued Kimberly patiently. Who sits next to you? Your brother. Kimberly spoke with resignation. Charles always had the luck of the family. A door opened and a butler entered the room. On seeing Kimberly, he attempted to withdraw. Come in, Belle, said Alice. What is it? The juggler, Mrs. McBurney. His assistant has telephoned. They've missed their train. Oh, Belle, exclaimed his mistress in indignant protest. Don't tell me that. And it's the last out till 10:30 o'clock. Alice's face fell. That ends my evening. Isn't it too exasperating? Stupid jugglers. Kimberly intervened. What train did he miss, Belle? The 7:10, sir, from town. Why don't you call up the division superintendent and ask his office to stop the 8:10? Belle looked at his mistress. I might do that, sir. Oh, can you? Cried Alice. You ought to have done it without being told, Belle, observed Kimberly. You've done such things before. Might I use your name, sir? Use whatever's necessary to get him, and ask them to hunt up the juggler in the waiting room and put him aboard. Who is he? A China boy, sir, I understand. In that case, they could not miss him. The butler left the room. Do you think they will do it? Asked Alice anxiously. Don't give it further thought. We could get him out on a special if necessary. Voices came from the front room. Alice started forward. There are guests. By the way, added Kimberly, pointing to the card on his cover and that on his brother's, you don't mind my correcting this mistake, do you? Alice looked very frankly at him, for the success of the dinner was keenly on her mind. You will be of more assistance, Mr. Kimberly, if you will not make any change. Mrs. Nelson and Mrs. Morgan are my difficulties, and I hoped you would solve them for me. By all means. Dolly's voice was heard in the hall. Where are you, Alice? Here are the McCraes from town, and Dr. Hamilton. They sat down, 14, at the table, the Kimberleys, De Castros, Nelsons, McCraes, Hamilton, Miss Venable, and Dora Morgan. Alice was playing to the enemy and meant to demonstrate to the Nelson coterie that she needed no assistance from them to establish herself as a hostess at Second Lake. If she wished on this occasion for a great success, it was hers. The dinner was good, and the moment that Nelson had assured himself of this, he began good-naturedly to help things on. A remark from someone about the gulf between law and justice gave him a chance. "Why associate the two at all?" he asked lazily. "Law is strictly a game of the wits. It is played under the convention of an appeal to justice. But justice is invoked merely to satisfy the imagination. If people understood this, there would be no complaint about a gulf between the two. We imagine justice, we get law. Similarly, we imagine heaven, we get what we deserve. If the imagination be satisfied, man will endure the sweat of Sisyphus. Most of us suffer it in this world anyway. Law and justice are like chemical incompatibles, and there must be a gulf between them. And law is no better and no worse than other conventions of society. Who that studies human government in any form has ever been able to regard it otherwise than with contempt?" "Certainly," interposed Fritzie Venable with formal irony, "no one that takes care of the Kimberly interest in Washington." "The Kimberly interest in Washington," returned Nelson with compliance, "are so well behaved that they take care of themselves." "Then I don't see what contempt you should have for this government," retorted Fritzie vigorously. "Only that it affords him no adequate exercise for his ingenuity," suggested Arthur de Castro. "I don't care," protested Fritzie. "I'm an American, and I won't have our government abused. I believe in sticking to your own." "Well, if we haven't stuck to our own, I should like to know who has," observed Charles Kimberly benevolently. "We've stuck for 50 years to our tariff builders, as mustard would to a stot. McBurney's farmers are doing the work for us now," he continued. "Our beet growers guard the sugar schedule at Washington. These wonderful Western states, lowest in illiteracy, highest in political sagacity, it's really a shame to take the money." "I don't see how you conscientiously can take it," declared Hamilton, appealing to Robert Kimberly. "I do it by educating my conscience, Doctor," responded Robert Kimberly. "Everyone that takes the trouble to inquire knows I am a free trader. I abstain from the Reform Club, but that is out of deference to my partners. I contribute to both campaign funds, to the one for our shareholders, to the other for my conscience. For, as I say, personally, I am a free trader." "And a tariff beneficiary," added Arthur de Castro. "Why not, Arthur? Wasn't it Disraeli who said sensible men are all of one religion? He might better have said sensible men are all of one politics. It is true we are tariff beneficiaries, but this country is doing business under a protective theory. We are engaged, as we were long before there was a tariff, in what is now a protected industry. We can't change our business because the government changes its economic policy. And if anybody is to have protection here, Arthur, why shouldn't we? Who has a better right to it? Our warrants of occupation were extorted from the Iroquois. We fought the Indians, we fought the French, we fought the English. Was there anybody you didn't fight? We put up our credit in Paris and Amsterdam for the colonies and for the federal government when the colonies and the federal government had none. Then along comes a little coterie of steel men in our own day," Kimberly tossed his head with disdainful impatience, "who make the toil of 100 years look like a farce, out Herod in protection, and pile up hundreds of millions while we're up to our armpits in molasses trying to grind out a mere living. Protection! We don't get half enough. Who has better sanction for exercising that airy, invisible pressure of a tariff tax?" he demanded, lifting a glass of wine to the light. "Picturesque old pirate," murmured Hamilton. "And he needs the money," commented de Castro. "Why quarrel with him?" "I'm sure you will all pledge the sugar business," continued Kimberly, raising a refilled glass blandly, "and join me in welcoming anybody that wants to go into it. This is a free country, gentlemen. What do you use on competitors, the rack and dungeon? Nothing that savors of them. But you take care of competition, persisted Hamilton. Kimberly laughed. Certainly we do, interposed McRae quickly and frankly, but without unnecessary cruelty, as Mr. Robert Kimberly puts it. No man that ever fought the company and had horse sense has ever starved to death. We can use such a man's talents better than he can, and very often he comes into camp and becomes our teacher. That has happened. Our system of combination has brought comforts and luxuries into thousands of homes that never would have known them under the waste of competition. Hundreds and thousands of men have profited by uniting their efforts with ours, and no man that wasn't a business lunatic has ever been the worse for anything we've done. Your husband talks well, Mrs. McRae, said Robert Kimberly to a quiet little woman near him. He has had able teachers, laughed Mrs. McRae. No, it is because he believes in himself. It's a great thing to be able to believe in yourself. Don't you? Far from it. You've made a good many others believe in you. Not always for their own best interest, I'm afraid. Yes, I know, Dolly was saying to those of the women who were listening to her. The weight of authority is against me, but I've always held, and hold yet, that a simple thing such as lapis lazuli is best set in gold, much better than in silver. Talk with Castellani about it sometimes, or Viola. Yes, and they'll tell you silver every time, interrupted Fritzie vigorously. Dolly waved her hand as if to dismiss controversy. Gold is so common, objected Lottie Nelson. Not more so than lapis, retorted Dolly. But isn't that the glory of gold, suggested Robert, that it is common? It has the seal of approval of mankind. What higher sanction do you want? You're always safe in resting with that approval. I believe in common things, pearls, for example, and rubies. I'm just common enough to like them. Bell, passing behind his mistress, spoke in her ear. Alice's face lighted, and she caught Kimberly's eye. He is here, she nodded laughingly across the table. The juggler had come, and as the dessert was being served, he followed a butler into the room in his native robes and assumed his place as one of Bell's assistants. The Chinaman was handsome and of great size and strength. Alice only hinted to her guests what awkwardness might be looked for from the new footman, and the juggler, smiling in oriental silence, began to cajole the senses of his spectators. After he had amused them with trifles, he floated a gossamer veil of yellow silk over a huge glass bowl filled with fruit from a serving table. With this in his hands, he hastened to the fireplace at the end of the room, and turning, heaved the bowl swiftly toward the ceiling, catching it in his arms as it descended, filled with quivering goldfish swimming in water of crystal clearness. He took oranges from the side tables and, splitting them, released songbirds into the air. The guests tossed fruit at him, and from apples and pomegranates he cut favors for them, jeweled stick pins, belt agrafes, and Florentine bomboniers. When the evening was over, Alice thanked her guests for their compliments. Lottie Nelson's words, in particular, left a flush of triumph in Alice's cheeks, and she looked so happy that Kimberly paused before he spoke. "Well," said Alice questioningly, "and then, if you've had a good time, don't be afraid to say so." He looked at her as if pleased at her fervor. "Are you a little bit sorry?" he asked quizzically. Her brows rose with a pretty assumption of ignorance. "I have nothing to be sorry for." "Then I suppose I must have." She dropped her eyes for a moment to her sandalwood fan. "Of course, you will decide that." I presume," he continued, taking the fan without apology from her hands, "I may come over when you're not at home and look at your portrait." "I'm sure you don't realize how silly that sounds. I hear you have a new picture," she added, looking up. "It's to be hung next week. McBurney is to bring you over to see it. Are you sorry I came?" "Oh, is that what you meant? Why, such a question. You saved my evening." "But are you sorry?" "I shouldn't say so if I were, should I?" "No, but answer anyway." Her expression of vexation was pleasing. "How obstinate! No, then. And you saved my evening besides." "You must take me as I am." "You cannot, I know, be less than you should be." "How about you?" She drew herself up the least bit. "I hope no friend of mine would wish me anything less." "We are both, then, to be all we should be." "Don't you think I'm very patient?" she demanded impatiently. "You are. We're both to be, aren't we?" She did not conceal her annoyance. "I sincerely trust so," she said coldly, "but there is a limit to all things." He held out his hand. "Thank you for a delightful evening." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 18. The new picture at the Towers made a topic of interest among Kimberly's friends. But Alice found excuses for not going to see it until McBurney would brook no further delays. They drove over one afternoon and found Dr. Hamilton and Imogene in the library. Robert Kimberly came downstairs with Charles and greeted the McBurneys. Tea was brought presently, and Kimberly asked Alice to pour it. "I haven't seen you since your dinner," said he, sitting down after a time by Alice. "You were indisposed the day I called. Imogene tells me you intend spending the winter in town." "Mr. McBurney wants to." "I hoped you would winter in the country." "I like the country, but Mr. McBurney likes the town. I shall enjoy it, too. You know we're really country folk and haven't had as much town life as you have." The others started for the east room. "Come," said Dolly, beckoning Alice. "You want to see the Rubens." The new picture was hung as a panel between a smaller Rubens and an unknown head of the Virgin in the manner of Botticelli. Kimberly seated Alice apart from the others and stood behind her. "You've been in this room before?" he said questioningly. "Once before. It's very much richer now." She indicated the new picture as she spoke, a large canvas of the Crucifixion. "There are two titles for it," exclaimed Kimberly, "a Latin and a Dutch. I like the Dutch best, The Ninth Hour. This picture doesn't appeal so much to my friends as it has appealed to me. But see what this master magician has chosen here, the supreme moment of the Crucifixion." Those with them were chatting apart. Alice sat in silence while Kimberly spoke, and when he had done, they were silent together. "I hope you're going to like it," he said after a pause. McBurney asked a question, and Kimberly walked to where he was seated. When he came back, he seemed unable to wait longer for Alice's comment. "What is the verdict?" "Nothing I've ever seen of Rubens leaves me unmoved," she answered. "This is almost overwhelming, terrible." "Mrs. McBurney likes my Crucifixion, Dolly," observed Kimberly after another silence. "Oh, you needn't quote Alice," exclaimed Dolly from a window seat. "So do I like it. All I said was that it is a sin to pay so much for a picture." "No price is too great for a great inspiration. See, He pointed for Alice to the face of a Roman soldier cowering in the foreground of the canvas. "There's one man's face. Hamilton has studied a good many pictures and watched unnumbered faces in every expression of suffering. He's told me that, so far as he knows pictures, the emotion of fear has never been depicted on the human countenance except in that face. As a great surgeon of a very wide experience, he may be said to know what fear pictured on a human face should be. And there it is before us. Conceive what a triumph for that man to have achieved this, so far from us in the dead centuries, and yet so near to us in this magic of his skill. Observe what a background he's chosen to depict it from: Jerusalem, bathed in the uncanny, terrifying light that accompanies a convulsion of nature. The earth rent, the dead issuing from their graves, nature prostrate, and everywhere brooding over everything, but stamped most of all on this one guilty face, fear. How it all builds up the agony of that death sweat on the cross. By heaven, it is tremendous. And Dolly says it is a sin to spend so much money for it. Brother Francis doesn't agree with her. I found him in here early one morning saying his prayers to it. Before it, said Alice instantly. I thought that no mean tribute. Frankly, do you think me extravagant? Did you really pay the price named in the newspapers? Even then? It does take one's breath away. At least it took mine. I've wanted this picture for years. Hamilton made one trip over with me to look at it. He told me of it first. Then I had to wait all these years for the opportunity to acquire it. What patience! His eyes were fixed on the picture. It must have taken patience to paint it, but patience gives us everything in this life. Alice was silent. You don't agree with me? How do you know that? I feel it. The air is thick with your dissent. But, Alice, I am right, and you are wrong. Her name coming so suddenly and for the first time from his lips astonished her. Her heart sent its blood in protest to her very ears. In a room with other people nothing could be said, but she rose and, turning from Kimberly, called to her husband, asking if he were ready. "Before you go, I have a favor to ask," said Kimberly, intervening, and Kimberly's petitions had always something of a color of command. He said, speaking to Alice, "Of my mother's portrait. It is upstairs. Will you come see it?" "I should like very much to see it. Come, Walter." She held out her hand for her husband. "Mr. Kimberly wants us to see his mother's portrait." Kimberly made no comment, but the manner with which he paused, waiting for McBurney to join them, sufficiently indicated that he was conscious of waiting. When McBurney noticed his attitude, he moved from those he was with much more quickly than he would have done at his wife's behest. Dolly came with McBurney, and the four walked upstairs. Kimberly's rooms opened to the south. There were 5 in the apartment, and while Kimberly excused himself to take McBurney in for a moment to speak to his uncle, Dolly took Alice through Kimberly's suite. "These rooms are charming," exclaimed Alice when the men came into them. "You must see them, Walter. The breakfast room is dear." They were standing in the library, which served as a writing room and a conference room. It was finished in oak, and on the east the breakfast room opened in white and green. Alice took her husband's arm. "See, Walter," she said, passing through the open door. "Isn't this darling? These tones must be restful to wake to." "I had lunch here once," announced McBurney in his choppy way. "With you and your brother and McCrae," he added, turning to Kimberly. "You never said a word to me about seeing such a pretty place," remarked his wife. "You've been in the West Room?" asked Kimberly. "Yes, Alice sang for me while you were with Uncle John," responded Dolly. "I thought I heard music, remarked Kimberly, looking at Alice. "What did you sing?" "I only hummed an old air." Kimberly tried to get her to go back to the piano, but could not. "I miss music keenly," he said. "I wish I could make a contract with you to sing here every day." Alice laughed. "You would be in very good company," interposed Dolly. "Some famous artistes have sung at that piano. Robert," she added as the two women walked toward his dressing room, "has everything here but what he ought to have, a wife. When Mother lived, the Towers was more than a habitation. It was a home." In his bedroom, Kimberly indicated a portrait above the fireplace. "This is my mother," he said to Alice. "Sit down for just a moment. I want you to like her." "I like her very much already," returned Alice, "but I should like to sit a moment to enjoy the portrait. I wish I could have known your mother." "This room I fancy best of them all," Dolly was saying to McBurney as they walked on. "All of this wall paneling and ceiling was made from one mahogany log brought up from Santo Domingo many years ago with a cargo of sugar." Kimberly, sitting with Alice before his mother's picture, showed a self-consciousness he did not often betray, a solicitude, seemingly, that Alice should agree with his own estimate of his mother. "She was the most tender, kindly woman in the world," he said after a moment. "Such a mother ought to be an inspiration to you for everything high and good, Mr. Kimberly." "Yet I've never reached anything high and good." "Sometime you will." He looked at her curiously. "Do you really think that?" "Yes, I do. And thank you for letting me see your mother. If you only could have met her." There was an intensity of regret in his words. "It was a tragedy for such a woman to die young. I've long wanted you to see her portrait. You constantly make me think of her, Alice." She turned calmly and frankly. "It is most kind of you to say that, Mr. Kimberly. So kind that I'm going to be bold enough to ask a favor." "I know what you're going to ask, but I wish you wouldn't. I want very much to do what you're about to ask me not to do." "It is almost nothing. Only not to call me Alice." "There's no use my asking a favor, is there?" He turned with almost a boyish humor in his manner. His mother's eyes seemed to look at her in his eyes as he spoke. "Not, Mr. Kimberly, this time. I want you to oblige me." "You're afraid of me." There was no resentment in the words, nothing beyond a regret. Her answer was low, but neither weak nor confused. "Is it quite generous, Mr. Kimberly? Here?" "No," he answered in the same even voice. "It is not. Unhappily, there are times when generosity is weakness. I've been trying ever since I've known you to think of you just as I think of myself. I believe I've tried to give you a little the best of it. Yet a selfish man can't always be sure of doing that." "I trust you think of me," she responded, "only as one of the least important among your friends." "You're afraid of me, and yet I want your confidence above everything in this world. And I must in some way deserve and win it." "I do wish you would not say these things. I have to try very hard not to dislike you exceedingly when you speak in this way." "You do dislike me exceedingly when I speak in this way. I know it perfectly." If her voice trembled the least bit, it was with indignation. "I sometimes ask myself whether I should suffer it even for my husband's sake. You will force me to do something unpleasant, I fear." "I never will force you to do anything. I do want to call you Alice, but don't hate me for that." She heard with relief Dolly talking to her husband in the doorway. "It was almost 3 years before Imogene saw Charles again," Alice heard Dolly say. "And would you believe it, he began exactly where he left off. After that, Imogene decided it was of no use. So she is Mrs. Kimberly." "By Jove, he had patience," laughed McBurney. Dolly laughed a little too. That is the only exasperating thing about the Kimberly men, their patience. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 19. McBurney's decision to spend the winter in town became very welcome to Alice. The atmosphere within a wide radius of the towers seemed too charged with electricity for mental peace. And her husband, having tasted for the first time the excitement of the stock markets, desired to be near his brokers. Fritzie, who was an authority in town affairs, made it easy for Alice to find acceptable quarters. In general, the Second Lake people cared less and less for opening their town houses. Robert Kimberly's house, while nominally open, never saw its master. Charles and Imogene Kimberly, for several years, had spent their winters cruising, and now made ready to take Grace de Castro to the eastern Mediterranean. Arthur and Dolly were to winter at Biarritz and join Charles and Imogene in Sicily on the return from the Levant. Fritzie accepted Alice's invitation to spend the season in town with her. Dora Morgan had already gone to Paris for an indefinite stay, and the Nelsons, Congress being in session, were starting for Washington. McBurney came over to the Towers just before leaving with Alice for town to see Robert Kimberly. When Kimberly asked him what was on his mind, "I would like to know," McBurney answered frankly, "what I can make some money in this winter." It was the second time he had brought the subject up, and Kimberly, who had once evaded his inquiries, saw that nothing was to be gained by further effort in that direction. Kimberly regarded him gravely. "Buy standard railway shares," he suggested, "on a 4.5% average." "But I want to do better than 4.5%. It costs something to live." "I mean you would have your profit in the advances, which your present income ought to cover a very liberal scale of living," said Kimberly. McBurney squirmed in his chair. Kimberly would have preferred he should sit still. "That is true," assented McBurney with smiling candor. "But a poor man doesn't want to spend all his money. Isn't there a chance," he asked, coming to the point in his mind, "to make some money in our own stock? I have heard a rumor there would be, but I can't run it down." "There are always chances if you are closely enough in touch with general conditions. Charles keeps better track of those things than I do. Suppose you talk with him." "Charles sends me to you," protested McBurney good-naturedly. "Our shares seem just now to be one of the speculative favorites," returned Kimberly. "That means, as you know, violent fluctuations." McBurney was impatient of hazards. "Put me next on any one of your own plans, Mr. Kimberly, that you might feel like trusting me with," said McBurney jocularly. "I don't often have any speculative schemes of my own," returned Kimberly. "However," he hesitated a moment. McBurney leaned forward. "Doan," continued Kimberly abruptly, "has a strong party interested now in putting up the common. They profess to think that on its earnings it should sell higher. In fact, they've sounded me about an extra dividend. I'm opposed to that, until Congress adjourns, at any rate. But the company is making a great deal of money. I can't uncover Doan's deal, but I can say this to you. I've agreed to help them as much as I safely can. By that I mean that their speculative interest must always come second to the investment interest of our shareholders. By Jove, I wish I could get in on a movement like that, Mr. Kimberly. With you behind it, I'm not behind it, only not opposed to it. For my part, I never advise anyone to speculate on our securities. I can't do it. I do business with speculators, but I never speculate myself. You don't credit that, do you? What I mean is this. I never take chances. If it is necessary for cogent reasons to move our securities up or down, I am in a position to do so without taking any extreme chances. That's natural, isn't it?" McBurney laughed and swayed in his chair. "I'd like to be fixed that way for just 1 year of my life," he exclaimed. "If you were, you would find plenty of other things to engage your attention. Well, can you do anything for me on this present deal?" Kimberly reflected a moment. "Yes," he said finally, "if you will operate through the brokers I name and do exactly as I say, and run the risk of losing half the money you put up. I don't see how you could lose more than that. But if you don't do exactly as I tell you, without question, you might lose a great deal more. I'm not supposing, of course, that you would risk more than you could afford to lose. Not at all. I want to play safe. Place your orders today and tomorrow, then, for what common you can carry. Hamilton will let you have what money you need, or he will get it for you. Then forget all about your investment until I tell you to sell. Don't question the advice, but get out promptly at that moment, no matter what you hear or what the market looks like. Can you do that and keep your own counsel?" "Trust me." "Good luck, then. And if it should come bad, try not to feel incensed at me," concluded Kimberly, rising. "Surely not," exclaimed McBurney. Kimberly smiled. "But you will, just the same. At least that is my experience. What about the winter, Mr. Kimberly? Are you going in town?" "I haven't decided." But although Kimberly had made no decision, he had made vague promises to everyone. With Charles, he talked about putting his own yacht into commission, taking Laurie from the refineries for a breathing spell, and meeting Charlie's party in February at Taormina. He discussed with Dolly a shorter vacation, one of taking passage to Cherbourg, motoring with Arthur and herself across France, and meeting Charles at Nice, whence all could come home together. The Nelsons left the lake last. Lottie gave Kimberly a parting thrust as she said good-bye, delivering it in such a way that she hoped to upset him. "So you are in love with Alice McBurney," she said smilingly. Kimberly looked frankly into her clear, sensuous eyes. "What put that into your head, Lottie?" She laughed unsympathetically. "I'm glad you've got someone this time that will make you do the walking, not one like the rest of us poor creatures." "Why do you talk about this time and us poor creatures? Let me tell you something." "Do, so I can tell it to Alice." "You may at any time tell Mrs. McBurney anything I say. It is this. If I should ever find a woman to love, I expect to do the walking. Tell her that, will you? I respect Mrs. McBurney very highly and admire her very much. Is that clear? But that is far from outraging her feelings by coupling her name with mine or mine with hers. Don't do that. I will never forgive it." She had never seen him so angry. He realized more than once during the long winter that the slighted woman had told him only the truth. But from her it was an impertinent truth, and it galled him to be forced to admit to the loose-thinking members of his own set what he felt toward Alice. Meantime, he spent the whole winter at the Towers with Uncle John, the tireless Francis, and his own unruly thoughts. His time went to conferences with his city associates, infrequent inspections of the refineries, horseback rides over the winter landscape, and to winter sunsets watched alone from the great western windows. In town, Alice found Fritzie an admirable guide. "I try," said Fritzie calmly, answering one of Alice's jests at her wide acquaintance, "to move with the best. I suppose in heaven we shall encounter all sorts, and if we don't cultivate the elect here, we may never have another chance to." "You are far-sighted, Fritzie dear," smiled Alice. "What I can't understand is why you don't marry. I have too many rich relations. I couldn't marry anybody in their class. I should have to pick up with some wretched millionaire and be reduced to misery. The Lord deliver us from people that watch their incomes. They are the limit. And it must, I have always thought, be terrible, Alice, to live with a man that has made $1 million honestly. He would be so mean. Of course, we are mean too, but happily a good part of our meanness are underground, buried with our ancestors." Fritzie's light words struck home with an unsuspected force. Alice knew Fritzie had no thought of painting McBurney. It was only Alice herself who recognized her husband's portrait. Fritzie certainly had, as she admitted, an appetite for the luxurious, and even McBurney liked her novel extravagances. In their few resting hours the two women talked of Second Lake. "Fritzie," said Alice one night when they were together before the fire, "the first time I met you, you said every one at Second Lake was contented, with 2 exceptions. You were one. Who was the other?" "Robert, dear. He is the most discontented mortal alive. Isn't it all a strange world?" Alice, too, had thoughts that winter, but they were confused thoughts, and not always to be tolerated. She likewise was beginning to think it a strange world. McBurney, guided by McRae, followed the pool operations with sleepless vigilance. They reached their height when Congress adjourned early without disturbing the tariff. The street saw enormous gains ahead for the crowd operating in the Kimberly stocks, and with public buying under way, the upward movement in the shares took on renewed strength. It was just at this moment of the adjournment of Congress that Kimberly sent McRae to McBurney with directions to sell, and explicitly as to how and through whom to sell. McBurney, to McRae's surprise, demurred at the advice and argued that if he dropped out now he should lose the best profits of the venture. McRae consented to talk to Kimberly again. Doane, the Hamilton banking interest, and their associates were still ostensibly buying and were talking even higher prices. It did not look right to McBurney to sell under such circumstances, but McRae came back the very next day with one word: sell. No reasons, no explanations were given, nothing vouchsafed but a curt command. McBurney, doubtful and excited, consulted Alice, to whom indeed in serious perplexity he often turned. Knowing nothing about the situation, she advised him to do precisely as Kimberly directed, and to do so without loss of time. He was still stubborn. No one but himself knew that he was carrying twice the load of stock he had any right to assume, and battling thus between greed and prudence, he reluctantly placed the selling orders. Just as he had gotten fairly out of it, the market, to his mortification, advanced. A few days later it ran quite away. Huge blocks of stock thrown into it made hardly any impression. The market, as McBurney had predicted, continued strong. At the end of the week he felt sure that Kimberly had tricked him, and in spite of winning more money than he had ever made in his life, he was in bad humor. Kimberly himself deigned no word of enlightenment. McRae tried to explain to McBurney that the public had run away with the market, as it sometimes did, but McBurney nursed resentment. The Nelsons came over from Washington that week. It was Holy Week, for the opera and the week end, and McBurney asked his wife to entertain them, together with Lambert, at dinner on Friday night. Alice fought the proposal, but McBurney could not be moved. She endeavored to have the date changed to Easter Sunday. McBurney was relentless. He knew it was Good Friday and that his wife was trying to avoid entertaining during the evening, but he thought it an opportunity to discipline her. Alice sent out her invitations, and they were accepted. No such luck she knew as a declination would be hers. Lottie, amusing herself for the winter with Lambert, was in excellent humor, but Alice was nervous, and everything went wrong. They rose from the table to go to the opera, where Nelson had the Robert Kimberly box. Alice, seeking the retirement of an easy chair, gave her attention to the stage and to her own thoughts. In neither did she find anything satisfying. Mrs. Nelson, too talkative with the men, was a mild irritation to her, and of all nights in the year this was the last on which Alice would have wished to be at the opera. It was only one more link in the long chain of sacrifices she wore for domestic peace, but tonight her guise lay heavy on her wrist. She realized that she was hardly amiable. This box she enjoyed the seclusion of brought Kimberly close to her. The difference there would be within it if he himself were present suggested itself indolently to her in her depression. How loath, she reflected, Kimberly would have been to drag her out when she wished to be at home. It was not the first time that she had compared him with her husband, but this was the first time she was conscious of having done so. All they were enjoying was his. Yet she knew that he would have been indifferent to everything except what she preferred. And it was not alone what he had indicated in deferring to her wishes. It was what he often did in deferring in indifferent things to the wishes of others that had impressed itself upon her more than any trait in his character. How much happier she should be if her own husband were to show a mere trace of such a disposition. She felt past even the possibility of telling him. It seemed too useless. He could not be made to understand. For supper, the party went with Nelson. The gaiety of the others left Alice cold. Nelson, with the art of the practiced entertainer, urged the eating and drinking, and when the party left the buzzing café, some of them were heated and unrestrained. At 2 o'clock, Alice, with her husband and Fritzie, reached their apartment, and Alice, very tired, went directly to her own rooms. McBurney came in, somewhat out of humor. "What's the matter with you tonight?" he demanded. Alice had dismissed Annie and her husband and sat down beside her table. "With me? Nothing, Walter. Why?" "You acted so caddish all the evening," he complained with an irritating little oath. Alice was in no mood to help him along. "How so?" she asked, tying her hair as she turned to look at him. An inelegant exclamation annoyed her further. "You know what I mean just as well as I do," he went on curtly. "You never opened your mouth the whole evening. Lottie asked me what the matter was with you." Alice repeated but one word of the complaining sentence. "Lottie?" she echoed. Her husband's anger grew. "If Lottie would talk less," continued Alice quietly, "and drink less, I should be less ashamed to be seen with her, and perhaps I could talk more myself." "You never did like anybody that liked me. So it's Lottie you're jealous of." "No, not jealous of, only ashamed of. Even at the dinner she was scandalous, I thought." Her husband regarded her with stubborn contempt, and it hurt. "You are very high and mighty tonight. I wonder," he said with a scarcely concealed sneer, "whether prosperity has turned your head." "You need not look at me in that way, Walter, and you need not taunt me. You've been abusing Lottie Nelson a good deal lately. I wish you would stop it." He rose and stood with one hand on the table. Alice was slipping her rings into the cup in front of her, and she dropped in the last with some spirit. "I will stop it, and I hope you will never speak of her again. I certainly never will entertain her again under any circumstances," she exclaimed. "You will entertain her the next time I tell you to." Alice turned quite white. "Have you anything else to say to me?" Her very restraint enraged him. "Only that if you try to ride your high horse with me," he replied, "I will send you back to St. Louis some fine day." "Is that all?" "That's all. And if you think I don't mean what I say, try it sometime." As he spoke, he pushed the chair in which he had been sitting roughly aside. Alice rose to her feet. "I despise your threats," she said, choking with her own words. "I despise you. I can't tell you how I despise you." Her heart beat rebelliously, and she shook in every limb. Expressions that she would not have known for her own fell stinging from her lips. "You've bullied me for the last time. I've stood your abuse for 5 years. It will stop now. You will do the cringing and creeping from now on. That woman never shall sit down at a table with me again, not if you beg it of me on your knees. You are a cowardly wretch. I know you perfectly. You never were anything else. I've paid dearly for ever believing you a man." Her contempt burned the words she uttered. "Now drive me one step further," she sobbed wildly, "if you dare." She snapped out the light above her head with an angry twist. Another light shone from the open door of her sleeping room, and through this door she swiftly passed, slamming it shut and locking it sharply behind her. McBurney had never seen his wife in such a state. He was surprised, but there could be no mistake. Her blood was certainly up. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 20. If Alice or her husband apprehended a stormy sequel to the unpleasant scene in her dressing room, both were relieved that none followed. Not a word came up between them as a result of the breach. There was the usual silence that follows a tempestuous outbreak, and the usual indirect, almost accidental resumption of speaking relations after the acute suspicion of renewed hostilities had worn itself out. McBurney had the best of reasons for ignoring what had passed. He had, in fact, experienced the most surprising moments of his life, and caution advised against the stirring up of any further altercation. Heretofore he had always known just what his wife, when bullied, would do, but he no longer knew, and the uncertainty gave him pause. He found matter for surprise, indeed for a series of surprises, in the manner in which Alice stood newly revealed to him. Dependence and timidity seemed suddenly to have left her. She walked a new path, not one of complete indifference to her husband, but of decision complete in itself. Forced to cast aside his judgment and fall back on her own, Alice accepted the alternative openly. Her new attitude made itself felt in unnumbered ways, sometimes in no more than arranging for a day downtown with Fritzie, sometimes in discussing when Cedar Lodge should be opened and how. McBurney found himself no longer consulted. Alice told him what she intended to do. If he gave arbitrary or unreasonable orders, they were ignored. If he followed the subject further, his inquiries were ignored. Alice realized it was not right to live in a home in this way, but McBurney himself had taught her so many ways of wrong living that compunction had grown dull. His pupil, long unwilling to accept his debasing standards of married life, long suffering the cruelty of finding them enforced upon her, had at last become all that he had made her, and something unpleasantly more. She made herself now complete mistress of her own affairs. Nor was Alice less surprised at the abject surrender of her husband. She knew him in the end better than he knew himself, and cowardly though he was, she felt the new situation would not endure forever, that worse must surely follow. But those who learn to sleep on dumb reproach, and still for years the cry of waking apprehension, learn also not to look with foreboding ahead. There were, it is true, times in which Alice asked herself if in her new attitude she were not walking in a dream, slumbers in which the old shrinking fear returned, moments in which she could hardly realize her own determination. But the fear that had so long subdued her now served to support her courage. Go back she would not. The present she had made her own. The future must account for itself. Moreover, as the acuteness of the crisis passed, everything looked better. The present tends always to justify itself, and prosperous skies opening on McBurney's speculative ventures consoled him for such loss of prestige as he suffered in his own home. He was again, curiously enough, Alice thought, in cordial touch with Robert Kimberly. She never asked a question and did not know for a long time what could account for this change, since he had been abusing Kimberly vigorously during the life of the market pool. Kimberly had never called at the town apartment, and Alice heard of him only through Fritzie, who visited the towers on monetary errands and always spoke interestingly of Robert's affairs. And now spring airs came even to town, and Alice, breathing them, with the sudden sunshine and the morning song of birds, longed for her country home. She kept the telephone wire busy, summoning her gardener to conferences, and laid out elaborate plans with him for making Cedar Lodge more beautiful for the summer. A number of things conspired to keep her from getting out to Second Lake early, but the servants had been installed and the lodge put in readiness for her coming. One night in May, a summer night, warm, lighted by the moon, and still an impulse seized Alice to break away from everything for the country. Morning found her with Fritzie, and accompanied only by their maids, in a big motor car speeding over the ribbon roads toward Second Lake. A curious play of emotions possessed Alice as they whirled through the dust of the village and swung into the hills toward the towers. She had given no instructions to her chauffeur as to which roads he should take, and he had chosen the southern road because the grades were better. It was months since Alice had seen Kimberly, but not until now did she realize with some apprehension how much he had been in her mind all winter. The near prospect of meeting him disturbed her, and she felt an uneasiness at the thought. It was too late to change the route. She felt she had been wrong not to give orders for the North Road in time. Then the notion came that she must meet him sometime anyway, and whenever they met, he must be kept within bounds she had set many times since their last hour together. She could see in the distance the tower's gate and the lodge, sentinel-like, away up the road. The mere sight of the familiar entrance brought Kimberly up sharply. The chauffeur checked the car to ask whether he should drive through the grounds. Fritzie said, "Yes." Alice corrected her. "No, no." "Why, my dear," exclaimed Fritzie, "not stop to speak to Robert? It will delay us, and I'm crazy to get home." "But it will cut off 2 miles." "And keep us an hour." "It won't keep us 5 minutes, and the grounds are beautiful. We will see them tomorrow. Drive straight ahead, Peters." Fritzie protested as they flew past the lodge. I feel like a heathen going by the towers in this way. I hope Robert won't hear of it. I will take all the blame, returned Alice with a bravado she did not feel. Then she laid her hand on Fritz's arm. You may come back right after luncheon. When they reached the hill beyond Black Rock, they saw Cedar Point lying below in the sunshine of the lake. Alice cried out at the beauty of it. Her spirits rose with an emotion that surprised her. For an instant she could not speak. Her eyes moistened, and the load that had oppressed her a moment earlier took wings. Before she had quite recovered, the car was down the hill and speeding through the green gates, up the winding avenue of maples, and swinging in an alarming ellipse around to the front of the house. She ran in through the open doors as if she had left it all but yesterday. Flowers were everywhere. She passed from room to room with the bubbling spirits of a child, and dropped at last into her own little chair at her toilet table. Annie, infested with the happiness of her mistress, was wreathed in smiles as she took her hat, while Fritzie, sitting in dusty veil and gloves, telephone in hand, was calling the towers and in the same breath begging her maid to prepare her bath. No response to Fritz's telephone message came until late in the afternoon. About 4 o'clock, Robert Kimberly called her up. "I hear you've arrived," he said. "This is a pretty time for you to be answering, Robert. Where have you been all day?" "Driving with Francis. He hasn't been very well lately. I took him over to the Sound. How is Mrs. McBurney, Fritzie?" "Come over and see." "Call her to the telephone." Alice took the receiver. "How do you do, Mr. Kimberly?" "Glad to hear your voice. Fritzie has been telling me stories about you all winter." Alice controlled the pleasant excitement that came in the familiar sound of his own voice. "You mustn't believe the stories you hear," she laughed. "How are you all?" "One story today sounded pretty straight. Sometimes those are the least reliable. How is your uncle?" "Still, I have to have it out with you, passing us by this morning." "But you weren't at home." "Worse and worse. You didn't know that." She laughed again happily. "You may scold as much as you like. I'm so happy to get home. I'm walking on air." "How do you manage that? I never can get any excitement over getting home. I wish I might come and see how it affects you." "Do come." "Unfortunately, I'm leaving tonight for the Southwest." "For the Southwest?" she echoed in surprise. "But we heard of you just back from the West." "Yes, and with some stories for you. This time it's New Orleans and a terminal project." "So busy a man. I hope we shall see you when you return." "I certainly hope so. If I didn't, I shouldn't go. By the way," he added humorously, "I seem to have dropped something." "What can it be?" "The string you held out a minute ago." Alice's eyes danced, but only the telephone receiver saw them. "What string?" "About letting me come over. A car was set in this afternoon at Sunbury, but the train doesn't pick me up till 11 o'clock tonight. I might run over to see you on my way down." "Oh, by all means do, Mr. Kimberly." "Just to see how you look when you're happy." "Do come." "But I'm always happy." He hesitated a moment. "If I were sure of that, I might not come." "You may be sure, I assure you. And why, pray, shouldn't you come?" He retreated easily. "Because in that case I could see your happiness without intruding on you when you're tired, as you must be now. However, I will run in for a few moments after dinner." Kimberly appeared shortly before 9 o'clock. Fritzie greeted him. "Oh, aren't you youthful tonight?" she exclaimed. He was in a traveling suit, and his face was tanned from his Western trip. "You should never wear anything but gray, Robert." "Has she been as agreeable as this all winter?" asked Kimberly, turning to greet Alice. "All winter," declared Fritzie, answering for herself, "except once when Lottie Nelson's dog chewed up a lace hat for me. And, Robert, I've spent this whole winter saying good things about you. Haven't I, Alice? Even when we saw they were trying to put you in jail." "Many worthy people seem to sympathize with that effort," responded Kimberly dryly. "I trust you didn't," he added, turning to Alice. "I? Not in the least. If they had succeeded, I should have brought you flowers." The three sat down. Kimberly looked at Alice. "What have you been doing all winter?" "Nothing. Listen to that," exclaimed Fritzie. "Why, we've been as busy as ants all winter." "Fritzie would never allow you to do nothing," said Kimberly. "You met a lot of people, she tells me." "I said nothing because the time went so fast I found no time to do anything I had intended to." Fritzie objected again. "You kept at your singing all winter, didn't you?" Kimberly showed interest at once. "Good. Let us hear now how your voice sounds in the country air." "I haven't any songs." "You threw some into the wicker trunk," interposed Fritzie. "Find them, Fritzie, do," said Kimberly. "And what else did you do?" he asked of Alice as Fritzie ran upstairs. "Everything that country people do," responded Alice. "And you've been West. Tell me all about it." Kimberly looked very comfortable in a Roman chair as he bent his eyes upon her. "Hardly a spot in Colorado escaped me this time. And I went to Piedmont." "To Piedmont?" cried Alice. "Oh, to see the little factory." "To see the house you lived in when you were there." "What possible interest could that poor cottage have for anyone? You must have realized that we began housekeeping very modestly." He brushed her suggestion away with a gesture. "I wanted to see it merely because you had lived in it." He waited a moment. "Can't you understand that?" "Frankly, I cannot." "St. Louis was very interesting," he went on. "Oh, I love St. Louis!" Alice exclaimed. "So do I," assented Kimberly. "And in St. Louis I went to see the house you were born in. It was worth looking at. Your father's house was a house of character and dignity." "Why, thank you." "Like many of the older houses I ran across in searching it out." Alice seemed unable to rise quite above her embarrassment. "I can hardly believe you're not making fun of me. What ridiculous quests in St. Louis and in Piedmont. Surely there must have been incidents of more importance than these in a 3 weeks' trip." He ignored her comment. "I stood a long time staring at your father's house and wishing I might have been born in that little old cottage just across the street from where that rich little girl of 16 lived. I would rather have known you then than lived all I have lived since you were born there." Alice returned his look with control of every feature. "I did not live there till I was 16, if you mean the old house. And if you had been born just across the street, you would have had no absurd idea about that little girl in your head. Little girls are not usually interested in little boys across the street. Little boys born thousands of miles away have better chances, I think, of knowing them. And it is better so, for they, at least, don't know what absurd, selfish little things girls across the street are." "That's all wrong." "It is not," declared Alice pointedly. But the force of everything she said was swept away by his manner. "Only give me the same street and the meanest house in it." His intensity would not be answered. "I would have taken the chances of winning." "What confidence!" "And I'd have done it or torn the house down." Fritzie came back. I can't find the music anywhere." Kimberly rose to go to the music room. "No matter," he persisted. "Sing anything you can remember, Mrs. McBurney. Just sing." It seemed easier, as it always seemed when Kimberly persisted, to consent than to decline. Alice sang an English ballad, then a scrap, all she could remember, of a Mikowski song, then an Italian ballad. Kimberly leaned on the piano. "Do you like any of those?" asked Alice, with her hands running over the keys. "All of them." "But what was the last?" "An Italian air." "Yes, I remember it, in Italy. Sing it again, will you?" "Tell me about that song," he said, when she had repeated it. "It's lovely." "I don't know much. It's a very old song." "Have I ever told you about a villa on Lago Maggiore?" "Fritzie has told me. She says it is a dream." "I should like to hear you sing that song there sometime." The moon was rising when Kimberly left for the train. Fritzie objected to his going. "Give up your trip. Stay overnight. What's the difference?" "I can't, Fritzie. I'm going like a minstrel show, billed for one-night stands. I have engagements ahead of me all the way, and if I miss a day, I upset the whole schedule." "What's it all about?" "A railroad terminal and reorganization. And I've just time to get around and back for Charles's return." "And the country dance," said Fritzie. "Dolly's country dance," exclaimed Alice. "Good, I don't want to miss that." Fritzie caught his sleeve. "You disappointed us last year." "You may count on me," promised Kimberly. Fritzie pouted. "I know what that means. Don't count on me." "This time," returned Kimberly, as the door of his motor car was opened for him, "it isn't going to mean that, Fritzie." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 21. McBurney followed his household to the country after 2 weeks. The De Castros were then back, and Dolly enlisted Alice and Fritzie to make ready for the dance at Black Rock Barn, which regularly signalized at Second Lake what Nelson termed the opening of navigation. Alice, with Fritzie to help, was charged with the decorations for the event, and 2 days before it, the available men about the place, under their direction, were emptying the greenhouses and laying the woods under tribute. The lighting scheme Alice pronounced ineffective. For years no one had given the subject any attention. At the last moment electricians were brought out from town to work early and late, and lights were installed from which operators in elevated cages could throw sheets of color on the dancers. When Imogene and Charles got home, and they were late, arriving only the evening before the party, Dolly, who met them at the train, drove them directly to Black Rock, where Alice, with her husband, Fritzie, and Arthur De Castro, were conducting a rehearsal of the electrical effects. The kisses and embraces of the committee and the arrivals took place under the rays of the new spotlights. "Now if Robert were here," cried Fritzie impatiently, "everything would be complete. No one knows where he is. Suppose he doesn't come?" "He is in town and will be out tomorrow." Imogene, as she made the announcement, put her arm around Alice. "Sweetheart, you must be dead." Alice was sustained by the excitement. "Nothing of the sort. I haven't done anything but suggest," she said gayly. "Fritzie has done all the work. In the morning we'll bring in the apple blossoms, and we're through." But when she had received all the enthusiasm and compliments, she went home tired. McBurney came to her room to talk, but he had no word for the successful decorations, and Alice, pleading fatigue, went directly to bed. She woke with the sun streaming through the east windows. It was late, and though still tired, she rose at once. The morning was superb, and while dressing, Alice surprised Annie by singing to herself. Fritzie drove over with her to Black Rock. Alice, running in to speak to Dolly, found her in bed. Dolly kissed her. "You look so fresh, dear." Alice drew herself up with a laugh. "It's the morning, Dolly. By the way, Robert is here. He came late, and he and Arthur talked so long he stayed all night. He is just across the hall in the blue room." "Then everyone is accounted for. I must be off, Dolly." "Where are you going?" "To the woods with Fritzie to get the blossoms." An old coaching brake had been sent up from the stables, and Arthur de Castro was waiting for the two women. "I'm going to drive you down the field before I take my ride," he explained. "You do need exercise. You look sleepy, Arthur," remarked Fritzie critically. "Robert kept me up all night." Arthur turned to Alice. "You knew he was back?" "Dolly told me." "That lazy fellow isn't up yet," said Fritzie. Arthur corrected her. "He's up and gone home, but he'll be over again this morning." The horses were fresh and took Arthur's attention across the field, and the big wagon lurched as the team danced along. In the woods they found Grace de Castro with the men who were to work. Arthur's saddle horse was in waiting. The men began loading the brake with elder blossoms, briar roses, and branches from the forest trees. Arthur had meant to take his groom with him, but found there would be nobody to drive the brake back to the barn. "No matter, Mr. de Castro," said Alice. "Take him. I will drive back." Arthur demurred, but Alice insisted. "I'd rather drive the team than not. I drive our horses all the time." Arthur and the groom rode away. Fritzie and Grace looked at Alice in astonishment when the wagon had been loaded, and Alice took the driver's high seat, pulled her glove gauntlets back taut, and a gardener handed her the reins. "Aren't you afraid?" cried Grace. "Not in the least," Alice answered, slipping her hands into the driving loops and putting her foot on the wheel brake. "Really," declared Grace, "you have quite an air." Fritzie was apprehensive. "For heaven's sake, don't let them run away, Allie." The men at the bridle stood aside. Alice spoke, and the team leaped swiftly ahead. She gave them leeway for a few moments, but kept them under control, and her manner was so confident that Fritz's fears were allayed before the brake had crossed the first hill. As Alice made the turn in the road and looked laughingly back, the two girls waved approval at her. They saw the brim of her broad hat rising and falling like a bird's wings as she nodded to them. Then she threw on the wheel brake and started down the hill. For a moment the difficulty of holding the pair in check increased, and by the time the barn was in sight the struggle had stirred her blood. It colored two little circles in her cheeks and had lighted fires of animation in her gray eyes. She saw the rising entrance to the barn, and only took heed that the doors were wide open. Then she gave all her strength to guiding the rushing horses up the long incline. Just as their heads shot under the doorway, the off-horse shied. The front wheels of the brake bounced over the threshold, and Alice saw, standing within, Robert Kimberly. She gave an exclamation of surprise as she threw on the wheel brake, pulled with all her strength on the reins, and brought her horses to a halt. Kimberly, with one hand on the casement, stood perfectly still until she looked around. Then he came forward laughing. "You certainly are a capital whip." "You frightened me nearly to death," exclaimed Alice with a long breath. "Where, pray, did you come from?" she demanded, looking down from her eminence. "From almost everywhere. And you?" "From the woods." He laid a hand on the footboard. "Really? I wonder whether there's anything you can't do." "I'm afraid there's one thing now. I don't see how I'm going to get down. Aren't there any men around to take the horses?" "The horses will stand. Just hook your lines and jump from the wheel." Alice looked at the distance in dismay. "That's easy to say." "Not hard to do," returned Kimberly. "I'll break your flight." "I'm a wretched jumper." "Nonsense. You can't tell me you're a wretched anything after that drive." "Step away then, and I'll jump. Only I don't see just how I'm going to stop after I start." "What do you want to stop for?" "Come ahead." She put her foot cautiously on the wheel. It was a very pretty foot. Then she steadied herself, and with her hand swept little ringlets of hair from her eyes. She knew he was waiting to receive her, meaning to elude him, turned at the last instant and jumped away from where he stood. Kimberly, in spite of her precaution, caught her as her feet struck the floor and leaned an instant over her. "Beautifully done!" he exclaimed, and drawing her suddenly into his arms, he kissed her. She pushed him back with all her strength. He met her consternation with good humor. "I couldn't help it." Alice, burning with angry blushes, retreated. He hoped it would end there, and ignored the outraged spirit in her eyes as she took her handkerchief from her waist. He tried to laugh again. "Don't be angry." But Alice put both hands to her face and walked quickly away. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 22. Kimberly followed her through the open door. "Where are you going?" he asked. Her answer came in her quickened step. He repeated his words without eliciting any response. Then he stepped directly in front of her in the path. "Stop for one moment, Alice. You can't go any farther while you're as angry at me as you are now." "I'm Alice to no one but my husband," she exclaimed, controlling herself as well as she could. "You shall not stop me. You have no right to." "Where are you going?" "I'm going home. Listen, you are Alice to me now and forever. Remember that." Her knees trembled as she strode to escape him. She tried to pass through the shrubbery and could not. She felt faint and dizzy. The very world had changed with a kiss. Everything in life seemed upset, every safeguard gone. He took her arm. "Come back to the path, Alice. We must walk it together." She paused an instant for breath and made an effort to speak as she put his hand angrily away. "I insist," she cried, "that you do not continue to insult me." "If you wait for me to insult you, Alice, you will wait a long time. I should be as likely to insult my own mother." "I have done nothing to deserve this," she sobbed, frantic with confusion. "You deserve more 1,000 times than my devotion ever can bring you. But all it can ever bring, from the moment I kissed you, is yours." Her eyes blazed through her tears. In her helpless wrath she stamped her foot. "You are shameless. I detest your conduct. If you're going to the house, I will stay here. If you're not, let me go." He met her denunciation with steadiness. "Nothing you can say will anger me." "You mean you have no respect for me?" She spoke so fast she could scarcely frame the words. "Why don't you say so? Are you too cowardly?" The imputation stung him. He seemed to explode inwardly. "I've nothing but respect for you, Alice," he insisted with terrifying energy. "But this thing must be fought out." She attempted to speak. His words drowned her. "I want to say nothing that will wound or offend you. You make it very hard for me to speak at all." "You have no right to speak." "But, Alice," he exclaimed, throwing all his force into the words, "you don't love that man. That's why I speak. If you did love him, if even he loved you, I could be silent." "I love my husband as a wife should," she cried, struggling vainly to escape his accusation. "You do not. You cannot." They spoke at white heat, she fighting vainly to control her trembling limbs, and Kimberly pausing at times to deal better his sledge-hammer blows at her pitiful strength. "You do not love that man. If I believed you did," he spoke with a bitterness she had never heard before, "I should never want to see another sunrise. I respect you above all women that breathe, but in that I am right. I can't be wrong. I've suppressed and stifled and smothered as long as I can, and it will come out." "I will not hear you." "Sometime, somewhere, you will hear me. Don't speak," he exclaimed vehemently. The veins knotted upon his forehead. "I forgot myself for a moment. If you knew what it cost me to remember. But, Alice, for me it is you, or nothing in this world. Remember, you are nothing." She searched his face for pity. "I'm sinking with shame. What further, what more humiliation do you want? We are in plain view of the house. I'm utterly helpless. Will you not have the decency to leave me?" "I wish I could have said this better. I do nothing well. If I've hurt you, I'm very, very sorry." He strode away toward the garden. Trying to compose herself, Alice walked to the house. Providentially, Dolly had already started for the field. Summoning a servant, Alice ordered her car, and with her head whirling, started for home. As she hurried over the country road, her mind gradually righted itself, and strange thoughts ran like lightning flashes through her brain. Reaching home, she hastened upstairs and locked her door. What startled her most painfully in her reflections was the unwelcome conviction that there was nothing new, nothing surprising in her situation. Nothing, at least, except this violent outburst, which she now realized she ought long ago to have foreseen. She was suddenly conscious that she had long known Kimberly loved her, and that one day he would call her to account for the crime of being loved in spite of herself. She reflected bitterly. She threw herself on her couch and held her hands upon her burning temples. He had caught her in his arms and forced a kiss upon her. The blood suffused her face at the recollection. Again and again, though she turned from the picture, imagination brought it back. She saw his eyes as he bent over her. The thought of the moment was too much to support. Her very forehead crimsoned as the scene presented itself. And worse was the realizing that something of fascination lingered in the horror of that instant of amazement and fear and mad repulsion of his embrace. She hid her face in her pillow. After a time she grew calmer, and with her racing pulse quieted, her emotion wore itself somewhat out. Saner thoughts asserted themselves. She felt that she could fight it out. She searched her heart and found no wantonness in it. Strongly assailed and not, she felt, through her own fault, she would fight and resist. He had challenged her when he said it should be fought out. She too resolved it should be. She bathed her forehead, and when she felt sure of herself, rang for Annie. Lunch was served in her room, but she could eat nothing. At moments she felt the comforting conviction of having settled her mind. Unhappily, her mind would not stay settled. Nothing would stay settled. No mood that brought relief would remain. The blood came unbidden to her cheeks even while Annie was serving her, and her breath would catch at the opening of a door. When she heard the hum of a motor car on the open highway, her heart jumped. She opened the porch doors and went out to where she could look on the lake. Her eyes fell upon the distant towers, and her anger against Kimberly rose. She resolved he should realize how he had outraged her self-respect. She picked from the troubled current of her thought cutting things that she ought to have said. She despised herself for not having more angrily resented his conduct, and determined, if he dared further persist, to expose him relentlessly to the circle of their friends, even if they were his own relations. There should be no guilty secret between them. This, at least, she could ensure. When the telephone bell rang, Annie answered it. Dolly was calling for Alice, and went into a state when told that Alice had come home affected by the heat and had given up and gone to bed. She hoped yet, Annie said, to be all right for the evening. Fritzie took the wire at Black Rock to ask what she could do, and Annie assured her there was nothing her mistress needed but quiet and rest. When the receiver had been hung up, the first bridge was crossed, for Alice was resolved above all things not to be seen that night at the dance. When Fritzie came back to Cedar Lodge to dress, Alice was still in bed. Her room was darkened, and Annie thought she might be sleeping. At dinner time, McBurney, who had been in town all day, came in to see how she was. She told her husband that he would have to go to Dolly's with Fritzie. McBurney bent over his wife and kissed her, greatly to her mental discomfort. An unwelcome kiss from him seemed to bring back more confusingly the recollection of Kimberly's kiss, and to increase her perplexities. She detested her husband's caresses. They meant no real affection, and she did not intend he should think she believed they did. But she never could decide where to draw the line with him, and was divided between a desire to keep him always at a distance and a wish not to seem always unamiable. Fritzie, after she was dressed, tiptoed in. The room was lighted to show Alice the new gown. It was one of their spring achievements, and Alice raised herself on her pillow to give a complete approval of the effect. "It is a stunning thing, simply stunning. If you would only stop running yourself to death, Fritzie, and put on 10 pounds, you would be absolute perfection." "If I stopped running myself to death, what would there be to live for?" demanded Fritzie, refastening the last pin in her Dresden girdle. "We all have to live for something." Alice put her hand to her head. "I wonder what I have to live for." Fritzie turned sharply. "You? Why, nothing but to spend your money and have a good time. Too bad about you, isn't it? You'll soon have $1 million a year for pin money." Alice shook her head. "A dozen millions a year would not interest me, Fritzie." Fritzie laughed. "Don't be too sure, my dear, not too sure." "Well," Fritzie's hands ran carefully over her hair for the last time, "there are a lot of men coming over from the Sound tonight. I may meet my fate." "I wish you may with all my heart, Fritzie. Why is it fates always come to people that don't want them?" "Don't you believe it," cried Fritzie. "They do want them." "They don't, not always." "Don't you ever believe it. They only say they don't, or think they don't," she exclaimed with accustomed vehemence. Alice moved upon her pillow in impatient disapproval. "I hope you'll have a good time tonight." McBurney was ready, and Fritzie joined him. The house grew quiet after they left. Annie brought up a tray, and Alice took a cup of broth. She did not long resist the drowsiness that followed. She thought vaguely for a moment of a prayer for safety. But her married life had long excluded prayer. What good could come of praying to be kept unharmed while living in a state that had in itself driven her from prayer? That at least would be too absurd, and with a dull fear gnawing and dying alternately at her heart, she fell asleep. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 23. At noon next day, McBurney, seeking his wife, found her in her dressing room. She had come from the garden and stood before a table filled with flowers, which she was arranging in vases. "I've been looking for you." McBurney threw himself into a convenient chair as he spoke. "Robert Kimberly is downstairs." "Mr. Kimberly? To see you, I suppose." "No, to see you." "To see me?" Alice, with flowers in her hand, paused. Then she carried a vase to the mantelpiece. "At this time of day?" "Well, to see us, he says." She returned to the table. "What in the world does he want to see us about?" McBurney laughed. "He says he has something to say to both of us. I told him I would bring you down." A breath would have toppled Alice over. "I can't dress to go down now," she managed to say. "It may be something from Dolly. Ask him to give you any message he has." Walking hurriedly to the mantel with another jar of roses, she found her fear extreme. Could it be possible Kimberly would dream of saying to her husband what he had said to her yesterday? She smothered at the thought, yet she knew his appealing candor, and felt unpleasantly convinced that he was capable of repeating every word of it. The idea threw her into a panic. She resolved not to face him under any circumstances. She was in no position to do so. "Tell him," she said abruptly, "that as much as I should like to hear what he has to say, he will have to excuse me this morning. He offered to come this evening if you preferred." "We have other guests to-night," returned Alice coldly, "and I can't be bothered now." "Bothered?" echoed McBurney with sarcasm. "Perhaps I'd better tell him that." "By all means, if you want to," she retorted in desperation. "Tell him anything you like." Her husband rose. "You are amiable this morning." "No, I'm not, I'm sorry to say. I'm not quite well. That is the real truth and must be my excuse. Make it for me or not, as you like." McBurney walked downstairs. After an interminable time, Alice, breathing more freely, heard Kimberly's car moving from the door. When she went down herself, she watched narrowly the expression of her husband's face. But he was plainly interested in nothing more serious than Fritzie's account of the country dance. When Alice ventured to ask directly what Kimberly's messages were, he answered that Kimberly had given none. With Fritzie, Alice took a drive after luncheon somewhat easier in mind. Yet she reflected that scarcely 24 hours had passed, and she already found herself in an atmosphere of suspense and apprehension from which there seemed no escape. While she was dressing that night, flowers from the Towers gardens were brought to Cedar Lodge in boxfuls, just as they had regularly been sent the year before. Roses for the tables, violets for Alice's rooms, orchids for herself. If she only dared send them back. Not she knew that it would make any difference with the sender, but it would at least express her indignation. She still speculated as to whether Kimberly would dare tell her husband, and upon what would happen if he should tell him. And her little dream of publicity as an antidote, what had become of it already? So far as Kimberly was concerned, she now firmly believed he was ready to publish his attitude toward her to the world, and she shrank with every instinct from the prospective shame and humiliation. The water about her seemed very deep as she reflected, and she felt singularly helpless. She had never heard of a situation just such as this, never imagined one exactly like it. This man seemed different from every other she had ever conceived of, more frankly brutal than other brutes and more to be dreaded than other men. A week passed before Kimberly and Alice met. It was at Charles Kimberly's. Dr. Bryson, the Nelsons, and Fritzie were there. As Alice and her husband came down, Charles, Kimberly, and Robert walked out of the library. Robert bowed to McBurney and to Alice, who scarcely allowed her eyes to answer his greeting. "Are you always glad to get back to your own country, Mrs. Kimberly?" asked McBurney, greeting his hostess. Imogene smiled. "Dutifully glad. Is that all? At least I come back with the same feeling of relief that I'm getting back to democracy." "That is," suggested Lottie Nelson, "getting back to where you are the aristocracy." Dolly, who with her husband joined them in time to hear the remark, tossed her head. "I always thank heaven, Lottie, that we have no aristocracy here." "But you're wrong, Dolly. We have," objected Robert Kimberly as the party went into the drawing-room. "Democracy is nothing but an aristocracy of ability. What else can happen when you give everybody a chance? We began in this country by ridding ourselves of an aristocracy of heredity and privilege, and we have only succeeded in substituting for it the coldest, cruelest aristocracy known to man, the aristocracy of brains. This is the aristocracy that controls our manufacturing, our transportation, our public service, and our finance. It makes our laws and apportions our taxation. And from this fell cause alone, our present griefs arise. But you must rid yourself of the grossly material conception of an aristocracy, Mr. Kimberly," said Nelson. "Our real aristocracy, I take it, is not our material one, as Robert Kimberly insists. The true aristocracy, I hold, is the real but mere gentleman." "Exactly right," assented De Castro. "The gentleman and nothing else is the thing." "There's nothing more interesting than the gentleman," returned Robert Kimberly, "except the gentleman plus the brute. But the exception is enormous, for it supplies our material aristocrat." "You must remember, though, that ideas of superiority and inferiority are very tricky," commented Imogene, "and they persist for centuries. To the Naples beggar, even today the Germans are barbarians, and whenever I encounter the two, I never can decide which is the aristocrat, the traveler or the beggar." "I read your speech at the New England dinner last night," said Imogene, turning to Nelson, "and I saw all the nice things that were said about it this morning." "If credit were due anywhere, it would be to the occasion," returned Nelson. "There's always something now in such gatherings to suggest the discomforting reflection that our best native stock is dying out." Dolly looked distressed. "Oh, dear, are those unfortunate people still dying out? I've been worrying over their situation for years. Can anyone do anything?" "Don't let it disturb you, Mrs. De Castro," said Bryson. "But I'm afraid it's getting on my nerves." "Nothing dies out that doesn't deserve to die out," continued Bryson. "As to the people Nelson speaks of, I incline to think they ought to die out. Their whole philosophy of life has been bad. Nature ought to be ashamed, of course, to pass them by and turn to inferior races for her recruits. But since all races are inferior to them, what can she do but take refuge with the despised foreigner? The men and women that take life on the light housekeeping plan may do so if they will, for one generation. What may safely be counted on is that nature will find its workers in the human hive, even if it has to turn to the savage tribes." "But the poor savages, Doctor, they also are on the verge of extinction, are they not?" demanded Dolly. "Then nature will provide its workers from one unfailing source, from those we have always with us, the poor and the despised, and it can be depended on with equal certainty to cast the satisfied, cultivated, and intellectual drones into outer darkness." "My dear, but the doctor is savage, isn't he?" Lottie Nelson made the appeal indolently to Imogene. "We shall soon be asking Doctor," she concluded languidly, "which tribe you belong to." He would answer the medical tribe, suggested Fritzie. Speaking of savages, interposed Arthur de Castro, Charles and I were making a portage once on the York River. On the trail I met two superb little Canadian lads, straight, swarthy, handsome fellows. They couldn't speak English. You must be French, I suggested, addressing the elder by way of compliment in that tongue. Imagine my surprise when he answered with perfect composure, Non, monsieur, nous sommes des sauvages. For my part, said Imogene, I'm always glad to hear Dr. Bryson defend families and motherhood. I don't care how savage he gets. I defend motherhood because to me it is the highest state of womanhood. Merely as an instinct, its mysteries are a never-ending marvel. Lottie Nelson looked patiently bored. Oh, tell us about them, do, Doctor. I will tell you of one, returned Bryson, undismayed. Take the young mother that brings her first child into the world. From the day of its birth until the day of that mother's death, her child is never wholly out of her thought. The child may die, may be forgotten by everyone else on earth, may be, to all other conscious existence in this world, as a thing that never was. But in its mother's heart it never dies. I call that a mystery. The doctor's glance, as he finished, fell on Alice's face. He was sorry at once that he had spoken at all. Her eyes were fixed on him with a look of acute pain. Alice hardly knew Dr. Bryson, but what he saw in the sadness of her face he quite understood. And though they had never met, other than in a formal way, he never afterward felt that they were wholly strangers. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 24. By the way, Nelson, said De Castro, what is there in this story in the afternoon papers about Doane and Dora Morgan? It's substantially true, I fancy. They have eloped. From whom could they possibly be eloping? Asked Lottie. Why, you must know that Doane has a wife and two little girls, exclaimed Dolly indignantly. I supposed his wife was divorced, returned Lottie helplessly. Why wasn't she? Perhaps, suggested Fritzie, there wasn't time. I don't care. Dora's life has been a very unhappy one, persisted Lottie, and frankly, I'm sorry for her. Even though she has run away with another woman's husband, said Imogene. Don't you think she deserves a great deal of sympathy, Robert? Asked Lottie, appealing to Kimberly. I can't say that I do, he answered slowly. What moves one in any consideration of a situation of that kind is, in the first place, the standards of those who fall into it. Who, for instance, can scrape up any interest in the affairs of the abandoned, or of those who look on irregular relations pretty much as they do on regular? People, to enlist sympathy in their troubles, must respect themselves. The conversation drifted, and Alice, within range of both tables, caught snatches of the talk at each. She presently heard Lottie Nelson speaking petulantly, and as if repeating a question to Kimberly. What do men most like, Robert? Alice could not see Kimberly's face, but she understood its expression so well that she could imagine the brows either luminously raised if Kimberly were interested, or patiently flat if he were not. You ought to know, she heard Kimberly answer. You've been very successful in pleasing them. And failed where I most wanted to succeed. Oh, no, I'm asking you. What do they like? The answer halted. I can't tell you. To me, of course, few men seem worth pleasing. What should you do to please a man if you were a woman? Nonsense. I'm asking purely out of curiosity, persisted Lottie. I have failed, I realize it, and I shall never try again. But at the end, I'd like to know." "You probably would not agree with me," answered Kimberly after a silence. "Most women would not. Perhaps it would fail with most men, but as I say, most men wouldn't interest me anyway. If I had it to try, I would appeal to a man's highest nature." "What is his highest nature?" "Whatever his best instincts are." "And then?" "That's all." "Oh, nonsense." "No, it isn't nonsense. Only I'm not good at analyzing. If I once caught a man in that way, I should know I had him fast forever. There's absolutely no use in flinging your mere temptations at him. Keep those quietly in the background. He will go after them fast enough when you've made sure of him on the higher plane. If you're compelled to display your temptations at the start, the case is hopeless. You have surrendered your advantage of the high appeal. Trust him to think about the other side of it, Lottie. You can't suggest to him anything he doesn't know, and perhaps, I'm not sure, he prefers to turn to that side when he thinks you're not looking. The difficulty is," he concluded, speaking slowly, "even if you get him from the lower side, he won't stay hooked. You know how a salmon strikes at a fly? All human experience shows that a man hooked from the side of his lower instincts will sooner or later shake the bait." "It must be something even to have him on the hook for a while, Robert." "But you don't agree with me." "No. No doubt I'm wrong. And it isn't, I suppose, of much consequence whether the men stay caught or not. I look at it probably with a business instinct. When I do anything, I want it to stay done forever. When I make a deal or fasten a point, I want it to stay fastened for all time. That's my nature. Now, that may not be a woman's nature. You shouldn't have asked me, don't you see, because we begin differently." "I fancy that's it, Robert. We begin differently." "Try another seer. There's De Castro. Here is Mrs. McBurney." "Mrs. McBurney?" Kimberly moved so that he could command Alice's attention. "Mrs. Nelson is trying to find out what a man likes in a woman. I haven't been able to tell her." "It isn't that at all," smiled Lottie wearily. "Mr. Kimberly can tell. He won't." Kimberly appealed to Alice. "It is a great mistake not to trust your oracle when he's doing his best. Don't you think so, Mrs. McBurney?" "I suppose an oracle is consulted on his reputation, and it is on his reputation that his client should rely," suggested Alice. "Anyway," declared Lottie, rising, "I'm going to try another." Kimberly turned his chair as she walked away so that he could speak to Alice. "Giving advice is not my forte. Whenever I attempt it, I disappoint somebody, and this time I had a difficult subject. Mrs. Nelson wants to know what men like in women. A much more interesting subject would be what women like in men. I should suppose, in my blundering way, that sincerity would come before everything else, Mrs. McBurney. What do you think?" "Sincerity ought to be of value. But there is a great deal else, you imply." "Necessarily, I should think." "As for instance?" "Unselfishness, among other things," said Alice. He objected frankly to her suggestion. "I don't know about unselfishness. I have my doubts about unselfishness. Are you sure?" "Most ideals included, I believe." "I don't know that I have any ideals, abstract ideals, that is, though I once took quite an interest in the Catholic Church." "An academic interest?" "No, no, a real and concrete interest. I admire it greatly. I tried once to look into its claims. What in part discouraged me was the unpleasant things Catholics themselves told me about their church." "They must have been bad Catholics." I don't know enough about them to discriminate between the good and the bad. What, by the way," he asked bluntly, "are you, a good Catholic or a bad one?" She was taken for an instant aback. Then she regarded him with an expression he did not often see in her eyes. "I'm a bad one, I'm ashamed to say." "Then these I speak of must have been good ones," he remarked at once, "because they were not in the least like you." If he thought he had perplexed her, he was soon undeceived. "There are varying degrees even of badness," she returned steadily. "I hope I shall never fall low enough to speak slightingly of my faith." "I don't understand," he persisted, musing, "why you should fall at all. Now, if I were a Catholic, I should be a good one. Suppose you become one." He disregarded her irony. "I may sometime. To be perfectly frank, what I found most lacking when I looked into the question was some sufficient inducement. Of what use, I asked myself, if by following Christianity and its precepts a man could make himself anything more than he is, prolong his years or recall his youth, if he could achieve the Titanic, raise himself to the power of a demigod?" Kimberly's eyes shone wide at the thought. Then they closed to a contrasting torpor. "Will religion do this for anyone? I think not. But fancy what that would mean, never to grow old, never to fall ill, never to long for without possessing." A disdainful pride was manifest in every word of his utterance, but he spoke with the easy-mannered good nature that was his characteristic. "A man that follows the dreams of religion," he resumed, but with lessening assurance, for Alice maintained a silence almost contemptuous, and he began to feel it. "Is he not the subject of the same failures, the same pains, the same misfortunes that we're subject to? Even as the rest of us, he must grow old and fail and die." "Some men, of course," she suggested with scant patience, "should have a different dispensation from the average mortal." Kimberly squirmed dissentingly. "I don't like that phrase, the average mortal. It has a villainously hackneyed sound, don't you think? No, for my part, I should be willing to let everybody in on the greater, the splendid dispensation." "You might be sorry if you did." "You mean there are men that should die, some that should die early?" "There are many reasons why it might not work." He stopped. "That is true. It might not work if universally applied. It would do better restricted to the few of us. But no matter, since we can't have it at all, we must do the best we can. And the way to beat the game, as it must be played in this world at present," he continued with contained energy, "is to fight for what we want and defend it when won, against all comers. Won't you wish me success in such an effort, Alice?" "I've asked you not to call me Alice." "But wish me the success, won't you? It's awfully uphill work fighting alone. Two together can do so much better. With two, the power is raised almost to the infinite. Together we could be gods, or at least make the gods envy us." She looked at him an instant without a word, and rising, walked to an anteroom whither McBurney, Lottie Nelson, De Castro, and Fritzie had gone to play at cards. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 25. When the season was fairly open, the Kimberlys made Alice the recipient of every attention. A solidarity had always seemed, in an unusual degree, to animate the family. They were happy in their common interest, and their efforts united happily now to make Alice a favored one in their activities. In everything proposed by Dolly or Imogene, Alice was consulted. When functions were arranged, guest lists were submitted to her. Entertainment was decided upon after Alice had been called in. The result was a gay season, even for Second Lake. And Dolly said it was the influx of Alice's new blood into the attenuated strain at the lake that accounted for the successful summer. Alice herself grew light-hearted. In social affairs, the battalions inclined to her side. Even Lottie Nelson could not stand out and was fain to make such peace as she could. In all of this, Alice found consolation for the neglect of her husband. She had begun to realize that this neglect was not so much a slight personal to her as a subordination of everything to the passion for money-getting. It was impossible to remain always angry, and Alice's anger subsided in the end into indifference as to what her husband said or did. She had, moreover, if it were a stimulus, the continual stimulus of Kimberly's attitude. Without insincerity or indifference, he accommodated his interest in her to satisfactory restraint. This gave Alice the pleasure of realizing that her firmness had in no wise estranged him, and that without being turbulent he was always very fond of her. She knew he could look to many other women for whatever he chose to ask of favor, yet apparently he looked to her alone for his pleasure in womankind, and in 100 delicate ways he allowed her to feel this. A handsome young Harvard man came to her at the lake seeking an opening in the refineries. His people were former Colorado acquaintances whom Alice was extremely desirous of obliging. She entertained her visitor and tried vainly to interest her husband in him. McBurney promised but did nothing, and one day Dolly, calling at Cedar Lodge, found Alice writing a note to the college boy, still waiting in town on McBurney's empty promises, telling him of the failure of her efforts and advising him not to wait longer. "But why worry?" asked Dolly, when Alice told her. "Speak to Robert about it. He will place him within 24 hours. "I can't very well ask a favor of that kind from Mr. Kimberly, Dolly." "What nonsense! Why not?" Alice could not say precisely why. "After my own husband hasn't found a way to place him?" she exclaimed. Dolly did not hesitate. "I will attend to it. Give me his address. Football, did you say? Very good." Within a week, the young man wrote Alice from the Orange River refineries where he was, he picturesquely said, knee-deep in sugar, that he had actually been before the sugar magnate Robert Kimberly himself, adding with the impetuous spelling of a football man that the interview had been so gracious and lasted so long he had grown nervous about the time Mr. Kimberly was giving him. Kimberly never referred to the matter, nor did Alice ever mention it to him. It was merely pleasant to think of, and in such evidences as the frequent letters from her protégé, she read her influence over the man who, even the chronicle of the day could have told her, had she needed the confirmation, extorted the interest of the world in which he moved, and over whom apparently no woman other than herself could claim influence. She came tacitly to accept this position toward Kimberly. Its nature did not compromise her conscience, and it seemed in this way possible both to have and not have. She grew to lean upon the thought of him as one of the consoling supports in her whirling life, the life in which reflection never reached conclusion, action never looked forward to result, and denial had neither time nor place. The pursuit of pleasure, sweetened by the philanthropy and the magnificent almsgiving which was so esteemed by those about her, made up her life. Alice concluded that those of her circle, severely criticized by many who did not know them, did much good. Their failings, naturally, would not condemn them with critics who, like herself, came in contact with them at their best. Some time after the placing of the young college man, Alice, running in one morning on Dolly, found her in tears. She had never before seen Dolly even worried, and was at once all solicitude. For one of the very few times in her life, it appeared, Dolly had clashed with her brother Robert. Nor could Alice get clearly from her what the difference had been about. All that was evident to Alice was that Dolly was very much grieved and mortified over something Kimberly had said or done, or refused to say or do, concerning a distinguished actress who, upon finishing an American tour, was to be entertained by Dolly. Alice, in the afternoon, was over at Imogene's. Robert Kimberly was there with his brother. Afterward he joined Imogene and Alice under the elms and asked them to drive. While Imogene went in to make ready, Alice poured a cup of tea for Kimberly. "I suppose you know you've made Dolly feel very bad," she said with a color of reproach. Kimberly responded with a family prudence. "Have I?" Alice handed him the tea, and he asked another question. "What, pray, do you know about it?" "Nothing at all, except that she is hurt, and that I am sorry." "She didn't tell you what the difference was?" "Except that it concerned her coming guest." "I offered Dolly my yacht for the week. She wanted me to go with the party. Because I declined, she became greatly incensed." "She thought naturally you ought to have obliged her." "I pleaded I could not spare the time. She has the Nelsons and enough others anyway. Her answer, of course, is that your time is your own. But the fact is her guest made the request. Dolly, without consulting me, promised that I would go, and now that I will not, she is angry." "I should think a week at sea would be a diversion for you." "To tag around a week in heavy seas with wraps after a person of distinction, and pace the deck with her on damp nights? That is unamiable. She is a very great actress." Kimberly continued to object. "Suppose she should be seasick. I once went out with her, and she professed to be ill every morning. I had to sit in her cabin. It was a stuffy yacht of De Castro's, and hold her hand." "But you're so patient. You would not mind that." "Oh, no, I'm not in the least patient. The Kimberleys are described as patient when they're merely persistent. If I'm even amiable, amiability is something quite other than patience. Patience is almost mysterious to me. Francis is the only patient man I've ever known." "In this case, you're not even amiable. We all have to do things we don't want to do to oblige others. And Dolly ought to be obliged." "Very well. If you will go, I will. What do you say?" "You need not drag me in. I shall have guests of my own next week. If Dolly made a mistake about your inclination in the affair, it would be only generous to help her out." "Very well, I will go." "Now you are amiable." "They can put in at Bar Point, and I will join them for the last 2 days. I will urge McEntee, the captain, to see that they are all sick, if possible, before I come aboard. Then they will not need very much entertaining." "How malicious!" "Not a bit. Dolly's a good sailor. Her guest cares nothing for me. It's only to have an American at her heels." "They say that no one can resist her charm. You may not escape it this time." A fortnight passed before any news came to Alice from the yachting party. Then Fritzie came home from Nelson's one day with an interesting account of the trip. Until the story was all told, Alice felt gratified at having smoothed over Dolly's difficulty. "They were gone longer than they expected," said Fritzie. "Robert was having such a good time. Lottie Nelson tells me Dolly's guest made the greatest sort of a hit with Robert. He didn't like her at first, Then she sang a song that attracted him, and he kept her singing that song all the time. He sat in a big chair near the piano and wouldn't move. The funny thing was, she was awfully bored the way he acted. By the way, you must not miss the golf tomorrow. Everybody will be out. Alice hardly heard the last words. She was thinking about Kimberly's entertaining the celebrity. Every other incident of the voyage had been lost upon her. When she found herself alone, her disappointment and resentment were keen. Some unaccountable dread annoyed her. He was then, she reflected, like all other men, filled with mere professions of devotion. Something more disturbed her. The incident revealed to her that he had grown to be more in her thoughts than she realized. Racks and thumbscrews could not have dragged from her the admission that she was interested in him. It was enough that he professed to be devoted to her and had been led away by the first nod of another woman. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 26. The golf course and the casino were crowded next day when Alice arrived. Yet among the throng of men and women, her interest lay only in the meeting of one, as in turn his interest in all the summer company lay only in seeking Alice. She had hardly joined Imogene and the lake coterie when Kimberly appeared. The players had driven off, and the favorites, of whom there were many, could already be trailed across the hills by their following. When the outscore had been posted, De Castro suggested that the party go down to the 10th hole to follow the leaders in. A sea breeze tempered the sunshine, and the long, low lines of the clubhouse were gaily decorated. Pavilions spread here and there among the trees gave the landscape a festival air. On the course, the bright coloring of groups of men and women moving across the fields made a spectacle changing every moment in brilliancy. Kimberly greeted Alice with a gracious expectancy. He was met with a lack of response, nothing less than chilling. Surprised, though fairly seasoned to rebuffs, and accepting the unexpected merely as a difficulty, Kimberly set out to be entertaining. His resource in this regard was not scanty, but today Alice succeeded in taxing his reserves. In his half-mile tramp with her in the gallery, punctuated by occasional halts, he managed but once to separate her from the others. The sun annoyed him. Alice was aware of his lifting his straw hat frequently to press his handkerchief to beads of perspiration that gathered on his swarthy forehead, but she extended no sympathy. In spite of his discomfort, however, his eyes flashed with their accustomed spirit, and his dogged perseverance in the face of her coldness began to plead for itself. When the moving gallery had at last left them for an instant behind, Kimberly dropped on a bench under the friendly shade of a thorn apple tree. "Sit down a moment, do," he begged, "until I get a breath." "Do you find it warm?" "Not at all," he responded with negligible irony. "It is in some respects uncommonly chilly." He spoke without the slightest petulance. "For heaven's sake, tell me what I've done." "I don't know what you mean." "I mean you're not kind in your manner toward me. I left you, I hoped you would remember, to do a favor for you." "For me?" Her tone was not in the least reassuring. "At least I conceived it to be for you," he replied. "That is a mistake." "Very good. Let us call it mistake number one. I spent 5 days with Dolly and her guest." "Guests?" repeated Alice, lingering slightly on the word as she poked the turf slowly with her sunshade. "Or guest?" "Guest," he echoed. "Ah," he paused. Who has put me wrong in so simple a matter? What I did was no more than to be agreeable to Dolly's guests. I spent much time with the guest of honor at Dolly's repeated requests. She happened to sing a song that pleased me very much, for one particular reason. It was your lovely little Italian air. I'm not ashamed to say it brought back pleasant moments. Since she could do nothing else that was so pleasing, he continued, I kept her singing the song. She became bored and naturally ceased to be good-natured. Then Dolly asked me to run around by Nantucket, which we could have done in 2 days. Not to be curlish, I consented. Then the cold gave out, which took another day. What a mishap! Well, I'm glad to hear the trip went pleasantly. If you are, something has gone wrong with you. Nothing whatever, I can assure you. You are offended with me. I assure you I am not. I assure you you are. He took the sunshade from her hand. You remember the fable about the man who tried to oblige everybody? He wasn't a refiner. He was a mere miller. At the start, I really did my best for 3 days to entertain Dolly's lovely vampire, and at the end of that time she made a face at me and wound up by telling Dolly my head was full of another woman. Then, to be quite shamefully frank, I had to dodge Lottie Nelson's apologies for her unpleasant temper on an evening that you remember. Altogether, my lot was not a happy one. My head was full of another woman. You remember you said nobody could resist her charm? I thought of it. What is charm? I often asked myself. I saw nothing of charm in that charming woman. Who can define it? But penetration, she could read you like a printed book. We talked one night of American women. I dared to say they were the loveliest in the world. She grew incensed. They know absolutely nothing, she exclaimed. That is why we like them, I answered. They're innocent. You are as corrupt as I am. Then she would call me a hypocrite. He stopped suddenly, and Alice felt his eyes keenly upon her. Is it possible you do not believe what I'm saying? Innocent women believe whatever they're told. I don't deserve sarcasm. I'm telling the simple truth. For once, I am wholly at fault, Alice. I don't know what the matter is. What has happened? Nothing has happened. Only today I seem especially stupid. Are you as frank with me as I am with you? She made no answer. He drew back as if momentarily discouraged. If you no longer believe me, what can I do? It isn't at all that I do not believe you. What difference should it make whether or no I believe you? Suppose I were frank enough to admit that something I heard of you had disappointed me a little. What credit should I have for commenting on what in no way concerns me? Anything heard to my discredit should be carefully received. Believe the best of me as long as you can. It will never be necessary, Alice, for anyone to tell you I'm unworthy. When that day comes, you will know it first from me. But if I ever am unworthy, it will not be because I willed to be, only because through my baseness I never could know what it means to be worthy of a woman far above me. She reached out her hand for her sunshade, but he refused to give it back. She tried to rise. He laid his hand on her arm. A moment. It was about me, wasn't it? He continued. Did you receive it cautiously? Put me in your position. How do you think one would fare who came to me with anything to your discredit? Think of it, Alice. How do you think one would fare? Look at me. She looked up only for an instant, and as if in protest. But in spite of herself, something in her own eyes of confidence in him, some tribute to his honesty, stood revealed and inspired him with a new courage. You say what you hear of me does not concern you. Anything you hear of me does concern you vitally. His intensity frightened her, and thinking to escape him, she still sat motionless. Everything I do, important or trivial, has its relation to you. Do you believe me? Alice, you must believe me. You do believe me. How can you say that anything you hear of me does not concern you? It concerns you above every living person. It concerns your happiness. Such wildness, such extravagance, she exclaimed, trying to control her fear. I tell you, I'm neither wild nor extravagant. Our happiness, our very lives are bound up together. It isn't that I say to you, you are mine. I am yours. The furious beating of her heart would not be stilled. How can you say such things? I say them because I can't escape your influence in my life. I only want to come up to where you are, not to drag you down to where I am, to where I have been condemned to be from the cradle. If what you hear of me conflicts with what I say to you, believe nothing of what you hear. His words fell like blows. If I could show you my very heart, I could not be more open. It is you who are everything to me, you alone. Breathless and rigid, she looked away. Hardly breathing himself, Kimberly watched her. Her lip quivered. "Oh, my heart," he murmured. But in the words she heard an incredible tenderness. It moved her where intensity had failed. It stilled the final pangs of revolt at his words. She drifted for an instant in a dream. New and trembling thoughts woke in a reluctant dawn and glowed in her heart like faint, far streamers of a new day. "Oh, my heart!" The words came again, as if out of another world. She felt her hand taken by a strong, warm hand. "Do you tremble for me? Is my touch so heavy? How shall I ever safeguard the flower of your delicacy to my clumsiness?" She neither breathed nor moved. "No matter. You will teach me how, Alice. Learning how you can be happiest, I shall be happiest. I feel beggared when I lay my plea before you. What are all my words unless you breathe life upon them? A few things, not many, I have succeeded in. And I succeeded, the energy of success echoed in his confession, only because I let nothing of effort stand between me and the goal. You have never been happy. Let me try to succeed with your happiness." A silence followed, golden as the moment. Neither felt burdened. About them was quiet, and the stillness seemed to flow from the hush of their thoughts. "It is easy for you to speak," she faltered at last. "Too easy for me to listen. I am unhappy. So are many women. Many would be strong enough never to listen to what you have said. I myself should be if I were what you picture me. And that is where all the trouble lies. You mistake me. You picture to yourself an Alice that doesn't exist. If I could return your interest, I should disappoint you. I'm not depreciating myself to extort compliments. You would supply them easily, I know. Only I know myself better than you know me." "What you say," he responded, "might have point if I were a boy. It would have keen point. While to me your beauty, do not shake your head despairingly, your beauty is the delicacy of girlhood. You yourself are a woman. You've known life and sorrow. I cannot lead you as a fairy once led you from girlhood into womanhood. Would that I could have done it. He should be a very tender guide who does that for a woman. But I can lead you, I think, Alice, to everything in this world that consoles a woman for what she gives to it. Do not say I do not know you. That is saying I do not know myself, men, women, life. It is saying I know nothing. Modest as I am," he smiled lightly, "I'm not yet ready to confess to that. I do know, as men that have lived and tasted and turned away and longed and waited know, so I know you. And I knew from the moment I saw you that all my happiness in this world must come from you. Oh, I'm ashamed to hear you say that. I'm ashamed to hear you say anything. What base creature am I that I've invited you to speak?" She turned and looked quickly at him, but with fear and resolve in her eyes. "This you must know, here and now, that I can never be, not if you kill me, another Dora Morgan." He met her look with simple frankness. "The world is filled with Dora Morgans. If you could be Alice, how could I say to you what I never have said or thought of saying to any Dora Morgan? To be a creature would kill me. Do not be deceived, I know, or do worse than kill you. No, you are like me. There's no halfway for you and me. Everything or nothing." She rose to her feet. He saw that she supported herself for a moment with one hand still on the bench rail. He took her other hand within his own and drew her arm through his arm. It was the close of the day. The sun setting touched the hills with evening, and below the distant towers great copses of oak lay like islands on the mirrored landscape. They walked from the bench slowly together. "Just a little help for the start," he murmured playfully as he kept her at his side. "The path is a new one. I shall make it very easy for your feet." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 27. "I hope you rested well after your excitement," said Kimberly to Alice, laughing reassuredly as he asked. It was the day following their parting at the golf grounds. He had driven over to Cedar Lodge and found Alice in the garden waiting for Dolly. The two crossed the terrace to a sheltered corner of the garden overlooking the bay, where they could be alone. After Alice had seated herself, Kimberly repeated his question. She regarded him long and thoughtfully as she answered, and with a sadness that was unexpected. "I did not rest at all. I do not even yet understand, perhaps I never shall, while I let you talk to me in that wild, wild way. But if I did not rest last night, I thought, I am to blame. I know that, as much as you are. Don't tell me. I am as much to blame as you are. But this cannot go on." His eyes were upon her hands as they lay across flowers in her lap. He took a spray from her while she spoke and bent his look upon it. She was all in white, and he loved to see her in white. In it she fulfilled to him a dream of womanhood. "I ought to ask you what you mean when you say and think these fearful things," she went on, waiting for him to lift his eyes. "I ought to ask you, but you do not care what it means, at least as far as you are concerned, and you never ask yourself what it means as far as I am concerned." He replied with no hesitation. "I began asking myself that question almost the first time I ever saw you. I've asked myself nothing else ever since. It means for both of us exactly the same thing. For you, everything you can ask that I can give you. For me, everything I can give you that you can ask. If there were no gulf between us, but there is. And even if what you say were true, you can see how impossible it would be for me to say those words back to you." He looked at the spray. "Quite true, you cannot. But I shall ask so little, less of you than of any woman in the world, and you will give only what you can and when you can. And you alone are to be the judge of what you can give and when, until our difficulties are worked out." I shall only show you now that I can be patient. I never have been. I have confessed to that. Now I'm going to the test. Meantime, you don't realize, Alice, quite how young you are, do you? Nor how much in earnest I am. Let us turn to that for a while." From a shrub at his side he plucked sprigs of rosemary and crushed them with the spray. Even love never begins but once. So for every hour that passes, a memory. For every hour that tarries, a happiness. For every hour that comes, a hope. Do you remember? I read it on your sundial. Everyone may read it there. Where I want you to read it is in my heart. I wonder whether it is most what you say or the way in which you say it that gets people into trouble. On the contrary, my life has been spent in getting people out of trouble and in waiting to say things to you. You are improving your opportunity in that respect, and you're losing a still more delightful opportunity, for you don't know how much relief you can give me by leaving most of them unsaid. It is impossible, of course, to embrace all our opportunities, often impossible to embrace the cause of them. Don't pick me up in that way, please." He held his hands over hers and dropped the crushed rosemary on them. "Would that I could in any way. Since I cannot, let me annoy you." Dolly appeared at a distance, and they walked down the terrace to meet her. She kissed Alice. "What makes you look so girlish today? And what is all this color around your eyes? Never wear anything but white." "I never should myself," sighed Dolly. "You know Alice and I are off for the seashore," she added, turning to her brother. "So I hear. Come along." "Who's going?" "Everybody, I suppose. They all know about the trip." "Where do you dine?" "On the shore near the lighthouse. Arthur is bringing some English friends out from town. We're going to dance." That night by the sea, Kimberly and Alice danced together. He held her like a child, and his strength, which for a moment startled her, was a new charm when she glided across the long, half-lighted floor within his arm. Her grace responded perfectly to the ease with which he led, and they stopped only when both were breathing fast to stroll out on the dark pier and drink in the refreshment of the night wind from the ocean. They remained out of doors a long time, talking sometimes, laughing sometimes, walking sometimes sitting down for a moment, or kneeling upon the stone parapet benches to listen to the surf pounding below them. When they went in, he begged her again to dance. Not answering in words, she only lifted her arm with a smile. Making their way among those about them, they glided, he in long, undulating steps, she retreating in swift, answering rhythm, touching the floor as lightly as if she trod on air. "This plume in your hat," he said, as they moved on and on to the low, sensuous strains of the music. "It nods so lightly. Where do you carry your wings?" The very effort of speaking was exhilarating. "It is you," she answered, "who are supplying the wings." The gaiety of the others drew them more closely together. Little confidences of thought and feeling, in themselves nothing, in their unforbidden exchange everything. Mutual confessions of early impressions each of the other. Compliments more eagerly ventured and ignored now rather than resented. Surprise read in each other's eyes, dissent not ungracious, and denial that only laughingly denied. All went to feed a secret happiness growing fearfully by leaps and bounds into ties that never could be broken. The dance, with its exhilaration, the plunging of her pulse and her quick, deep breathing, shone in Alice's cheeks and in her eyes. The two laughed at everything. Everything colored their happiness because everything was colored by it. The party drove home after a very late supper, Alice heavily wrapped and beside Dolly in Kimberly's car. Entertainments for the English party followed for a week and were wound up by Kimberly with an elaborate evening for them at the Towers. For the first time in years, the big house was dressed en fête, and the illuminations made a picture that could have been seen as far as the village. 24 sat at the Towers round table that night. Alice herself helped Dolly to pair the guests and philosophically assigned her husband to Lottie Nelson. Kimberly complimented her upon her arrangement. "Why not?" she said simply, though not without a certain bitterness with which she always spoke of her husband. People with tastes in common seem to drift together whether you pair them or not. They were standing in an arbor, and Kimberly was plucking grapes for her. "He is less than nothing to me," she continued, "as you too well know, or I should not be here now, eating your grapes." "Your grapes, Alice. Everything here is yours. I haven't spoken much about our difficulties. Our difficulties. The sweetness of the one word blots out the annoyance of the other. But you must know I shall never rest until you are installed here with all due splendor as mistress, not alone of the grapes, but of all you survey, for this is to be wholly and simply yours. And if I dare ask you now and here, Alice, you whose every breath is more to me than the thought of all other women, I want you to be my wife." Her lips tightened. "And I am the wife of another man. It is horrible." He heard the tremor in her tone. "Look at me." "I cannot look at you." "When you're free—" "Free?" Her voice, rising in despair, fell again into despair. "I shall never be free." "You shall, and that speedily, Alice." She could imagine the blood surging into Kimberly's neck and face as he spoke. "I am growing fearful that I can not longer stand the thought of his being under the same roof with you. He cannot even speak to me except before Annie." Kimberly paused. "I do not like it. I want it changed." "How can I change it?" "We shall find a way, and that very soon, to arrange your divorce from him." "It is the one word, the one thought that crushes me." She turned toward him as if with a hard and quick resolve. "You know I am a Catholic, and you know I am ashamed to say it." "Ashamed?" "I have disgraced my faith." "Nonsense. You are an ornament to any faith." "Do not say that." She spoke with despairing vehemence. "You don't realize how grotesque it sounds. If what you say were true, I should not be here." He drew himself up. There was a resentful note in his tone. "I did not suppose myself such a moral leper that it would be unsafe for anyone to talk to me. Other Catholics, and good ones, talk to me, and apparently without contamination. It is only that I have no right to. Now you're going to be angry with me." He saw her eyes quiver. "God forbid. I misunderstood. And you are sensitive, dearest." "I am sensitive," she said reluctantly, "more than ever, perhaps, since I have ceased practicing my religion." "But why have you ceased?" Her words came unwillingly. "I could not help it." "Why could you not help it?" "You ask terribly hard questions. You must have wanted to give it up." "I did not want to. I was forced to." "Who could force you?" He saw what an effort it cost her to answer. The words were dragged from her. "I could not live with my husband and practice it." "So much the more reason for quitting him, isn't it?" "Oh, I want to. I want to be free. If I only could." "Alice, you speak like one in despair. There's nothing to be so stirred about. You want to be free. I want you to be. You shall be. Don't get excited over the matter of a divorce. Your eyes are like saucers at the thought. Why?" only because for me it is the final disgrace, not to be separated from him, but to marry again with him alive. It means the last step for me. And the public scandal. What will they say of me who knew me at home? Alice, this is the wildest supersensitiveness. The whole world lives in divorced marriages. Public scandal? No one will ever hear of your divorce. The courts that grant your plea will attend to suppressing everything. Not everything. Why not? We abase them every day to so many worse things that their delicate gorges will not rise at a little favor like that. She looked at him gravely. What does the world say of you for doing such things? I never ask. You know, of course, I never pay any attention to what the world says of anything I do. Why should I? It would be difficult for the world to despise me as much as I despise it. You don't understand the world. All you need is my strength. I felt that from the very first, that if I could give you my strength, the combination would be perfect. That is why I am so helplessly in love with you. My strength must be yours. I want to put you on a throne. Then I stand by, see, and guard your majesty with a great club. And I can do that. They laughed together, for he spoke guardedly, as to being heard of others, but with ominous energy. I believe you could, murmured Alice. Don't worry over your religion. I will make you practice it. I will make a devotee of you. Robert. He stooped for her hand, and in spite of a little struggle, would not release it until he had kissed it. Do you know it is the first time my name has ever passed your lips? He murmured. She was silent, and he went on with another thought. Alice, I don't believe you're as bad a Catholic as you think. I'll tell you why. I have known Catholic women, and men too, that have given up their religion. Understand, I know nothing about your religion, but I do know something about men and women. And when they begin elaborate explanations, they think they deceive me. In matter of fact, they deceive only themselves. When they begin to talk about progress, freedom of thought, decay of dogmas, individual liberty, and all that twaddle, and assume a distinctly high intellectual attitude, even though I don't know what they've given up, I know what they're assuming. I get their measure instantly. I've sometimes thought that when God calls us up to speak on Judgment Day, He will say in the most amiable manner, just tell your own story in your own way, and that our own stories told in our own way will be all the data He will need to go ahead on. Indeed, He would not always need divine prescience to see through them. In most cases, mere human insight would be enough. Just listen to the ordinary story of the ordinary man and notice how out of his own mouth he condemns himself. I see that sort of posturing every day in weak-kneed men and women who want to enlist large sums of money to float magnificent schemes. Now you are honest with yourself and honest with me, and I see in this a vital difference. They walked back through the garden and encountered Brother Francis, who was taking the air. Kimberly stopped him. Nelson and Imogene joined the group. "Ah, Francis," exclaimed Imogene, "have they caught you saying your beads?" "Not this time, Mrs. Kimberly." "Come now, confess. What were you doing?" Brother Francis demurred and protested, but there was no escape. He pointed to the towers. "I came out to see the beautiful illumination. It is very beautiful, is it not?" "But that isn't all, for when we came along you were looking at the sky." "Ah, the night is so clear. The stars are so strong tonight. Go on." "I was thinking of Italy." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 28. "I never can catch Brother Francis thinking of anything but Italy," remarked Kimberly. "Who can blame him?" exclaimed Imogene. "Or the hereafter," added Kimberly. Nelson grunted. "I'm afraid he doesn't find much sympathy here on that subject," he observed, looking from one to another. "Don't be mistaken, Nelson," said Kimberly. "I think about it, and Francis will tell you so. I've already made tentative arrangements for him on that score. Francis is to play Lazarus to my Dives. When I'm in hell, I'm to have my cup of cold water from him. And remember, Francis, if you love me, the conditions. Don't forget the conditions. They are the essence of the contract. I'm to have the water one drop at a time. Don't forget that. One drop at a time. Eternity is a long, long while." Francis, ill at ease, took a pinch of snuff to compose himself. "Your role doesn't seem altogether to your liking, Francis," suggested Imogene. "His role? Why, it's paradise itself compared to mine," urged Kimberly. Brother Francis drew his handkerchief and wiped his nose very simply. "I pray, Robert," he said, "that you may never be in hell. But keep me in your eye, Francis. Don't relax your efforts. A sugar man is liable to stumble and fall in while your back is turned." "We must get started for the lake," announced Imogene. "Brother Francis, we're all going down to see the towers from the water. Will you come?" Francis excused himself, and his companions joined the other guests who were gathering at the water. Oarsmen were waiting with barges, and fires burned from the pillars of the esplanade. As the boats left the shore, music came across the water. Alice, with Kimberly, caught a glimpse of her husband in a passing boat. "Having a good time?" he cried. For answer, she waved her hand. "Are you really having a good time?" Kimberly asked. "I mean, do you care at all for this kind of thing?" "Of course I care for it. Who could help it? It is lovely. Where are we going?" "Down the lake a mile or two. Then the boats will return for the fireworks." "You don't seem very lively yourself tonight. Are you bored?" "No, only wondering whether you will go driving with me tomorrow." "I said I would not." "I hoped, of course, you might reconsider." He did not again press the subject of the drive, but when they were walking up the hill after the rockets and showers of gold falling down the dark sky, she told him he might come for her the next day. "I don't know how it is," she murmured, "but you always have your own way. You wind me right around your finger." He laughed. "If I do, it's only because I don't try to." "I realize it. That's what puzzles me." "The real secret is that I wind you around my finger, but that you don't want to hurt my feelings. I find something to wonder at, too. When I'm with you, even when you are anywhere near me, I'm totally different. Alone, I'm capable of withdrawing wholly within myself. I'm self-absorbed and concentrated. With you, I'm never wholly within myself. I am, seemingly, partly in your consciousness." Alice shook her head. "It is true," he persisted. "It is one of the consequences of love, to be drawn out of one's self. I have it." He turned to her questioningly. "Can you understand it?" "I think so. But do you ever feel it?" "Sometimes." "Never, of course, for me." "Sometimes." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Robert Kimberly by Frank Spearman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 29. "This is a courtship without any spring," said Dolly one night to her husband. They were discussing her brother and Alice. "At first it was all winter, now it's all summer." She thought they showed themselves together too much in public, and their careless intimacy was, in fact, outwardly unrestrained. Not that Dolly was censorious. Her philosophy found refuge in fatalism. And since what is to be must be, especially where the Kimberleys were concerned, why worry over the complications? Seemliness, however, Dolly held, was to be regarded, and concerning this she felt she ought to be consulted. The way to be consulted, she had long ago learned, was to find fault. But if she herself reproved Kimberly and Alice, Dolly allowed no one else to make their affairs a subject of comment. Lottie Nelson, who could never be wholly suppressed, was silenced when occasion offered. One afternoon at the Hickories, Alice's name being mentioned, Lottie asked whether Robert was still chasing her. "Chasing her?" echoed Dolly contemptuously and ringing the changes on the objectable word. "Of course. Why shouldn't he chase her? Who else is there to chase? He loves the excitement of the hunt, and who else around here is there to hunt? The other women hunt him. No man wants anything that comes tumbling after him. What we want is what we can't get, or at least what we're not sure of getting." Kimberly and Alice, if not quite unconscious of comment, were at least oblivious of it. They motored a great deal, always at their own will, and they accounted to no one for their excursions. "They're just a pair of bad children," said Imogene to Dolly, "and they act like children." One of their diversions in their rambling drives was to stop children and talk with them or ask questions of them. One day near Sunbury they encountered a puny, skeleton-faced boy, a highway acquaintance, wheeling himself along in an invalid chair. They had never hitherto talked with this boy, and they now stopped their car and backed up. Alice usually asked the questions. "I thought you lived away at the other end of the village, laddie." "Yes'm, I do." "You haven't wheeled yourself all this way." "Yes'm." "What's the matter with you that you can't walk, Tommy?" demanded Kimberly. "My back is broken." Alice made a sympathetic exclamation. "My dear little fellow, I'm very sorry for you." The boy smiled. "Oh, don't be sorry for me." "Not sorry for you?" "I have a pretty good time. It's my mother. I'm sorry for her." "Ah, indeed, your mother," echoed Alice, struck by his words. "I am sorry for both of you, then. And how did you break your back?" "In our yard, climbing, ma'am." "Poor devil, he's not the first one that's broken his back climbing," muttered Kimberly, taking a note from his waistcoat. "Give him something, Alice." "As much as this?" cried Alice under her breath, looking at the note and at Kimberly. "Why not? It's of no possible use to us, and it will be a 9 months' wonder in that little household." Alice folded the note up and stretched her white-gloved hand toward the boy. "Take this home to your mother." "Thank you. I can make little baskets," he added shyly. "Can you?" echoed Alice, pleased. "Would you make one for me?" "I will bring one up to your house if you want me to." "That will be too far, and you don't know where I live." The boy looked at the green and black car as if he could not be mistaken. "Up at the towers, ma'am." Bryce, who took more than a mild interest in the situation, grinned inwardly. Kimberly and Alice laughed together. "Very well. Bring it to the towers," directed Kimberly. "I'll see that she gets it." "Yes, sir." "And see here, don't lose that note, Tommy." "By heavens, he handles money more carelessly than I do." "No matter. Wait till his mother sees it." While they were talking to the boy, Dolly drove up in her car and stopped a moment to chat and scold. They laughed at her, and she drove away as if they were hopeless. "Your sister is the dearest woman," remarked Alice as Dolly's car disappeared. "I'm so fond of her. I believe I'm growing like her." "Don't grow too like her." "Why not?" "Dolly has too much heart. It gets her into trouble." "She says you have too much yourself." "I've paid for it, too. I've been in trouble." "And I shall be if you don't take me home pretty soon." "Don't let's go home as long as we can go anywhere else," pleaded Kimberly. "When we go home, we're separated." He often attempted to talk with Alice of her husband. "Does he persecute you in any way?" demanded Kimberly, trying vainly to get to details. Alice's answer was always the same. "Not now. But he used to," Kimberly would persist. "Don't ask me about that." "If he ever should lay a hand on you, Alice—" "Pray, pray," she cried, "don't look like that. And don't get excited. He's not going to lay a hand on me." They did not reach Cedar Lodge until sundown, and when they drove up to the house, McBurney, out from town, was seated on the big porch alone. They called a greeting to him as they slowed up, and he answered in kind. Kimberly, without any embarrassment, got out to assist Alice from the car. The courtesy of his manner toward her seemed emphasized in McBurney's presence. On this night it was, perhaps, the picture of Kimberly standing at the door of his own car giving his hand to McBurney's wife to alight that angered the husband more than anything that had gone before. Kimberly's consideration for Alice was so pronounced as completely to ignore McBurney himself. The small talk between the two when Alice alighted, the laughing exchanges, the amiable familiarity, all seemed to leave no place in the situation for McBurney, and were undoubtedly meant so to be understood. Kimberly good-humoredly proffered his attentions to that end, and Alice could now accept them with the utmost composure. Fritzie had already come over to Cedar Lodge from Imogene's for dinner, and Kimberly returned afterward from the towers, talking till late in the evening with McBurney on business affairs. He then drove Fritzie back to the cliffs. McBurney, smarting with the stings of jealousy, found no outlet for his feeling until he was left alone with his wife. It was after 11 o'clock when Alice, reading in her sitting room, heard her husband try the door connecting from his apartments. Finding it bolted, as usual, McBurney walked out on the loggia and came into her room through the east door, which she had left open for the sea breeze. He was smoking, and he sat down on the divan. Alice laid her book on her knee. It was a moment before he spoke. "You seem to be making Kimberly a pretty intimate member of the family," he began. "Oh, do you think so? Charles or Robert?" "You know very well who I mean." "If you mean Robert, he is a familiar in every family circle around the lake. It is his way, isn't it? I don't suppose he's more intimate here than at Lottie's, is he? Or at Dolly's or Imogene's?" "They are his sisters," returned McBurney curtly. "Lottie isn't. And I thought you wanted me rather to cultivate Robert, didn't you, Walter?" asked Alice indifferently. He was annoyed to be reminded of the fact, but made no reply. "Robert is a delightfully interesting man," continued Alice recklessly. "Don't you think so?" McBurney returned to the quarrel from another quarter. "Do you know how much money you have spent here at Cedar Lodge in the last 4 months?" Alice maintained her composure. "I haven't an idea." He paused. "I will tell you how much, since you're so very superior to the subject. Just twice as much as we spent the first 5 years we were married." "Quite a difference, isn't it?" "It is, quite a difference. And the difference is reckless extravagance. You seem to have lost your head." "Suppose it is a reckless extravagance. What do you mean to say? That I spent all the money?" This establishment is of your choosing, isn't it? And have you spent nothing? How do you expect to move in a circle of people such as live around this lake without reckless extravagance? By using a little common sense in your expenditures. For some moments they wrangled over various details of the menage. Alice, at length, cut the purposeless recrimination short. You spoke of the first 5 years we were married. You know I spent literally nothing the first 5 years of our married life. You continually said you were trying to build up. That was your cry from morning till night, and like a dutiful wife, I wore my own old clothes for the first 2 years. Then the next 3 years I wore made-over hats and hunted up ready-made suits to enable you to build up. Yes, he muttered, and we were a good deal happier then than we are now. She made an impatient gesture. Do speak for yourself, Walter. You were happier, no doubt. I can't remember that you ever gave me any chance to be happy. Too bad about you. You look like a poor, unhappy thing, half-fed and half-clothed. Now that you have built up, continued Alice, and brought me into a circle not in the least of my choosing, and instructed me again and again to keep our end up, you complain of reckless extravagance. Well, for a woman that I took with a traveling suit from a bankrupt father and put at the head of this establishment, you certainly can hold your end up, laughed McBurney harshly. Just a moment, returned Alice with angry eyes. You need not taunt me about my father. When you were measuring every day the sugar and coffee we were to use during the first 5 years of our married life, you should have foreseen you couldn't move as a millionaire among multimillionaires without spending a lot of money. McBurney turned white. Thank you for reminding me, he retorted with shining teeth, of the thrift of which you have since had the advantages. Oh, dear, no, Walter. The advantages of that kind of thrift are purely imaginary. The least spark of loving kindness during those years would have been more to me than all the petty meannesses necessary to build up a fortune. But it is too late to discuss all this. McBurney could hardly believe his ears. He rose hastily and threw himself into another chair. You've changed your tune mightily since the first 5 years of our married life, he said. Alice tossed her head. But I want you to understand I haven't. I believe that. And I brought you in time before now with all your high airs, and I'll do it again. Oh, no, not again. I'll teach you who is master under this roof. How like the sweet first 5 years that sounds. He threw his cigar angrily away. I know exactly what's the matter with you. You've run around with this lordly Kimberly till he's turned your head. Now you're going to stop it. Now and here. Am I? You are. Hadn't you better tell Mr. Kimberly that? I will tell you you're getting yourself talked about, and it's going to stop. Everybody's talking about you. Alice threw back her head. So, where did you hear that? Lambert told me yesterday. I hope you were manly enough to defend your wife. Where did you see Lambert? I saw him in town. I shouldn't listen to silly gossip from Lambert, and I shouldn't see Lambert again. How long have you been adviser as to whom I'd better or better not see? Asked McBurney contemptuously. You will find me a good adviser on some points of your affairs, and that is one. If you value your advice highly, you should part with it sparingly. I know what you value highly, and if Robert Kimberly finds out you're consorting with Lambert, it will end your usefulness in his combinations very suddenly. The thrust, severe in any event, was made keener by the fact that it frightened him into rage. Since you come from a family that has made such a brilliant financial showing, he began. Oh, I know, she returned wearily, but you'd better take care. He looked at his wife, astounded. "You've insulted me enough," she added calmly, "about the troubles of my father. The first 5 years are at an end. I have spoiled you, Walter, by taking your abuse so long without striking back, and I won't do it any more." "What do you mean?" he cried, springing from his chair. "Do you think you're to keep your doors bolted against me for 6 months at a time and then browbeat and abuse me when I come into your room to talk to you? Who paid for those clothes you wear?" he demanded, pointing in a fury. "I try never to think of that, Walter," replied Alice, rising to her feet, but controlling herself more than she could have believed possible. "I try never to think of the price I've paid for anything I have. If I did, I should go mad and strip these rags from my shoulders." She stood her ground with flashing eyes. "I, not you," she cried, "have paid for what I have and the clothes I wear. I paid for them, not you, with my youth and health and hopes and happiness. I paid for them with the life of my little girl, with all that a wretched woman can sacrifice to a brute. Paid for them! God help me! How haven't I paid for them?" She stopped for sheer breath, but before he could find words, she spoke again. "Now I'm done with you forever. I'm out of your power forever. Thank God someone will protect me from your brutality for the rest of my life." McBurney clutched the back of a chair. "So you've picked up a lover, have you? This sounds very edifying from my dear, dutiful, religious wife." Hardly able to form the words between his trembling lips, he smiled horribly. She turned on him like a tigress. "No," she panted, "no. I'm no longer your religious wife. It wasn't enough that I should go shabby and hungry to make you rich, because I still had something left in my miserable life to help me bear your cruelty and meanness. You must take that away, too. What harm did my religion do that you had to ridicule it and sneer at it and threaten and abuse me for it? You grudged the few hours I took from your household drudgery to get to church. You promised before you married me that our children should be baptized in my faith, and then refused baptism to my dying baby." Her words rained on him in a torrent. "You robbed me of my religion. You made me live in continual sin. When I pleaded for children, you swore we would have no children. When I told you I was a mother, you cursed and vilified me." "Stop!" he screamed, running at her with an oath. The hatred and suffering of years were compressed into her moment of revolt. They flamed in her cheeks and burned in her eyes as she cried out her choking words. "Stop me if you dare," she sobbed, watching him clench his fist. "If you raise your hand, I will disgrace you publicly, now, tonight." He struck her. She disdained even to protect herself, and crying loudly for Annie, fell backward. Her head caught the edge of the table from which she had risen. Annie ran from the bedroom at the sound of her mistress's voice, but when she opened the boudoir door, Alice was lying alone and unconscious on the floor. End of chapter 29.